The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome everyone to day 3 of the Overwatch League 2022 season APAC edition. I'm Vicky Kitty and I'm joined by always the wonderful Trid. Very spiffy Trid today, by the way. And we're going to be starting off the day with the Guangzhou Charge versus the Philly Fusion.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup. Fusion, a lot of question marks coming in with a lot of roster changes to start off the season. Had a fantastic performance against the Shanghai Dragons, winning a 3-0 series to kick things off, surprising many. I'm expecting a lot of great things from them today against the Charge.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Why don't we take a look at the Charge starting lineup that we are going to be seeing today. I hear that they have a little present for us. How do you top that, Trid? Guangzhou Charge always coming out with the fire. I love these intros here, and looking at the starting lineup, we got Unique, Choice of One, Develop, Rio, and Farway. And we already saw a little bit of the action from the Charge here, but I want to see more. Yeah, they were able to beat the Valiant day 1, 3-1, but that means that the Valiant were still able to take that map, even though the Valiant are looking a lot stronger this time around. But the Hunters took them out yesterday in a clean 3-0.
Yeah, which has got a sting, particularly for someone like Faraway, who just left that team to come to Charge at the beginning of this season. And also, you say they beat the LA Valiant. I mean, Valiant have looking much better this season, but they're still... there was some wackiness, particularly if you look at Route 66. There's definitely some a few kinks in the armor, if you would do, of the Guangzhou Charge lineup. Expecting big things from today. Love what Choi Se-wan's been able to do on the Genji so far, and we've seen a lot of Genji pop-offs over this past weekend in APAC, so I'm assuming that's going to be a trend we'll continue to see moving forward. But when I look towards the Fusion roster, I'm feeling a little bit fruity. Vicky, I'm feeling fruity indeed, because I'm feeling the zest right now. Had a standout performance against the Shanghai Dragons, and obviously he's going to be the next generation of superstar for the Philadelphia Fusion.
Yeah, looking at the starting lineup of the Fusion, not only are we feeling zesty, you got Carpe, of course, as always, making his appearance. I know this team, they look so positive, even after their series with the Dragons, as they should, but their genuine reactions is what's really contagious. Bellarea, Fixa, Aim God, of course, to match that with Zest and Carpe, but the Fusion have really blown me out of the water after that day 1. Although that they only did play against the Dragons, they need to play a lot more against other teams to really figure out where the Fusion stands. Was it the Dragons having a bad day, or is it Fusion really popping off with their rookie lineup that they've picked up for the season?
I'm hoping that no one's been slacking so far, Vicky. I'm hoping that it's all on the up and up for both Fusion and the Dragons. Let's see him jump into our first map of the series. We're going to kick things off with Oasis. We dodged the push map start again, Vicky, for the first time this weekend. We'll see a lot more of that. But of course, if we make it to map number 4, which I think we might do in this series, we will get to see New Queen Street later on.
Gonna have to see. It does have to be a map 4, like you said. First map going to Oasis. How is that gonna change things up after the slaughter that we really saw from the Fusion in that day 1? Again, I have to highlight, a lot of people had their eyes on MN3 specifically, but with Cess making the startup here for the Fusion, he has not disappointed any of us. Bellarea, too, has just been so good in this lineup, running the double monkey composition for both sides.
Wait, how many monkeys? Oh, there's a monkey on each team. I was wondering where the double was coming from, thinking we'd flash back to... We've gone not just back to Overwatch 1, but back to the early days where there was no hero limit. But unfortunately, we do have that in effect right now. So we'll go to the point. High ground given over to Belarea. Rio under pressure. Anti-nade isolated from the team, and that's an easy pickup for the Fusion.
That was so quick there, too. Even with the space bot by Belarea over to the sides, now you have the Fusion that have control over the point first once it unlocks in less than 5 seconds. But already a really good start here for the Fusion, forcing the Charge to back off.
We saw this a couple of times earlier in the week, Vicky, with Rio jumping in without the right level of support from his team. He's on the point to contest, stops the capture from coming in. You got Belarea on the backline doing the exact same thing. He's come back to deal with Choi Se-wan to go up to the high grounds, but Belarea able to deal with Rio once more, and without that main tank, the rest of the Charge collapse, and the point goes over to the Fusion.
Choi Se-wan looks so lonely, looking alongside at his team in the distance as they get melted by the Fusion. Fusion are going to still be able to remain control here as Choi Se-wan backs away, but a really good look here already. 20% here going in favor for the Fusion.
Yeah, what are they doing over there? Oh, they're dying. Oh dear. Oh dear, I should be over there helping them or doing something else. Charge struggling to find a foothold onto the point right now. Rio's going to go in for the contest. Plays around the terrain nicely, but invites the rest of the Fusion to deal with them while they sit there. Pulse Bomb thrown out, doesn't find the connection to Choi Se-wan. He will retreat to the rest of his team. Rio has been up in the high ground for a very long time, and the Fusion have just decided to ignore a little bit of that, as finally Belarea will go down, and the Tactical Visor is online for Develop.
Develop off to the side with that Visor, but so is Carpe now. Rio, Choi Se-wan getting taken out, so is Unique. That's going to be the rest of the Charge that are eventually going to get melted away, sent back to the spawn. Fusion were able to handle that so well there, Trid, because we saw the two different angles that the Charge were trying to take, and unfortunately, it was not working out for them. The Fusion were not split up when it came to that attention. They were able to melt down and take care of Develop right after Belarea had gone down, who was about to jump in with the Primal soon.
See if we can find some impact from that one. Has beaten Rio to the punch. Let's take a look across the board, though. Zest is just harassing the Charge right now. Develop's going to use that Tactical Visor. Finds himself right in the face of a Primal Raging Winston. That's not the most ideal situation. Will block out the auto-aim for them. He can just pump all the damage into that giant monkey as much as he wants, but he hasn't solved anything. He's just burning HP as a resource, which can easily be reclaimed. The beat comes out from Fixer, and now Rio pops a Primal Rage of their own.
Coming in later, though, now Unique has a sound barrier. This is going to look great here, as you already see 99% taking down, as finally the Charge gets some control. Big anti, Develop gets taken out. The Blade is ready. They're going to want to hold on to that, though, because they came out on top in terms of numbers when it comes to the Fusion now having to back away.
Yeah, and Charge needed that, as you saw, 99% flip. Plenty of luxury here for the Fusion to retake this point. They are going to be running into a Nano Blade from Choi Se-wan and far away. They are playing quite separated, though, so the chance for resets to come in from Choi Se-wan might be limited in this next fight.
Let's see. Choi Se-wan just has to be in that line of sight. Wants to get that nano boost here. Carpe is going to be the only one next to Aim God to get their ults online. Nano Visor would be great if he could get into a really good high ground position right above the Charge. But Faraway needs to be careful here. Wants to be able to utilize the Nano Blade themselves, but cannot get picked out by Zest, who's been doing such a good job at harassing through those backlines from the Charge.
There's that one first Nano Boost given over. There's the Nano Blade. Well, no, just the Blade now is boosted by the Nano coming out. Choi Se-wan finding both Carpe and Aim God. Needs some sustain from the rest of his team. Zest is there for the spray down. Fusion have found a way onto the point, but I don't think it's theirs to claim just yet. But on the cusp of being able to flip this point over until Develop comes back with the Helix rockets and seals the deal. Charge will push themselves into a very good position to take away this first round.
It just hurts so much more, Trid, when you lose out on one player here in Overwatch 2 versus what you even got to witness in the first version of Overwatch. You see Zest now trying to sneak onto Faraway. He tries to get the stick, even point blank, misses unfortunately, but Zest is going to be able to back away. Doesn't want to overcommit until he's got Belarea right there to help him out. Ooh.
Oh my goodness, the burst damage from Develop there to take out Zest. And that's at the start of this pivotal fight. Wait a minute, they let Fusion take the point and trigger the overtime. They're in the advantageous position as this fight kicks off, and Belarea is keeping Develop out of the fight. He can't outpace the legs, he has to keep jumping in. Flip comes back for the Charge. While this has been going on, Carpe has been given a la carte against the point. And yet it's still flip. How are teams flipping the points when they're losing fights? This has happened twice now.
It's the respect. Fusion just navigating their way away. Overtime at least forced out here, but not for long before Rio and Choi Se-won get taken out. Fixa has a sound barrier, but didn't even need to use it at the very end of that first point, unless it was for show right there. But a really good start.
Cosmetic beat.
Yeah, you gotta flex a little bit there, especially when you know that you had that trump card up your sleeve for that last push that Charge could have pushed in for.
Well, we're moving over to the garden section now. Don't think we'll see a composition change. Both teams seem quite comfortable on this, and I don't think the map setup is going to change anything. Don't be too alarmed by the Symmetras. They're purely to get them out to base faster. They will probably end up sending Carpe and Develop back onto the Soldier 76, because that is an incredibly powerful pick right now in the meta.
We've been seeing commonly across both NA and APAC for a good reason. I mean, with how strong Ana is, especially here, you're going to have City Center allow you to get onto this high ground between Carpe and Develop, even taking these nice little flanking angles. You can see Zest now moving in with Bella Rhea at the same time. Look how quickly you saw the Charge back away. They knew that they had to disengage, but with AimGod getting taken down right now, Trid, and Carpe trading that for Rio, that's going to be both teams now trying to navigate their way onto the point, but Zest is not letting go. They find Develop next.
Yeah, it cost them to enable for them to do that. It did ultimately cost them their Ana, so I'm not sure if cost them Rio, sorry, to get AimGod. Makes it a very difficult and to sustain point because you're only relying on that singular healing coming in. Now, yes, the Monkey is a big distraction, a big pool of HP on the field, but when everyone's playing a little bit more specific and really being able to move around a lot more, that big Monkey can cause a distraction, but it still leaves the backline vulnerable. Rio getting taken out again with a spray down from Zest. Charge, they're losing their main tank too often in these fights, and ultimately it's causing a big level of difficulty for them.
Yeah, not only losing Rio out too often, but being the first pick to go in these last two fights is really detrimental in just trying to create that space with the bubble. Not really able to enable Unique and Farway to get into a better position here too. And now Zest has the pulse bomb. Carpe is about to get the visor. And look at the difference between Carpe's ult charge and Develops.
Yeah, Carpe's been able to really milk that in these first couple of fights. Yeah. Pulse Bomb goes out, won't find the stick. Leaves the support line alive for now, but they haven't dealt with the Zest problem. He's still off to the sides. Nano boost available for Faraway. No one's really close to getting an ultimate to support that one though, Vicky.
Yeah, every single time I see Zest move in for the Pulse Bomb stick onto Faraway, he always just blinks way too close to Faraway. Now the Nano Boost coming alive here onto Develop. Develop trying to get into position. He doesn't have the visor though, like we mentioned. Carpe does, and AimGod had the Nano Boost, and that's going to be the difference maker here as Develop gets taken down.
Where was the healing? Develop was stuck on 14 HP for far too long. I'm going to have to assume that Zest was doing something on the backline to draw Faraway's attention, but Develop was kind of left out there to dry. You give him the Nano Boost, say go forward, go make something happen. But of course the Nano Boost is going to draw focus, and there was no sustain to keep him up.
Maybe thinking here, Nano Boost
I'm assuming Zest. I'm assuming Zest did something more funky.
Especially since that's what we've been seeing from Zest. The sound barrier now from Fixa. As you can see the repositioning here from Develop. They're just trying to take a nice little off angle here as Rio had already popped that primal before. Bella Rhea is taking a quick nap, but now Develop is going to be able to get on that high ground that we talked about.
Yeah, but for how long though? They're just going to send Bellarosa up there, Bella's Rhea up there in a second, clear him off the high ground. Zest is just picking up all these kills. They're trying to leave sweeper duty. Choi Se-won will pick up the Mega and survive a little bit longer, but he's going to run straight into Carpe. Both direction hammering him down. How he has not died yet is beyond me.
Oh, it's because they're essentially kissing the spawn room doors at the same time while the rest of the Charge are finally funneling out. Here comes Zest, though. He's got the pulse bomb. He's creeping forward, and they really need to touch the point if you're the Charge. Overtime already ticking away as Develop gets taken out. Zest has been in the backline here, Trid. By the spawn room,
he gets the connection!
He finally gets the pulse bomb stick on the Faraway, and this is not the time for the Charge to be trickling out.
Choi Se-won trying to do everything to keep his team in this fight, only finding AimGod is not going to be enough. Zest has returned to the point to reinforce the team, to deflect them alive a little bit longer, but they do not have control of the point, and Bella's Rhea is going to be slamming everyone against the wall with the Primal Rage. Just Rio remains on the point, alone by himself. We'll try and play around the bubble, but with that many members of the team, finding Carpe was a gift. It will not ultimately bring them the win here. No recall able to be used there from Develop, and the Fusion close out the first map in quite a dominant fashion.
This is what we saw very similarly to the Fusion's very first series in APAC Day 1 against the Dragons, and I'm not surprised to see the same sort of results, the same players popping off, but you could see the confidence, even the player cams, the way that they're smiling. We talked about it before, they're just raw emotion. Zest is feeling himself, and when Zest and Belaraya get to feel themselves, you know that these rookie players that have had time on the Academy team for the Fusion T1 to really bring themselves together and really let that synergy shine.
Okay, important not to let the game get away with them. The Guangzhou Charge probably going to have some stern talking tos in the break. When we come back, we're going to bring you our second map of the series. We're heading over to Eichenwald.
Welcome back, everyone. Fusion are currently up 1-0 versus the Charge, and they are looking fantastic, with even some swaps coming in to map number 2, where we're going to be moving on to Eichenwald.
Yeah, and I think the swaps are going to enable different compositions. We've obviously got Fury and MN3 coming into the roster, which I'm assuming we're going to see a little bit more Zarya when we come around to Eichenwald, Vicky.
Yes, I for some reason I thought you said MN3, and I was like, wow, Trey, what did MN3 do to you? But MN3 has been a pop-off player that we've been looking at for quite some time now. An amazing DPS hit scan player. But as we get settled in and looking at the changes that we're going to be seeing from the Fusion side, really comes to show that they've been making some adjustments after the first day against the Dragons with an outstanding performance. But something that we need to highlight is Fury coming right back, which Trid, we could talk about the compositions that we could expect being the Zarya, which I could completely agree with here in Eichenwald, especially once you get past that double door choke point, once you get the payload moving, that high ground is going to be crucial to control.
I mean, I might be a bit of a wishing man here, Vicky, but part of me maybe wants to see a little bit of Diva. I don't think it's very strong right now, but who knows? Who knows? We might be fortunate enough to be graced by it. Maybe there's some reason that they need to get to point faster, might go for a stall. I don't know. Kind of want to see it, though.
That'd be nice. We've been seeing it a few times, actually. You and I were talking a little bit about it yesterday when we were watching the first 2 series and the impact that Diva can have. Especially when it comes to being able to no, unfortunately not. At least being able to get mobility-wise, you have Winston that basically does the same exact thing. But I think Fury's Zarya, especially against the Dragons, looked so well. Fury really played well in that series. But looking on the other side of the coin, let's talk about the Charge. Let's talk about some changes here as Develop moves onto the Ashe. What are you thinking here with the Charge?
Ashe has been definitely more of an APAC pick, I feel. They're just constantly whipping it out. You got good disengage from any kind of dive that comes in with the coach gun. You've got good range, damage with the dynamite when people are playing as condensed units. There's lots of things to love about Ashe. I'm also looking towards Unique's Brigitte. Yeah, I guess with the terrain in point A in particular, you've got a lot of close corners and tight sight lines, which you'd be able to get up in the face quite easily without being poked out from some of these fights. So, yeah, I like what we're seeing from this composition so far. Nice jump shot. Oh, the deflection from Zest. We'll get back to the spawn room. Go and change off. There we go. Message received, loud and clear.
I love that choice. So perfectly positioned themselves to be able to get that. Fury's taking a quick nap, though, by the choke point. Is going to be able to back away in time. Fixa is right there, too. But what a message to be said by Choice of One. Of course, with the immediate swap up, as Develop is going to be able to back away after sending out that dynamite.
Paying attention to Rio, who sits on top of the bridge, separate from the rest of the team. They're rotating around to try and support and drive the Fusion away from point A altogether. Dynamite in the room, no ADS being used in those shots. Lacking a bit of punch, but they get the rate of fire, obviously, to pump some shots in, as Zest will take out Choice A1. Not looking good for Charge now, missing one of their damage dealers. Some sustain coming in for the Reaper. Oh, 27 HP. I said he was going to get sustain, Vicky, but he got pummeled before the teleportation came through. Ooh. Does not matter to the Fusion, though. They have compacted them in that back room, and they have claimed point A.
Aim got him Fixa, though, on top of it, despite Fixa getting hit with the anti, it doesn't matter. Faraway was literally far away from their own team, being the only last one alive for the Charge before the Fusion wastes no time to get this payload moving, and immediately look at Zest and where they're trying to position themselves. This is the high ground that we were talking about. How important to maintain this position here to prevent any sort of contention when you get through that next corner.
Yeah, they just leave Aim God there while the rest of the team is just poking away. Want to avoid the setup, like you said, Vicky. Develop's going to really come into their own here. There's a lot more range to be played with when you come around to point B of Eichenwald, particularly in this first part. As you can see, look to the left. You've already got Fixa and Zest in the back lines, just irritating the lineup. And there's that Nano Blade up into the front. Oh, they couldn't get the sleep dart off. Far away, sliced down. Zest will pick up their third of the fight. High ground removed, no stall to be found. Gotta be asking where the changes are coming from the Charge now when it comes to the comp. Develop might struggle to still have impact here.
Watching Zest have fun is amazing. You could see whenever Zest is feeling themselves in the player cams here, but what was extra impactful there was the fact that Zest took out Choice A1 first, preventing the Nano Blade from really being able to come out to defend that choke point. Now they're going to wrap around the corner, already approaching that bridge, and look at this. They're stuck by that choke point, by the doorway, actually forcing MN3 to back away a little bit to actually boost up and get some of that ult charge going.
Absolute Chad-like behavior, by the way. Gets the bubble and just stands in the door 1v5ing until he just disappears. He says everything he needs to. He leaves. Zest gets taken down by a faraway shot. Isolated there by the Primal Rage coming out from Rio. This is a good spot for Charge to be able to contest. Sneaking up behind, jumps into the fight. There's the beat coming out from Vixer. This is one that Fusion don't want to die to, but Choisewa gets the cut down onto MN3 before the Death Blossom can come out to play. The bubble delays the inevitable. I think Vixer is still going to get caught out here. The backline's been destroyed for the Fusion, and finally, the Charge can dig their heels in.
Not without Zest still finding a pick onto Faraway, though, with the dash. He is literally playing from right underneath them. They know he's nearby, but he's not going to reveal himself. He wants to build into this Blade once the rest of the Fusion funnel out. But here, yeah, the sound barrier into the Death Blossom didn't work, but MN3 still has that Blossom, didn't waste it here. Fury's also got that grab, and so that's going to be the next plan here that the Fusion want to utilize.
Ooh, good sleep there. Oh. Zest rightly being punished for it by Develop. They had all the time in the world to land that headshot. Alright, TP into the face. Both snipers then just getting absolutely deleted. I think that was very ambitious from MN3 there. Fusion are ahead of the payload though. They're playing inside the castle already. This 3-man unit is behind the Charge, not playing the objective, seeing what they can find. Fury ends up killing himself with a right click in that damage. And there's the reset coming in. 2 minutes 20 on the clock remaining for the Fusion to get an extension.
I get it. They want to get some extra time as they pick off the Charge, but they haven't been able to find these picks. MN3 has gone down at the start of the last 2 fights here, which is why he still has the Blossom ready. But again, they still have the Blossom. They have Fury, and they have Zest, who's about to get the Blade online soon. Despite Aim God not having that nano boost, this is going to be a really good look for the Charge to just reposition onto that high ground, but not without Zest looking for a flanking opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to deal with both damage ultimates coming online. Choice A1 can get the big boy combo though, really disrupt the backline of the Fusion when this next fight comes around. Bionade won't find a connection onto any targets, but it does allow to try and clear some space as they had a lot of time to react and see where that was coming from. They'll stay up on this high ground for now. Fusion are running down the clock, but I think they're going to try and path directly through the castle here and cut down some of these longer sight lines.
Yeah, a minute, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they still have a lot of ultimates, but they have the entirety of Charge's ultimates online. Great economy here as the Bob gets called out in the rally now. Oh, MN3 with the Blossom! Yes, he manages to sneak right to the side, but still the Charge had a lot more answers here, and they only burned through 3 options here, Trid.
It's good. He only took the Death Blossom. And he took out the Bob, the Rally, and the Nano Boost there. Big trade up for the Fusion. If I'm them, I'm going for a fast reset now and hitting them with absolutely everything in this final fight. You've got a Nano Blade online for Zest. You've got the grab from Fury. And no doubt Fixer will have the sound barrier if things start to go wrong. Fusion should be walking away with this fight, provided they don't have any silliness and make any mistakes.
Just getting ahead of themselves at the same time. Now, with the Blade and the Nano Boost online, you're going to find Develop, and immediately, look how Charge scramble like ants, trying to split up. They find Faraway, they find Develop in the process here, but still, you see Zest now trying to reposition, trying to take onto the high ground as the Charge back away a little bit. They lose out on Rio, who still has the Primal ready, but the payload is making its way over to that finish line. As we saw earlier, the Fusion were playing on the back line of the Charge for quite some time.
Absolutely, and it's the right decision here from the Charge to try and get... Oh! A little bit too late. I think they were trying to give that one up. Rio mistimed the jump there, put themselves in a vulnerable position. I think the Charge didn't have the time bank to do that. One of the things I loved when we were watching that last play though, Vicky, is we had the POV of Zest, and of course, you pop the Blade, you find one target. Charge are pretty spread out at that point, so I can just imagine the comms is just Zest going, where are they? Tell me where they are. I need to use this reset. Where are they? Let me know. Just getting intel fed into his ears of where he should be looking to try and hunt down these targets.
And trying to juggle around.
Sneaky once more.
Oh, he's trying to build up that Death Blossom here, Trid. 95% already as MN3 is going to look for the opportunity, but with Rio popping the Primal here, it's going to be difficult. You have less than a minute now on the clock to get that payload to the finish line.
There's that grab. Didn't really catch anyone. It's just when the payload keeps them away. MN3 going to compact them against the force of gravity and those Death Blossoms. Here's another Blade from Choice A1, but the Bionade was so big from Aim God. No support when all eyes are turning onto that Genji. Home stretch now for the Fusion. 30 seconds remaining. Charge are going to be able to sprint out the spawn room, and Choice A1's going over to the Tracer to try and stick to the ground and maybe harass this backline a little more.
And in Fury's face there too, had so much damage being tacked on here as Rio now is going to try to contend. Fury's gonna back away a little bit. They know that they have less than 20 seconds, and Zest is trying to get into the opposite angle to split some of that attention. As Choice1 now, it's Choice1's turn to be able to split that attention in the back lines now, similarly to what we saw from Zest.
Get onto it. Nano Boost just expired on MN3. Zest about to have the blade. They've already found Develop in Rio. This is not looking good for the Charge. They have burnt down the time bank, but I don't think they're going to stop the Fusion from getting the completion here. Oh, because they just get boxed into that room. The damage from MN3, too oppressive. Even if Rio found a way to get past the Reaper, he was at 50% HP. He's going to dive onto that point. All Eyes going to turn onto him and just blast him before he can get any real sustain or any real time bank delay. Fusion complete. 0 in the time bank. Is now charged to Assault. Not a bad defense from Charge, actually. There were some great executions there. You were able to make use of Choice A1. Far Away had some great denial with the anti-nades as well. And when it came to Develop playing the Ashe, I'm a little bit on the, I would rather you play something like Soldier right now, but Develop made it work. He was able to use the long sightlines, combo well with his team. We saw a couple of Bobs go out onto the field, so yeah, keep doing stuff like that, Develop, and any other Ashe player in APAC, and eventually I'll start to change my tune about Ashe.
It also helped that the Dynamite really had a lot of impact since we saw the Fusion grouped up a lot over to the side behind that second point, despite the payload being across the corner from the second point. A few times too, we did see the Charge really take advantage of the timing of just disengaging, figuring out where to reposition, and then re-engaging when they were tracking the ults from the Fusion, specifically when they called out MN3 with the Death Blossom a few times. They knew that MN3 really wanted to have that opportunity, but shut him down back-to-back 3 times.
5, 4, 3.
Zest coming out onto the Echo this time around. Already making Choice A1 think twice about that. Oh, not the cleanest grapple there, buddy. Bet he wishes we were looking at someone else when that happened, but we'll go for the change. Over to the Genji this time. So, still playing with that hyper mobility coming in from the damage lineup, but when you turn around to Fusion, they're a little bit more stable. We'll see where Zest is going to be flying around, descending from the heavens, getting those charge attacks in, but they've isolated Fury in the corner already. And they've lost their main tank. I think Fusion might be giving up point A a lot quicker than what they thought they would be.
What I loved right there was Rio's position with the bubble. It enabled Choice1, but it isn't going to be able to be enabled once he can't back away from that sleep. And Zest closing things out. Fixa too, finding Choice1. But Zest is popping up, and this is the Zest Echo that we saw put in so much pressure onto the Dragons, even matching that with Fleta.
So that was really advantageous for Charge. They have spawn advantage. They traded 1 for 1. They went in there. The worst thing that happened. They went into the corridor. Okay, so the worst thing that happened has just happened twice in a row because they just allowed Zest to come in and assassinate Develop from the heavens and escape away. But they walked into a tiny room with Ashe Dynamite, all got burnt. You had Choice A1 getting slept as well. Easy deletion for 3 members, and their advantage was just scattered to the wind before they could capitalize any percentage on the map.
Actually dominating defense so far as now the Charge try to at least dive in, but Develop gets picked up again this time around by MN3. Yeah, Zest is taking a nap. He's going to be deleted immediately with some help from Unique as Far Away has the nano boost, trying to get into a little off corner here despite Develop now utilizing those legs to get right back into the party, but a nice anti onto MN3 and Fixa.
Bobbit is on the point. He will just take a quick nap after having been slept. Charge have managed to wrestle away the point for now, but when Fixa gets back into this fight and they're at full strength, I can see them storming back in. They have a duplication to work with. Fury's about to get the grab online. There's plenty left in the tank to do this. There's Choice A1 getting nano boosted, doesn't have the blade online. Zest taking a nap after the duplication, gets the Dragon Blade out, goes for a slash through, finds Develop! Zest manages to find 3 before losing his life. And we're waiting for reinforcements to come in. The Fusion, they just need to touch, but they cannot get through the door. They concede the point. And despite some flashy plays, Charge will be moving on to the escort section of this map.
I'm telling you, Trey, this is the year of the rookies. We're seeing it in every angle, not just from the Fusion, but in NA2. And Zest is insane. Took out 3 in that fight. Although there was only 2 left, they still were able to start getting this payload moving. The Charge now trying to find the opportunity to take over that high ground, but not without the Fusion racing first to get there.
I really love the angles that Zest is going to be able to take now that he's exposed to this more open space area on the Echo. Just need to keep an eye out for Develop, who can get a quite easy spray down with the Soldier, let's be real. The Choice A1 sneaking around, sneaky breaky like. Looking to skulk and get behind, and that's what we were talking about. Zest caught out there by Develop. Helix Rockets tagged them directly to get that kill. Without that aerial support, there's a lot of bite removed from the Fusion composition. I say that as Rio gets bit like a huge chunk out of him. We're talking Great White out of his abdomen right there.
Yeah, somebody phone Jaws real quick. They're playing the music at the same time. The Nano Boost now coming in from far away onto Rio. Is he going to be able to move up? They don't have Unique here, so this is important for Rio to actually have that space. But here comes Zest, point blank in Rio's face. Fixa with the rally as they take out Choice at one. And as Rio tries to jump away, gets immediately sniped out of the air by Aim God here. You're definitely going to be feeling this one as Charge are literally stuck in this choke point. Look at how far up the Fusion are pushed up right now, Trin.
That last fight, Vicky, I want to go back to it. That could have been so much worse for Fusion if MN3 didn't use the coach gun. That disengage onto Rio's jump actually saved them a lot because they could take the fight on their terms, and Rio doesn't have mobility cooldowns to escape or get back up onto the high ground. So there's that value from the Ash pick coming through again and labeling to shut down these monkey dives.
Oh, Huge has developed now. Not only jumping out of the skies here, but he has the visor. He's trying to find somebody, but nobody from the Fusion are poking their heads. They're split up. Playing catch me a little bit as MN3 pushes him off again like you were talking about there. Super important to deny the angle and the position that Rio really wants to take as Zest takes care of far away. Fixa gets traded out, support for support, but Unique is still up and alive, and so is Aim God, and MN3 is clicking on some heads.
Oh! He catches Choice A1 on the way down after the blink. 1 minute 45 remaining. There's a bob in the pocket of MN3 to use. He's joined by the rest of his team. It's only Fixa without a rally online for the rest of this team. Rio should be able to negate some of the impact of that coach gun with the Primal Rage up. Obviously, you get the faster resets on your jump, so it does kind of take a bit of punch out of that ability. Should be fine. It's on people like Zest and MN3 to maybe force out the Primal Rage and in an opportune time make him use it for survivability rather than an engage tool.
Love the bread and butter that we always see Zest trying to open things up with. Sticky bombs into that focusing beam, but he's forced to back away a little bit. But the Dynamite found it on Develop, and the Bob, out on the field as an extra member here for the Fusion, as unfortunately the support lineup of the Fusion get taken down. A really good look here for Charge, but they need to get this payload moving because they have less than a minute on the clock.
Oh, Zest got the stickies. It didn't matter that Choice A1 was able to go and dash away. The damage stayed with him. Rio using the Primal Rage aggressively, removing so many members of the Fusion. They have got the payload, but there's still a bit of distance to go here, Vicky. They're just going on to the final turn here to get across the bridge. And Fusion are already out of the spawn room, ready to try and deflect some of the aggression coming in.
There's enough time and distance for them to actually take up to the high ground here too, Trade. You see the Pulse Bomb ready for Choice A1 as he's trying to find the backline between Fix and Aim God, but the Rally and Nano Boots are about to get ready.
Gonna get the recall there, important tool being used. Cassidy on the field with a Nano Boost. Unique did not stand a chance. Rat-a-tat-tat, Rio drops as well. Develop going on the marathon detour once more behind the point. Need to cut him off. Don't let him touch the point. Choice A1's going to have to be the one to do it and trigger overtime. But, the aim from MN3! Clicking head. Beat comes out from Unique. Why is he still going? How is he able to keep going? Somebody stop him!
Oh, he has to flex. He's got to let them know. The Fusion, they take map number 2. And with MN3 having a nice pop-off moment at the very end with the Cassidy.
I don't know where that came from. We suddenly just see MN3 roll out on Cassidy. He gets a Nano Boost to kick things off. You're like, okay, let's start building towards, let's get the damage amplification, get him into the map, and then you leave him alone for about 10 seconds, and it's just nearly every other shot is a headshot. I'd love to take a look at headshot accuracy from McCree at that map and see if we can get some kind of stat for you, because that was insane at the end there. But what a performance from the Fusion. They're now driving themselves up to match point in this series.
Yeah, one more map ready for the Fusion, and they take the whole series to Charge. They need to make this comeback as we move on to Gibraltar, guys. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got map number 3 for you. Welcome back, everyone. The Fusion are currently sitting at match point against the Guangzhou Charge, and they are looking fantastic here. If you are a Fusion fan, you must be ecstatic right now because they have continued on their domination, and I'm not too surprised to see it go that way too, Trid.
It's been fantastic if you're a Fusion fan. You know, they're so used to just huffing their copium reserves that I feel like they are just numb to it right now. It's good. We're in a season right now where they can get off the copium. They can have a nice opportunity to get their, what's the term for it? They can get their tolerance back down again. They can save it for the end of the season when it inevitably goes wrong for them again. But for now, they're loving life. They're frolicking, they're thriving, they're in their lane, they're moisturized. Loving what I'm seeing from this team. The damage lineup in particular has been fantastic. We do have another substitution though. Fury is out, and Bellos Rhea is back in for this map. And the way things have been going so far, Vicky, it could be the final one of this series.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the performance that Bellos Rhea has put on with the Winston, which is exactly what we could assume is going to be coming out from the Fusion when it comes to the compositions that they've been rolling out with. You highlighted the DPS lineup of Fusion too. Not only do they have a nice rotation going on between MN3, Zest, Carpe, but it also really helps that there's that synergy that has already been built up within the Fusion's rookie lineup that we have between Bellos Rhea, MN3, and Zest.
Yeah, it's the year of the rookie. There's so much power and so much talent coming on, especially in the APAC region. As we move over to our next map, of course, is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. No surprise that we're getting some Winston back in here. Winston has always been strong on Watchpoint Gibraltar, even in Overwatch 1. Guess what, guys? Still applies to Overwatch 2 as well. I'm expecting maybe them to see some of the Ash and the Echo again. That's been quite good, particularly for the Fusion at the end there. And Charge also seem to get value from that. But in terms of how the map will eventually go, I'm hoping we see more from the Charge. You know, you put them where the power rankings were at the beginning of the season. Didn't have them really the highest level, but I think the way they're currently performing, there's a lot to be desired from this team.
Can I be honest with you, Trid? The Charge were not high at all on my rankings.
Okay.
They were not high at all. I mean, just looking at what they have to work with, they did pick up on one rookie being unique, but seeing the Route 66 game day one, I know everybody wants to ignore it.
No, I'm not gonna say everyone wants to ignore it. I'm gonna say, like, after this week, we put the Route 66 in the box and we leave it there, and we don't use that as a point against the Charge anymore. Everyone's allowed a silly map, Vicky, and I think Charge have already used theirs. That's fine. After this week, we just ignore Route 66. We just don't let that come up again.
You could try to leave it in the box, but cats love boxes and cats love sitting in them too. So it's gonna be a reminder every so often here as the Charge.
Don't use yourself as a pun. Don't make a pun with yourself. What are you doing?
I'm making a cat joke, but you know what? It could be used as that too. We love it. We love it here. We love seeing a map 3 here as the domination continues for the Fusion. But the Charge, I want to see more. I want to see this go to a map 4. I want to see New Queen Street and see what the Charge could bring. Since they were able to bring a punch against the Valiant on push. And especially being so volatile as a game mode. But we won't be able to get there, Trid, unless we see the Charge take control over Gibraltar, which means that we need to see some change-ups here. I am expecting the Nash, like you were saying before. We saw that impact once we saw a lot of those Dynamites pick off a lot of members just funneled inside of those close-quartered rooms in Eichenwald. But here on Gibraltar, there's a lot more open space once you get beyond that third point, even that first point too. We talked about the Winston a little bit, and it's just because you have a lot of those high ground angles that you really want to utilize with the leap to just try to dive in here, especially with Choice of One still sticking to the Genji.
And what does the Ash give you, other than that Coach Gun disengagement? It gives you a lot of long-range damage. It makes no surprise to me to see Develop opt for the Widowmaker as the option. I'm sure that's been an incredibly popular pick as well on Gibraltar. They are going to have to contend with opposing Genjis diving at them. The way things are lining up from both lineups, you've got MN3 and Zest highlighting a mirror matchup when it comes to the damage. I think we're going to have to see them trading off and who can harass who the most. But Rio's just going to set up on this high ground to begin with. Bellos Rhea, I don't think will be staying on the Roadhog. I think that's very cheeky to just try and see if they can get a quick hook. They'll change over, get a cheeky teleport away, and then back to the monkey as expected.
I respect it. I respect the attempt here as he's immediately going to leap onto the bridge. And look how quick Bellos Rhea is able to displace the Charge from trying to hold onto that angle. They are going to rotate away, but they're going to be rotating eventually into MN3 site as Develop's trying to take a little cheeky angle, trying to shoot some feet here, playing footsies.
I love what happened there as well. You got MN3 to plug the shot into the shield as well. The break was going to happen so much faster then, while Zest and Belos Rhea go for the dive. 3 members just focusing out the Brigitte and removing Unique from the field early. Thankfully, Develop's going to answer back with 1 kill to stem the tide. Very safe here on the back line, but not going to be safe from Zest for too long, who's already beginning their harassment, as Belos Rhea will get in the face of Develop.
I found like 3 right there too in that last fight before you saw it develop. Wonder, wait, what's going on back there? I don't want to be part of this business. Backing away immediately, but when you back away, this is now going to give Choice1 the ability to, the ability to fall.
The
as
ability
Zest
to
now
die?
claims
The
him.
ability to go back to the spawn room? Yes.
Go right back to the hands of his teammates. Faraway finally punishes Zest, but Zest went on a tear there, and look at the progress that the Palo were able to get. I was going to say eventually, actually, that it was going to allow Belos Rhea to actually get onto the high ground instead, but Choice1 immediately got taken out, and now we're seeing the swap over to the Tracer.
So Angeld's position right there was really strong. Like, it's really hard for him to contest him, but because of the way the geometry works, he wasn't able to assist any kind of dive onto the back line of Charge because they're behind this wall. So the reposition's coming in. They're giving up some of the safety as MN3 goes for this duel against Develop. Develop calls in Daddy Rio to come and help him out. Just keeping that pressure up in the top left. But while Unique is up there, he's not really enabling the team that much. He's just playing protection duty for Faraway and hoping that they can have impact instead.
Oh, they need help. Zest was looking at them, instilling the fear, but also this is making the backline between Unique and Faraway to deal with Zest, take away some of that attention, but still Rio gets the pounce onto MN3. MN3 gets taken out, and Zest is trying to back away.
Brick.
And so Nano Boost is on him, and this actual duplication coming out, allowing him to still control that space.
The unironic Nano Brig just running into the fight, being a raid boss. Shutting everyone down, Bellarosa. There's 2 primal monkeys on the field just for Fusion alone. How can they hope to get any kind of coordination when they're getting pummeled by Fist in every direction? And the Fusion are able to get point A. Develop is left out to dry. Still went for the headshot despite the damage. And they will be back in the spawn room, 3 minutes 50 moving into point B. That felt like such a weird setup for the Charge, Vicky. Like, Unique and Faraway in that top corner, they were being kept out of the fight so much by having to play around terrain that Rio was only in that fight because of the Primal Rage. Yes, they managed to take out MN3, but no members of that team were getting any kind of support. They were having to play around packs the entire time because the supports were so focused on keeping each other up.
It was also crazy. You have to worry about Zest with the duplicate onto the monkey there too, so you have the double primal coming out. You have everybody getting tossed around like they're getting juggled at a circus. Choice1 getting hit a little bit, but managing to back away. Rio is literally 1 right now. He cannot escape as Aim God claims him, but it would have been Zest otherwise. You can see Zest now taking a separate angle, trying to pinpoint with the new ping system where Faraway is hiding here, but without Unique, without Rio, Choice1, the rest of the Charge won't be there to contest the payload. Look at this momentum that the Fusion have built up since the very beginning.
There's no opportunity to dig their heels in, Vicky. They're just being pushed back constantly with picks. They might try and go for a coordinated dive here, but the door was blocked. They only had Rio as an option, who's already at half HP. That's one of the fastest point Bs of Watchpoint Gibraltar I think I've seen in competitive play. That was incredible pace coming out from the Fusion.
And it was beautiful there too. Methodical, as you can currently see, that they are not slowing down anytime soon. Zest, Belos Rhea is still on a terror. Everybody is photoed inside this room, and it's a party here if you're Belos Rhea. Fighting 3 in the process. He's about to get Primal again. Gonna match up with Zest. Are we gonna see double monkey coming out between Zest and Belos Rhea after that duplicate, maybe?
I mean, it worked for him to close out the fight last time. I wouldn't completely remove it from the realm of possibility. Got a nano boost to give over to one of them as well. There's that infrasight, all the information being given. They can hunt that backline quite easily right now. Rio jumps into the safety of the terrain, gets control of the Mega as well, but he's still under fire from MN3 at this angle. They have to play so selectively when dealing with a Widowmaker. Sleep is there, Bubble protects him from the headshot, but does get shot in his hiney. Trade around with the grappling hook. Choice1 finds Fixer in the chaos. Zest went for the Ana instead. Lands the sleep dart, slaps him when he's out of it. Oh, Zest finds one, but I think that is the only dent the Fusion have really made in this team. In the offense, Develop is now able to open up the sight lines and take out the stragglers as they finally are able to push back the Fusion.
Zest making the swap over to the Genji, now going off of the Echo. Maybe preferring this instead. Belos Rhea does have that Primal too. Zest now manages to get right back to that major health pack. Meanwhile, the rest of the Fusion are funneling out, but what's blocking them and Zest is that monkey bubble.
Where are they now? Just on that high ground, a forward unit. Coming to the back. They're not able to get on develop. They're sleeping. That's not good. They're lining up. They want to get the burst in. Primal Raid comes out from Billows Rhea. He's going to be pummeling that Genji in the corner. The support's there, though. I don't think they're massively under threat from going down here. There's the rally to reinvigorate the fight from Fixer. Develop snipes the head of MN3. He now has the grapple hook to safety, play behind the team. He's got a Brigitte right in front of him. It's again knocking away these targets. As Zest gets a nano boost and a sleep immediately afterwards. Fusion have boxed the charge into that tiny Overwatch room. They will finally push their way out, but not before Choice A1 goes down to Fixer's attack. Oh no, Rio slammed himself into the wall. They've got no tank. It's just being contested by Develop. There's the blade coming in. It's a corridor which they cannot escape from. Unique holding the line for the time being. And there's going to be the completion from Fusion. 1 minute 33 on the clock.
Clean up on aisle 3 with that. The way that they were forcing the charge inside of the spawn room doors there too. They had nowhere to run and they were literally just standing there. Unfortunate, but pure for the Fusion. They are able to get that payload to the finish line with some extra time in the time bank. You got a minute 33 seconds like we were highlighted before, but they did get stopped a little bit and wasted some time in that final point, especially trying to get that payload through that next corner.
Well, it's time to switch over the sides. I feel like it took a little bit of time before Develop could get online. Point C very favored towards that defensive Widowmaker. The support of the team was there to keep him up, and when Develop was left relatively uncontested, so many opportunities to shut down the Fusion. I think if we can see Charge give that breathing room to Develop a little bit more, we might see them escape with a couple more headshots and a couple more victories. But here's that blade from Zest at the end there, takes out Develop, changes the attention back over to Unique. His team's holding the door for them. If you're far away, you don't even go anywhere near that door with the Genji blade.
So you know what? You could have that. You can have all that space. I'll try to take my way through the other side of the doors. It doesn't matter how long I need to walk, but I would rather take my chances. You saw Farway just looking ahead, saying, you know, that's all you. That's all you. You could absolutely take Unique out. You could take Choice O1 out. That's not going to be my business.
Couple of shots. They're going to use the Sim teleport to not even get to safety. They kind of baited it until now. Develop's playing around the sightlines though. Wants to get the angle of that corridor. Up they go. Oh, just a swing and a miss there onto the back line of the Fusion. Holding the angle still. Sees the shurikens. Guesses that Zest is going to pop their head in a second. Everyone's relatively safe right now outside of the sightlines of Develop.
The MN3 trying to get into position as Zest is the one that gets the dash here onto Choi So-won with some help from Aim God. That's going to be able to back away. Like the ability that Zest has to just make the immediate switch, not only just adjusting from the Echo, but into the Genji as well, having this impact. Rio is going to have to be careful here. Choi So-won is going to be able to match him up here, but so is Bellis Rhea.
Yeah, backs off. Stayed in there way too long. Just getting some healing. We'll have to return to the payload, but it does give some meters over to Charge. Gets them out of this first corner and begins to put them underneath the underpass. Bubbles will tank a couple of those shots from Develop, but once they expire, they're still playing in the high ground. They run at risk as Zest takes a body shot. Ooh, I think that's deflection back onto Develop there. Dink comes in as Rio will finally clean up that Zest kill. Payload stays in motion, and they take even more space in point A.
Trying to isolate Zest is going to be key here if Rio could continue that. He's about to get the Primal as a difference between himself and Bellis Rhea, who's taken onto the high ground, but MN3 answering back, finding Develop this time. The moment Develop tries to go for a reposition, MN3's on the other side waiting for him.
Has all the angles already sussed out, Vicky. We'll get on top of Gibraltar. Ooh, not going to be able to get the angle they want. Tags him in the ankle, but once again, not finding the right area of approach for MN3. Zest is about to have a Nano Blade combo online. The ults will come online for the Charge too. You've got the Nano Boost and the Primal Raid available. Going in with a Dry Blade. Bounce found MN3 despite being just assaulted by Zest. The composure to pull that off, Vicky, is unreal. Did get given a Nano Boost just to keep him up long enough, but still. A Genji in your face, and then you follow it up with a shot like that. Once more for Prosperity. Ah, it's not going to get away with it, but damn, Develop. Nerves of steel right there.
I was scared for Develop, but Develop had no care in the world there. Saw the blade, saw Zest charging in, and with that nano boost from far away onto Develop, he was able to immediately turn around that situation. As Zest looking like he's in trouble once again, but Choice One being the first one to get taken out. Number advantage going in favor for Fusion. You got a minute and 15 seconds on the clock if you're Charge here, but they do have some ultimates to work with. They're about to get the rally as well. They're definitely going to need this here, but they're going to have a nice set of economy to deal with from the Fusion side of things.
They got a lot of stall to play with, Vicky. You've got the Primal Rage, you've got the Rally. Infrasights from MN3 is going to give you the intel of where the approach is coming from. Tools are there, but can't outright deny the charge and extension on this map. Now being forced back for the time being, resources just to sustain them while they get the cooldowns available to close this gap quickly. MN3 keeping an angle, thinks a headshot, but I don't think they're going to get a kill here just now, as Charge are very onto their games, but they have burnt another 30 seconds of the clock. The Charge need to get in motion fast here.
30 seconds remaining.
They're trying to find an opportunity to pinpoint one of these members, but with Bellis Rhea actually falling asleep,
Choice
this
One's
could be that
Someone heal
opportunity.
him.
Oh, Choice One needs some
heal him
help.
with
You
the
see
team.
Zest waiting for it, but Zest gets a
Oh,
little
Rio!
ahead of himself.
Rio is able to come in there clutch at the end as well as the team. The Bionade, it doesn't only take away the ability to heal, it improves your allies' ability and function. That kept them up. Here's the rally being used from Fixer. Choice A1 has the blade. They're waiting for Far Away to get the nano boost online. The combo is available for them. Zest is not in the fight with a blade to use just yet. Gets the sightline of Choice A1 under pressure. Throws the nade down to help with the healing. Choice A1 is going to give the nano boost over. This has to be it for the Charge. Zest took him out, but he's dealt with both supports on the back line. And Choice A1 struggled to just find one with the empowered ability. Develop will remove Zest is Rio's nano-boosted Primal Rage, pummeling the fight and keeping them juggled and away from the payload. The spawn advantage is in favor of Fusion. The numbers advantage is there as well. They need to find picks, and I just don't see it happening, Vicky.
They're so desperate. Unique swapped over to the Lucio and the secondary fire with the Tesla cannon to close it all off. The Fusion come out on top in a clean 3-0 for our first series in the APAC region.
He's like, nice sniper rifle, bro. This is Overwatch 2, baby. I've got one too now. Bang! Headshot out of the sky, just clears them away. Fantastic ending there from the Philadelphia Fusion. Charge put in a good effort, lots of things to be proud of in that performance, but the Fusion are operating at another level. If you're playing the markets right now, short copium, we're going to not need as much of it anymore. The Philadelphia Fusion fans, they're loving life, Vicky, and they can rally behind this team. Hopefully the momentum stays throughout the rest of the season.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this look. I know we highlighted a lot of Zest. I believe Zest was actually player of the match when we first saw the Fusion play day one. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bellis Rhea actually being that player of the match. We're going to have to find out soon. But every single individual member of Fusion are playing out of their minds. Look at how they've been playing. Look at the raw emotion. And I'm actually hearing right now, it looks like Zest is a two-time player of the match champion here. Because he had another, the twofer. You have to. You got to highlight it. Yeah, we want to give it to everybody in Fusion because everybody's really popping off, but we have so much highlight from Zest in general between those three maps that we just saw the Fusion play. Second day, by the way, that the Fusion get to play here in the APAC.
Yeah, the bread and butter, the hero pool's good right now for where the meta is, Vicky. The Genji, the Tracer, the Echo, all phenomenal picks and really helping out Philadelphia Fusion in a versatile array of styles that they like to play. Doesn't really surprise me that Zest is picking up these accolades. He said, we keep saying it again, Vicky, it's the year of the rookie when it comes to APAC. Oh, popping off out here.
It's beautiful. You know, honestly, aside from APAC, we've been seeing it a lot in NA too, honestly. We have to highlight that. I love what I'm seeing here. Zest popping off. 19 final blows at the very end there. But something that I really liked, especially at that last fight, is when we saw the Nano Boost come on, when Zest understands that Choice One wanted to go in, he knew at that moment who's going to help cover the backline here. And so instead, Zest immediately shifted that attention away from Choice One and to that backline instead. And I love what we're seeing from the Fusion. A clean 3-0. Another 3-0, by the way, in their pockets. So Fusion are looking like the strongest team right now in APAC.
What I like as well is now finally for the Fusion, Carpe can put their feet up, have a little bit of break. The rookies are taking over right now, and so Carpe can be like, okay, I'll just be a power player. I'll come in whenever I need to. And with his feet up, ready to go, I suggest you do the same. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a deep dive at that last series.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck. the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everyone. The Fusion just took it in a clean 3-0 versus the Charge, and I am loving this look from the Fusion right now, Trid.
Yeah, it's a fantastic position to be in if you're a Fusion fan. Stocks are going up right now. You've got an amazing damage lineup that's completely individual from the former legend status of Carpe. I don't think he's a former legend himself, but you know, we're not having to rely on him so much for Fusion to put in great performances because you've got the likes of Zest and MN3 that are able to hold their own. Fantastic pickups for the Philadelphia Fusion. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. For the Charge themselves, though, Vicky, I think they were looking some of their strongest towards the end of their defense on Gibraltar, where they were able to finally dig their heels in, but the rest of that map for them, it just felt very one-sided towards the Fusion. It felt like they rarely had some rarely contested if you just look at the state of the game. Obviously, that doesn't give you an entire picture of what's going on, but I do feel like Fusion were outclassing Charge a lot of this series.
I have to agree, and the Charge have a lot of keys to the roster that they could really utilize. They have 3 DPS players, 2 tank players that they could rotate through for what they feel more comfortable with, and they have 3 support players, including one of the rookies being Unique, that they've been really highlighting on this roster. And you take a look at the Fusion, I like what you said about Carpe there. Carpe's like the dad sitting at the head of the table saying, yes, I'm so proud here to witness the rookie players from our academy team pop off. And that's what you bring when you bring the rookies in. I mean, we saw the same thing, actually. I mentioned it a lot between NA, but specifically the San Francisco Shock. I believe, 5, 6 of their players are rookies alone. We're seeing the same sort of success within that team, and it does trickle down to what synergy have these players been able to build up from the ground up already before they were able to join their respective rosters that we see them in today.
Absolutely, and just you may have caught my reaction at the end of that when I was just looking down at the replay package. I saw MN3 manage to get quite a quick pivot onto a sleeping Tracer for a headshot after they got booped away. I was like, oh, this is going to be a replay of, like, we're going to highlight how good Rio was there at saving the day, and then nope, you just immediately turn around to see MN3 do like a 360 flip, land the headshot regardless, and immediately heads up, ready to look for the next target. Really impressed by the Fusion damage lineup, but yeah, I suppose we put a bookend in this series, Vicky, and we look towards the next one.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Trid and I, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in with us, but we got so many more APAC matches coming up to you guys soon. Specifically, the Chengdu Hunters versus the Seoul Dynasty. It's going to be a mighty Morbin time here in the APAC region, and we can't ignore it. So guys, stay tuned because Ilios and Avra will be taking it from us.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys, to the Overwatch League. I'm Ilios, hopping on the cast here to round out the weekend with Avril. Big thanks to Vicky and Trid for holding down the fort here at the beginning, but we will be guiding you through the final 2 series of our opening week here in the APAC region. Coming up next, potential banger of a match. We have the Seoul Dynasty going up against the Chengdu Hunters. It's been a little bit of a rough start for Seoul so far, Avril. They were able to get their first win yesterday, but had to fight for it, tooth and nail. They do get it on the board, and Chengdu Hunters on the other side, they looked pretty damn clean coming in.
Yeah, Chengdu Hunters so far, to be honest with you, though, they did play a pretty, unfortunately, weak-looking Guangzhou Charge, which also just saw versus the Philadelphia Fusion as well. Seoul Dynasty, I'd say, a little bit more tested, but they do look weaker than expectations. We expected them to be a top team. Shanghai Killers, I even described them with when I looked at their initial roster, especially when Jonak was still part of that roster. And now, looking at the results and looking at how they performed so far, definitely below where those expectations are. So we're going into, the Orange Bowl. I don't know, Seoul versus Chengdu. This is one of the really cool rivalries that we do have in APAC. Produced one of the best games that we actually had last season, especially when Chengdu played on stage at one of the home stands versus Seoul, and that actually got Chengdu into one of the tournament stages as well.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to get that win on the board. Chengdu looking for the 2-0. Dynasty looking to kind of just show that, this roster does have a huge ceiling that we can really take advantage of. We've seen moments of brilliance from them. Of course, they have so much star power on this roster. They still have the Profits lineup. You've got Smurf joining in that tank position. You've got Creative, who has just been a phenomenal support player since he joined this squad. It just hasn't really meshed yet. It's a little bit similar to, I guess, what we've kind of been seeing from the side of the Shanghai Dragons so far, where it just hasn't been clean, but we know what these players are capable of. This is going to be a big moment for them to try and prove that they can push that ceiling even further. They can be and remain as one of the top teams here in the APAC region. If they can get through the Chengdu Hunters, especially given how clean they looked versus the Charge, I think it's a really big boon for the Seoul Dynasty moving forward through the season. Like you said, Chengdu, a weaker opponent in the Guangzhou Charge, but they still looked absolutely phenomenal. Very few mistakes being made, and that's what you want to see from a team when they are playing against a weaker squad, is that they're not leaving these exploitable weaknesses, these moments that can be taken advantage of. We did not see that from Chengdu, so they're going to have their work cut out for them, Seoul Dynasty, if they want to get this win.
Although contextually, I mean, we talk about Guangzhou being weaker, but Guangzhou did beat the Valiant, who nearly beat the Seoul Dynasty yesterday, but that was a 2-3 scoreline. So, I mean, transitive property, the fact that Seoul nearly lost to Valiant, I mean, if they did lose to Valiant, legitimately you would have to put Seoul maybe at the bottom of the APAC power rankings because, again, transitive property would kind of say that. Or, I would say that LA Valiant have looked probably better than the Guangzhou Charge, especially when you saw how good they were versus the Seoul Dynasty. To me, Seoul is still trying to figure out what their read on the meta is supposed to be, because they're playing a lot of Fit Sombra. We saw the Doomfist being played by Smurf as well. Vicky and Trid commented yesterday that Seoul were basically on kind of like the Smurf tank roulette, right? He was just playing every single tank on the entire tank roster. They hadn't quite landed on like, okay, what is our playstyle? What is our composition? Where are our strengths? They're kind of playing things all over the place, and they haven't quite just landed in one area and say, hey, this is going to be our niche. This is our strength.
Yeah, which is a little bit weird considering that it's Smurf, and you would think that if they're going to fall back on one singular tank that they would be able to very heavily rely on, it would be the Winston. But we're seeing him go all over the place, seeing the Doomfist, seeing the Reinhardt there on Control Center as well in Lijiang Tower last night. So it has been bouncing all over the place, and it's one of those things where it's like, at some point, maybe we just need to stick to things that we are comfortable with. Maybe we need to just go to these picks that we know that we can really perform on, that are still incredibly strong and still incredibly meta right now in Overwatch 2. But they have been showing some inconsistency there. But we'll see if they can find it today. It would be a really great time for them to do so. We'll take a look at the starting 5, though. For the Seoul Dynasty, it's going to be Profits duo there in the DPS, Smurf, Creative, and Vindame, of course.
And a player I actually want to highlight is Creative. He really impressed me yesterday, hit a ton of sleep darts. I knew this guy was, better than the results showed last year from what Seoul had achieved. I knew that he was better than probably the community narrative as well that was saying that, you know, oh, the support lineup of Seoul was not that impressive. Well, Animo's having great success on Florida now. Creative is still mechanically fantastic on the Seoul Dynasty, so it was definitely a big part of their success in keeping their heads above the water versus the LA Valiant. I would still like to see a bit more out of the DPS line, considering Stork is also there. We saw a tiny bit of him. Speaking of new rookies coming in, Daisy debuted for the Chengdu Hunters in their opening matchup with Guangzhou, and he looked solid. I mean, the Zarya came through. Chengdu wanted to play a lot of Zarya, and you know, credit where credit is due. He filled some big shoes in the team.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we were highlighting after that series had kind of concluded was that, you know, Daisy comes in, he makes his debut here in the Overwatch League, and things still look very consistent for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. It didn't really feel like there was too many jitters or disconnects in the communication and the teamwork once he did step in for that King's Row map. Got picked a couple of times, but overall, you kind of could have turned the nameplates off, and I probably would have been like, oh, Gaga's just having a slightly rougher time here on King's Row. Otherwise, looked phenomenal. So now they're going to be starting him off versus Seoul Dynasty, which, again, you look at the power levels overall, you would consider that this is a little bit more of a bold move compared to putting him in against the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, you have. I definitely think this is a meta kind of read for the Chengdu Hunters, where they have the choice between Gaga and Daisy, right? So you have this distinction between the hero pools. Gaga's going to come in for Winston and Doom. Maybe even the odd Reinhardt. Don't know if I want to speak that into existence just yet. Chengdu seemed allergic to playing any sort of Rein-based composition. Maybe they'll get away with not playing it ever again. But Daisy definitely coming in for the Zarya. I mean, I think Zarya has been a huge part of APAC meta, has been developing also in the NA region as well, over in the western side, namely from the Dallas feel, right? I think there's an interesting dichotomy happening in NA, actually, just to speak on that one briefly in terms of where the meta is, because you have the San Francisco Shock leading the charge with the Winston meta and the Dallas feel leading the charge with the Zarya meta, and not quite sure which of those two compositions is going to reign supreme just yet until those two teams meet. And so we come over to the APAC region, the Eastern Division, and it's been, I would say, mostly Zarya, with a few teams running the Winston to good success. We just saw Bellasaria from the Philadelphia Fusion doing a great job on that Winston, as well as I think Rio has done a pretty good job on the Winston as well.
Yeah, I was going to say give the shout out to Rio. I think that if Chengdu Hunters, though, I think we both know that they're probably going to avoid Reinhardt because they don't have their best Rein player anymore, and that was Amon. You know, I think back to 2019, him playing versus Vancouver Titans, and they said, screw it, we're not going to run the Wrecking Ball anymore. Let's just try to match them, and they really managed to push them to the limits. But, yeah, likely just going to be sticking with what we're seeing much more, you'd be much more comfortable in the meta thus far. I know you guys want to get into the game quickly. We do as well, but the players, they're taking their darn time. We're waiting for them to get into the lobby so that we can get things underway. So I need to make sure that everything is settled on there, and then we will go ahead and press the start game button. So for now, chat, you guys, you're just stuck with us for a little bit longer. You get to listen to Avro and I talk about whatever the hell we want to.
Do we get the map pool just yet? I think I might just go over that really quickly as well. Just to talk about, not to name every single map, but just to talk about, like, you know, maybe what some of the expectations will be. Interesting enough for not entirely sure how it's kind of working here, but day 3 here for APAC in our first week, we've actually swapped back to a double control format for the map pool instead of the double push. So we'll be starting out in control, ending on control as well. So we talked about the fact that Chengdu Hunters want to roll out onto our first control map, which will be Ilios with Daisy. So they're going to play Zarya on Ilios. And thinking back on it, I think we've seen a fairly equal amount of Winston and Zarya on this map so far. Smurf is a very interesting player to talk about because he's the only tank on Seoul Dynasty, right? So he has to cover everything. So this kind of Seoul / Smurf tank roulette that's been happening, well, yeah, he kind of has to do all of it. I will say I'll throw him a bone for the Circuit Royale map because you do normally play a decent amount of Sigma on that map, although we saw some Rhine being played yesterday between London and Houston, which is also quite effective on that map. I think this should be a pretty dominant Winston metaphor Smurf, right? If I was going to choose, if I was in Toby's shoes, head coach Seoul, I would say, Smurf, your best hero is probably the Winston. We should probably build a team around a Winston-based composition and lean into the Winston meta, look at what Shock are doing overseas as well, and kind of emulate the successes there, because you have one of the better Winston players, if not one of the best Winston players. To me, that seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think that a lot of the Dynasty fans from last night who were close to having cardiac arrest would also agree with you very much so. So we'll see if they have that piece together. We'll see if they've kind of gotten through the mental gymnastics and say, you know what, Smurf Winston, good. Let's play around that. But time will tell. We're still waiting for those guys to get loaded up here so that we can jump into the action. But one of the things that I now look forward to, hearing that we're going to Ilios first, is Pharah, perhaps? Jinmu, maybe? Question mark? Do we see it? We saw it yesterday from Alpha Yi, and the man was absolutely clapping. That was on Lijiang Tower, on Garden. Still an incredibly good map, but Ilios, you think Linus, you think, well, that goes hand in hand with the Pharah. We've been seeing most people kind of stray over towards the Echo, just because there's a little bit more diversity in that playstyle, a lot more burst pick potential, as well as the duplicate ult being able to find an immense amount of value if you can actually build up. But I'm thinking of those two kind of things overlapping, and I'm just kind of chomping at the bit now and maybe, even having my mouth water over the idea of Jinmu going back over to the Pharah after so long away from it now.
Wait your taste buds on that one. It will be interesting because Fitz is obviously on the other side, has the option to go for towards either the Widow or most likely the Soldier in this case. That hopefully will not be playing any Sombra today, but the dangerous thing about the Fire is that you do still have to run that Mercy to combo to get the pairing with, and that kind of removes one of your support heroes from, I guess, your normal stack of what would have been a stack of 4 in Overwatch 1 now becomes a stack of 3 because of the 5v5 and you have a Fire and a Mercy off into a corner. It's kind of been why I think the Echo is just more dominant in this particular meta. First of all, because the Echo does kind of have a positive matchup into the Fire, but second of all, yeah, I mean, the Echo, super flexible, high burst damage, kind of achieves a lot of the same goals as what you would want out of a Fire, but a lot more to bring to the table. And if Jinmu can sort of add an Echo to his hero pool, I think that would round out his particular flex DPS pool to a much more valuable degree, because Leave has been your primary Echo player for this team, and now we go back to 2021 where the Leave Jinmu duo is good in very specific settings, but in otherwise super inflexible. Despite Leave being probably the most flexible player in the world, Jinmu's hero pool is so limited that it forces Leave onto certain heroes because Jinmu can't quite play them, and then you have to kind of play around Jinmu's hero pool. So you need to see Jinmu's hero pool being developed over the course of the season. This is part of the criticism of Chengdu Hunters keeping Jinmu over a Predator, because a Predator could just be a hit scan and Leave can just play all of Jinmu's heroes from previously, right? But now Leave has to kind of be mainly the hit scan as well as some flex, and Jinmu, well, he needs to broaden his horizons to stuff like the Echo to be, I think, truly valuable.
Well, we'll have to keep our eyes trained on him. We didn't have to see too much else from this team in pretty much across all of the roles. I think Leave probably showed the most flexibility out of anybody on the side of the Chengdu Hunters in their first series just yesterday. But we already know how deep his pool goes. But we'll keep an eye on everybody else and see how flexible they can be as we continue onward. Now, we'll go ahead and take a look at the map set. As we already stated, Ilios will be coming up first. Then we'll go into Eichenwald as well as Route 66. And if this is as close and as good of a series as we are anticipating, there's a very strong chance that we'll get to see New Queen Street and Lijiang Tower. I'll have to just wait and see on that. But for now, let's go ahead and kick things off as we jump into our first map.
If you're a Chengdu fan, you better believe in the rookies here as well, because it is very likely you're going to be seeing Daisy across the board for every single map today, except maybe Lijiang Tower Gaga comes in to play some of that Winston, maybe even the Ryan on the control center. But the other 4 maps of the pool, pretty damn good for the Zarya. Daisy, the Zarya player. Chengdu picked him up for a reason. Luke, the GM, says, we felt it was more important to round out Gaga's heroes that he didn't play rather than keep a Predator on the team. So this is the person that's here instead of a Predator in many ways. It's got to work for them right now. Smurf's also going to come through on towards the Zarya. We are going to be seeing the Zarya mirror straight off the bat. Fits on an Ashe, so that question gets answered as well in terms of what hit scan will he be playing. Jinmu on the Echo. So here we go. What I asked for, let's see if it's good.
Okay. Prophet versus Jinmu in the skies. Let's see who's going to be able to pilot this to success. And oh boy, you thought we were starting? Not quite yet, it would seem.
You
we'll
thought
have a pause called.
Look at the
right
comps.
off the rip. Well, we will.
Complete mirror.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a complete mirror. I was going to just mention it's a complete mirror both sides. You have Ashes on both ends as well. Leave obviously debuted the Ashe for Chengdu in their matchup versus the Guangzhou Charge, and we had that kind of interesting conversation. It was like, well, if Leave plays it, doesn't mean it's good. Well, Shy certainly made it look good, so certainly the APAC side of things on the Eastern Division, they're trying to make the Ashe work, and if both players are playing it on both ends, then, I mean, they're kind of justifying it for each other, right? Because no one's going to be diffing anybody else in the Soldier versus Ashe. It'll just be Ashe versus Ashe. It does put a lot of pressure on our respective Echo players, who are both pocketed as well, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah. Well, I think I saw players on either side saying that they're ready, so we should be getting back into this momentarily. So far, nothing really happening, just a little bit of damage coming out onto Fitz and Prophet. And yes, it looks like we will be unpausing this momentarily, so do apologize. But we had to just stop you up for a moment. You couldn't let you guys get too excited, but here we go back into the action now. Prophet will take to this guy yet again, just poking and prodding, seeing where he can find some additional damage. Fitz going to be lobbing the dynamite right around the corner. Going to be finding Daisy with that, though. And takes quite a bit of damage in response as he starts burning down. Pocket healing will come out from Vindame. Go ahead and top him back up.
And Fitz famously last year, he had that gigantic game on the Ashe and the pull, so let's see if this damage can keep up this time as well. Opening kill comes onto Prophet, who won't be able to get rezzed either, so Vindame in a lot of trouble. It's the fight win for Chengdu.
Yep, absolutely is. Smurf taken down. The beam won't find the kill, but Daisy will. And Creative will fall at the very end there. Leaf getting up close and personal with him, finishes him off. Initial cap is there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and they're now putting 15% on the board.
Yeah, just diving straight into that Prophet duo, right? The Prophet and Vindame duo in the skies there. Jimmu leading the way now. Our first real look at the Jimmu Echo. Again, didn't get to see this at all last year. And Leave snipes Prophet out. This time he will get rezzed.
Yep, puts him back into the fight. Still playing around this similar sightline, though. Really needs to, of course, show respect to Leave. Be forced back onto the side proper rather than playing over towards the Dynasty spawn. See if Fitz look for a bit of an aim duel here. Spot each other out. Leave will just move back up to the high ground. But, I mean, after that initial skirmish, one of the biggest takeaways here is going to be Jinwoo's ult charge Leaves as well, compared to the Prophet's duo. Literally more than doubling him right now is Jinwoo. Yep. So we'll have that duplicate up here rather soon. Prophet going to find a kill. Daisy goes down, but they will trade it out. One of the supports is going to fall here on the side of the Seoul Dynasty. That's going to force the res. Prophet finds Nisha now. As the res comes in onto Daisy, so merciless for either side. Jinwoo going to go for the duplicate, copies the Ana. He's going to try to maybe get a nano boost, throw that onto Daisy and keep him alive in the front lines. Hasn't managed to make it happen yet. Monk instead is going to be the one who throws out the nano boost. On the back of that, manages to get a kill. Smurf will fall. Rez obviously still not going to be available. Now Fitz is going to be taken out of the fight, and it seems like the Chengdu Hunters will be able to hold this point.
Not that Jinwoo needs it, but he, just barely lost out in the duplicate form at 99% towards the nano. The nano was already given to Daisy by Monk anyway, so they have to win the fight off of that one. Smurf will be first up for the Graviton Surge. We'll see where he drops that one. This will be final fight for the Seoul Dynasty if they can't quite win it. Prophet looking for Leave, but pushed out.
Falls so very low, but will finally manage to get the beam through, gets an elimination onto Jinwoo, and it's not going to be visible, at least not for the moment. Now they have to take their pick between him and Leave. Seems like Dynasty should just about be able to get this flip coming through, as the duplicate will get broken, and with Monk falling off screen, that will confirm the flip. So now on board here for Dynasty, but they have to win every single fight from here on out. There's a grab still available for Daisy.
Yeah, and Chengdu make a, 2 versus 3 ultimate trade there, so they come up with 1+ ultimate. They do still have to fight up against Fitz's Bob, but if they can just sleep that one via Monk, they should be okay. I assume Fitz will probably put that one on point somewhere to contest. At least make sure they have something contesting for what will be Chengdu going for a one-and-done type of push here. What can we get on the grab there? Expectations would probably be that Daisy goes for solo onto Smurf. Ideally, they keep the Bionade, but the Bionade's been burnt, but they do get a kill, so should be okay. They bait the res anyway.
Push that out. Fitz already getting tagged down low. He's going to move the bomb out over onto the point. And see Jinwoo getting up into his face, trying to just put him right back into the dirt. Hasn't managed to make it happen yet, but it will be a trade out on the Zarias. Team's losing their front line. The grab not leading to too much here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. We'll have to reset and go again as Icy starts making his way back over here towards the point. Anti goes out onto 2. Fitz and him both getting caught by that. We'll be able to just pull back around the cap. They say, but in the meantime, they force them off the point, and that is the cap. Narrowly touch back in, get that OT rolling yet again. Monk gonna go down, but Prophet traded out. Leaf coming around the flank, he's looking for the shots, but a quick corner peek and Creative puts Leaf down on the floor. They get the ante, he takes the shotgun blast out, creates some distance, and will end up getting killed again as he peeks back out onto the point. But no advice there, likely should have tried to retreat, but plays a little bit greedily, gets punished for it. 60% now gonna be on the board here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. It's just them cleaning up a couple extra kills here onto the members of Chengdu, trying to get as much stagger as they can possibly get.
Yeah, it's Chengdu kind of struggling to keep members in play here, where Monk initially falls down very close to the Nano. Nisha went for that res, right, but Monk couldn't quite get the Nano boost in time, so Leave left out to dry. I mean, Byron from Creative kept them low anyway. You're right, you probably shouldn't have re-picked that one. If they could keep Leave alive and then have Daisy receive Nano to keep things up in the front lines as well, could be pretty impressive. But we're heading towards 99-99 now. A lot of ults coming online for the Seoul Dynasty, so they're in position to take away this first round if they can get all these ultimates up, and there's 3 coming in very soon.
Finish building those up. It's going to have that Bob the grab there as well. Bob first going to come out now from the side of Lee. Oh. Sends that one in. Profit going to be taking a nap as the Nano comes down. Now they get the ante down on him. The bubble comes in. He's got 9 HP, and he somehow makes it out alive for a little bit longer. But Jinmu manages to pursue, gets that kill in the end. Fitz just taking the shotgun blast, putting Leaves Bob down into the pit, it would seem. But Chengdu Hunters are widely coming out on top. The 99-99, but the OT is bleeding down. Creative cannot contest this point, and no one is going to be able to get there in time to touch again. So narrow margins here. It is the Chengdu Hunters walking away with this first round win on Ilios.
I mean, what a play by Monk. That completely sets Chengdu up for success. Sleeped out onto Prophet. Tries to save him, Creative pops the Nano onto Prophet, but the Bionet coming through from Monk as well to secure it. Then obviously we have Jinmu chasing for that kill to make sure Prophet doesn't just run away on 9 HP. That really was everything Chengdu needed. Then they just got to get past the Bob of Fitz, and the rest is history. So Chengdu Hunters, good play to get rid of the carry from the side of the Seoul Dynasty, give themselves a very important leg up. And into a 99-99 battle, Chengdu come out ahead, but close affair. Have to give it to the Seoul Dynasty. They pushed that one definitely to the brink. Heading into round number 2 for Ruins. Fitz looking like he wants to come out on towards a Sombra first. Again, I'm not a personal fan of this one, but might be able to put some pressure on the Leave, who is sniping.
See what he can get done. Leave, though, with the Widowmaker, always a very terrifying prospect to try to deal with. Jinmu's just going to be shifting back over onto the Genji, which he's been showing a decent little bit of. So plenty of it just yesterday in their initial series.
There you go. Looking for Leave.
And overall looked quite good.
Fitz is setting up for this one. I don't know if he'll be able to get a complete one-shot here. Leave certainly won't be able to hook shot away. Leave has no idea. They don't even know that Fitz is playing Sombra yet, I don't think.
Seems like maybe not. Bionet big. Almost leads to the death of Vinheim. Managed really to find it. It's not getting too much harassment down there. Is Jinmu going to fall? But Leave does find Smurf. Now, Dicey getting on top of Creative, it seems like this should just be a pretty fast flip here in favor of the Seoul Dynasty. They do manage to capitalize, though, getting piled in on top of Leave. They find that elimination, getting rid of the Widowmaker, and still holding the point for now as he pushes back up. Fitz just getting the hacks out where possible. Finds Nisha, but he's going to lead it too much, and now with him getting taken down, the flip will come through. Only 28% established here, first and foremost, for the side of the Seoul Dynasty.
I gotta highlight Monk again here. He's almost doubled Creative's ult charge so far. He's been hitting sleep darts. He hit one to Fitz just a little bit earlier. He hit a massive Bionet that almost got Vinheim down. If they actually killed Vinheim, that would have been first fight secured for Chengdu Hunters, no doubt. So now available, should be going to Daisy pretty soon, but leaves 1 HP as well.
Oh, Fitz, yeah, found him. Gets that elimination. Again, that opens up so much space, and without the mercies here, they cannot bring him back into the fight. The sound barrier comes into response of the Graviton, searching from Daisy. Prophet manages to get in on top of Monk, gets Jinmu as well. 2 kills for the Reaper, making a third as Daisy with a sliver of HP will fall even to a shotgun blast at distance. And the Dynasty will take control back into their hands, and they will retake the lead.
Leaves lose a bit of a confidence on the Widowmaker pick there as well as getting bullied by both Fitz and Vinheim. So moving towards the Soldier. Soldier Genji, pretty typical in this type of meta. So Sound Barrier plus Blade coming in. Are they going to beat Blade? This one will be the question mark. Soul likely want to go in first, so because EMP is available. Here comes Fitz in the back line. Should be the EMP played about now. They've waited.
Blade coming out from Jinmu. Sleep Dart, I believe, not connecting there from Creative. He's going to be the first target. Tries to keep himself alive. Does get the anti out of Jinmu, but he's got the sound barrier shield there to keep him protected, so they cannot peel it. Grab comes in from Smurf, but there's no one really there to capitalize. Prophet was taken down first. Can't play off the back of it. Again, fairly fast flip, 66% here for the side of Dynasty, but it's 26% away now for Chengdu to take the lead.
I find it very difficult to explain what on earth Soul are trying to do with the Sombra here, because you see Fitz into the back line. We had that overhead view. You playing a Sombra, that means you need to engage first. You have an EMP, you want to be making use of this as a damage tool, because it's not an actual silent CC tool, and it's a damage tool, right? They're not engaging with it. Fitz was right there. They waited so long. Jinmu pulled the trigger first, and Chengdu won. We're still waiting for this EMP.
Okay, EMP does come out, manages to find 3. Monk going to fall, wasn't even one of the targets caught by it, but he still managed to find that pick. Nisha, though, takes out Profit, so Blossom not going to be in this fight. Flip had come through, though. To put a little bit of ring around the Rosie. Smurf managing to beam it down. Dicey sends it the right click. He will just be cleaning up house. Huge plays here from Smurf as they maintain control of this point, and they're getting closer to that 99%.
Yeah, the first kill coming through, I believe, onto Monk was pretty impressive there. EMP actually didn't hit Monk, but it doesn't matter, so they get rid of the support and the other 3 DPSs plus the tank. Not able to do too much there as Smurf goes on his 3K. Final fight territory, almost at the 99% mark. Sound Barrier plus Death Blossom should be a lock for Seoul.
Falling low, they're chasing forward. Ash on the Nisha, sorry. As Leaf falling low, receives the nano boost, now has the attack visor available. Profit turns the drum in on top of them with that Death Blossom. Will find one before he gets taken down. And Smurf again is the one who's coming up with the kills for the side of the Dynasty. Overtime ticking away, no one can touch. This time a little bit less one-sided. There's still plenty of back and forth though, but the Dynasty will take us to a final round on Lighthouse.
And to really put things into perspective as well, Smurf had a ton of kills there, right? A lot of final blows. Only had 25 average energy, so was doing that on fairly low energy for the most part. I mean, every time we looked at him, I think he was maybe hovering around the 50-60 mark. Never really saw him above 70. Hard to build up, I think, some of the energy here for Smurf in this kind of matchup here. You know, you'd probably have to try and put it onto Profit as much as you can to have this Reaper dive in, but otherwise, Smurf kind of outperforming what his energy would probably dictate he should be able to do. It's going to allow us now to move on to the 3rd and final round here for Lighthouse. Smurf on towards a Diva, so I mean a killer. So we're kind of getting into a very early Smurf tank roulette already. I'm not a big fan of Diva in this meta so far. Praying for Seoul that they can work this one out.
Let's see. Is Profit just going to be shifting over onto the Tracer? Fits there with the Soldier 76. Offer up a good amount of damage there onto Jinmu, but lead back over onto the Ash. Very much demands respect. So far has been one of the few, he and Shy, pretty much the 2 that have really made the Ash look quite viable. Chengdu, though, in position, first onto the point, looking for the cap. The contest now starting to come through, and Jinmu, woo, falls so very low there. Pocket healing arrives just in time for Nisha to keep him in the fight. Dicey, however, will be pressured out. Profit finds that elimination. That might just be enough to deny this cap, and it seems like it will be. Dynasty now occupying the point, looking to get first on the board yet again.
Good pocketing by Smurf there with the Matrix to keep teammates alive, so Jinmu can't quite get the assassinations. Profit now going large. No Tracer to contest. I'd like to see Leave maybe come back on a Tracer to contest Profit properly. But this fight is definitely going one way only. As Seoul have the cap, they have the kills, they got everything.
Yeah, and it's again Smurf who's just managing to get these last hits in it at the very least, but coming up with multiple kills in the fight. That's going to force a bit of a swap here as Nisha's going to move over to the Brigida. Seems like Jinmu's still going to be sticking with the Echo despite not having that pocket healing any longer.
We'll have to rely on
somewhat self-sufficient.
We'll have to rely on that long-range Brig healing, you know, with the little health pack she throws. Echo duplicate nearly online though, importantly.
Profit dropping down, spots the majority of the team has to do a quick little dash away. Doesn't have that pulse bomb yet. Would have been a juicy opportunity for him to get a multi-kill if he did. Leaf, though, going to be the first one to fall on the approach. The pulse bomb's going to go a little bit wide. Does not get that kill. Jinmu, in the meantime, bombs of his own. Sticks in on a creative. Gets the elimination. He's got the duplicate available. Comes around the side. He's going to be looking to take Smurf out of the mech. He's in low, but hasn't got that elimination yet. It seems like they will not find it at all as he ends up dying. It's just Dicey now trying to play forward on the point. Pushing up, trying to get this elimination onto Vindheim. Profit gets the reloads in, though, and Smurf just comes in, barreling him over to get the elimination.
Smurf on 1 HP the whole fight, but they can't quite take him down. I mean, that's rough for Chengdu. No DMAC. And a lot of players close ults. Monk only just gets the nano. Jinmu, I guess, didn't feel like popping the duplicate at all. Dicey and Leaf not quite there either. It's too late for Leaf to change now because he's very close to Bob. That initial kill to Fitz is super valuable for turning this one. So they have a 5v4, but look how many ultimates are still online for the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, but there's still going to be just as many about to be up here on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. The bomb not too far off there for Leaf. If he can just get a couple taps in, we'll have that to help contest this point. Rally rolling out with him. Whip shot goes out, just trying to push Jinmu away. Still holds on to that duplicate so far. And like you said, goes out on Tanisha. They manage to keep him alive, and as the grab is used, Fitz pops that tag visor, comes up with 2. He's looking for a little bit more, but now he's going to hit the ground. The sleep comes in from Monk, the anti as well, and the bomb is there to finish the job. They get the kills through. The flip comes in, but it's 99% established early on here for the side of Seoul Dynasty.
Jinmu swapping over towards swapping, but duplicating obviously towards the Ana this time, getting a kill with that Bayonet as well. So dropping in the extra heals plus huge bio swing. Fitz comes back into the fight. I do have to say Chengdu played that one far too slowly, considering they got an initial pickup on Fitz, and he still managed to come back and affect that fight. That can't really be happening. I know it's a soldier that can run, but he can still play a little bit faster than that. Seoul already on to cap. Chengdu forced to respond.
Yep, they make their way. They get the inside track here. Trying to retreat and get back in with the rest of the team, but Prophet just says no. Hounds him down, got rid of Nisha moments before. Jinmu can't break line of sight fast enough. The flip is coming in, and they're running low on people who can try to contest this point. They're unideal targets at the same time. Leaf gonna fall. Monk, the only one who could have done it, cannot do it, is stuck on the high ground. And Seoul Dynasty, after a bit of a rocky start on well, managed to take this final round of Ilios rather cleanly. They kick things off in this series with a map win.
And you can see Smurf towards the end there, coming back on the Zarya as well, builds up 33% ult charge. It's pacing from Seoul Dynasty, much more impressive, especially on that Lighthouse. You look at the Chengdu Hunters instead, you have Leave stuck on towards this Ash. I mean, it's okay at the beginning when you can maybe set up some ground, you want to play a slightly slower game, but there comes a point where Prophet is decimating your backline, doing so much as a Tracer. Leave has no response to that. He needs to jump on his own Tracer to deal with that and put some more pressure back on towards Seoul, because otherwise, Chengdu, I feel like their front line just wasn't able to have that same level of punch.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if Chengdu Hunters want to make any adjustments, maybe have Gaga come back in for the second map, or if we will stick with Daisy. I have to say that, he was the issue by any stretch here. I think that Dynasty just overall came alive, and Smurf really reminded us the caliber of player that he can be even when he's not on the Winston. It was a much better showing from him off the rip here in this first map, but there should be still plenty of play to happen. We have map 2 coming up here in just a few minutes. That's going to be Eichenwald, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back, guys. We're just about to go into map number 2 here in our second series of the day. I was going to say our first series of the day. I'm like, wait, no. We came in after Vicky and Trid, so getting my days mixed up here, getting my matches mixed up, but it doesn't matter, because I'm aware of what's going on. We are going into our second map, Eichenwald coming up here, as we have a lead from Seoul Dynasty so far. They take Ilios, they're up 1-0, and Chengdu Hunters are going to be looking to clap back.
Chengdu as well, again, I'll just, repeat one last point from that last map. I really want to see Lee maybe look at that Tracer one more time. The Ash is still not quite tickling my fancy. Not on a fast-paced map like Lighthouse. We're heading to Eichenwald, and now you were questioning maybe, could we see Gaga back in? I still think we're going to get Daisy for the next 3 maps if it goes that far. So obviously leading 1-0 so far. But yeah, New Queen Street, Route 66, Eichenwald, they're probably all Zarya maps for the Chengdu Hunters until we get to Lijiang Tower. So nothing going to change on that regard. I'll be interested to see what Jinmu maybe pulls out this time around. Is it going to be Genji? Is it going to be the Echo? Traditionally, Pharah has been played on A as well, but pretty heavy hit scan meta unlike last year, so it's probably harder for Jinmu to get value on that Pharah. Leave will most likely be if I was to guest start on the Ashe again, because that's been kind of like, the Eastern Division APAC special to play Ashe on the A defense.
Alright. So yeah, May coming through. Leave thinking about what he wants to do. And it seems like it's just going to land on the Soldier 76 here at the end.
Good man.
It's just going to be likely going for a pop shot.
He made the right call.
5-5 all time.
Jinmu, on the other hand, is the May real? I mean, they're kind of running out of time. I guess it's a real May. Well,
if it's not real, then he's trolling in the spawn room.
It's the Jinmu Mystery Hero Special, Ilios. Jinmu with a May in a composition that otherwise doesn't make a lot of sense to have a May in at all. No idea why he's done this. Jinmu, please explain.
Well, this is clearly the classic maneuver where somebody comes through main and then you put the wall up and you kill them.
Ah,
it's obvious
one of those strategies
when you just think about it.
I see.
But hey, he heard you talking about having to diversify the hero pool here, and so he's like, okay, I'll just bring out the main. Take that, Avril. Talk about my depth. Goes into the ice block early on here after taking a bit of a beating. The bounty's absolutely massive, though, for Monk, and that's going to set up for a nice little cleanup. Smurf will find Nisha. Now is going to be taking a little nap here. I don't have another bio to try to kill him off, but Leave has got the accuracy to snipe him out of the sky.
First of all, speaking of ice, how deep does the Jinmu iceberg go? That's a big question. Second of all, I think the strategy here for Jinmu is he's here to confuse the other team. So Soul's like, I've never played up against a Mei, Zarya, Soldier comp before. I don't even know what that means. And Soul are now like really confused. That's the mind games that Jinmu's doing. Very smart. I appreciate that. So anyway, Monk outpacing. Oh, there we go. That's actually a decent headshot. Could have done that on just about any other hero, but...
Trying to slow down the legs. Got the ice block, though. Stay safe. Fleck now going to be forced out. He's looking for target. Knows exactly where Prophet's going. Push up on the opposite side, though. Will manage to stay alive, but the rest of the team can't really say the same here. Even Smurf is going to have to take a leap back over towards the spawn room. And, so far, this is pretty brutal for Dynasty, and they're struggling to deal with it.
In
Half
some
the time,
ways,
it's already bled away.
In some ways, if Jinmu plays the Mei like a pseudo Reaper, like an icy Reaper, you can just get in Smurf's face, right, put him a decent amount of damage right in front of him, same as a Reaper would be doing. Also coming online now, but they're pretty much all coming online for the side of Chengdu. We'll see if Creative will save this Nano for Prophet. He's pretty close to the Nano Blade. That will be the big tool. Nisha doesn't quite have the sound barrier either, so the timing is great for Soul in that regard.
Okay, well, there's the Blizzard going to be thrown down there looking for Smurf. The ante again is going to be massive. Catches Smurf, catches Prophet. Gets him low, but they can't confirm the kills off the back of it. But Jinmu will just push out over top of the little walkway here. Gets a headshot, drops down aggressively. Says, you know what, I've got a wall, I've got my ice block, and he just hounds down Fitz. And they just seemingly can do nothing against this composition. Smurf has popped the Primal Rage. They've already lost their Soldier 76. They don't have anybody to offer up any extra damage.
Why are Seoul committing?
He's just going to land on this high ground.
They got like players respawning, but they're still committing. Smurf has no primal. They have to back out anyway. They've already used the bubble. But as Smurf goes out, Prophet goes in. This is not coordinated.
Yep, Nisha just pushes him away. Prophet will manage to find one. Finally carves through. That sound barrier shielding there. Gets a kill on to leave, so high priority target. But can they get more off the back end? The grab is going to come through. Vinheim now forced to use his own sound barrier. Attack visor out from Fitz. Instantly gets annihilated as Monk throws down the bio nade, and Dicey is there to finish the job. Looking for a little bit more. Hovering at about 60 energy at the moment. Smurf is in no man's land away from the rest of his team. Bio does come through, boosts up that healing. They manage to keep him alive. As Prophet now has to make his exit, but they barely set foot on this point. They have not gotten any ticks, no progression whatsoever. And Jinmu will die crucially before his next blizzard is online. They're starting to take up now. Prophet up into their faces, trying to take away this high ground here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but now the visor comes in from Leaf. He's searching for a target, tries to get around the corner there to get Vinheim. He takes him low, but Fitz strikes back. Gets another kill on top of that as Monk will also fall. Ticks now coming through. They've got about 2.5 so far, but still need to finish the job, and they only have 14 seconds plus some overtime to do so. The blizzard comes in from Jinmu. Nisha has gone down. They continue to find these critical picks. Jinmu is dead upon re-arrival. They will finally get this cap, but it's nearly a full hold, and it's only 2.5 minutes to try to take the cart to B.
I was going to say, Jinmu needs to go towards at least a Reaper here. I could understand if you want a front line, you want to use some Zarya bubbles, but Reaper literally does what Mei does better in this type of meta so far. And also on B, you need the high ground, low ground play with the verticality. A Reaper can do that for y'all, except the Genji. Something that Lee probably could have done on that last fight was not dive so hard with the visor. He's so desperate for kills, and well, now Fitz has the angle on him. If Lee just kind of played that one more defensively, zoned the tactical visor, waited for Jinmu, they could have had the blizzard out and maybe won a team fight off that. But they're getting the first frags now, so maybe they can recover.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about diving a little bit too aggressively there. Fitz was doing just the same, but now they've scattered so much they can't get back onto the high ground as easily. They get rerouted and then get picked off as Smurf and Vinheim come up with some kills. We'll finish off Dicey, and this is a considerable amount of space now fought for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf just looking to play above the left exit here.
I mean, we're already on the bridge. This is an insane amount of movement so far in terms of objective. Chengdu haven't really been able to set up for any sort of fights. They definitely haven't stopped the payload. It's been free pushing most of the way through. We're already on the last fight for B. Waiting for these ultimates. They might just have to beat it up. They've already lost Monk.
Monk's dead. Yeah, Nisha going to be too late with that beat. Still gets everybody else with the barrier, but now the blade comes in off the back end. Grab does come down. Prophet narrowly surviving. Vinheim really timing that perfectly. Manages to keep him alive. Topped up visor now rolling for Fitz as well, just looking to contain everybody back inside of the castle. And the cart now just a meter away as they get that final cleanup kill on to leave. They will manage to make the push happen. I don't know how, but 2.5 minutes. Seoul Dynasty are just absolutely surging after a near catastrophic, near full hold.
Yeah, I mean, well, the all comes back down to Jinmu dying on 97, and Chengdu not able to hold long enough for Jinmu to get back. And this entire B phase so far has just been a wash. Chengdu have not been present. It's been free pushing the whole way. Really, this payload just hasn't stopped moving. Leave with another visor available. Should be an nano visor coming on through. Chengdu need to pull the trigger early this time. Take control of that payload. Not have Monk go down early.
Could be the blade as well. Jinmu nearly has it, but now they will go for the visor. Leaf starting the charge forward. Jinmu there right alongside him is going to be the one put up with the majority of the kills here. Now they'll tie it up at 2-2. And we'll finally shut down this push from the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet trying to make his exit. Makes it back into the spawn room just in time. Now 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining. The question becomes, Dynasty, can they continue this near miracle run and make it to the end of Eichenwald?
Well, they are in a rebuilding phase for their economy, right? Because they've run out of ultimates minus the Primal Rage, which you really want to be using as late as possible towards the final fight. A Dicey kill is unreal. That was a brilliant bubble from Smurf.
Oh, but Jinmu with the blade out quickly comes up with 2 in response. So spares the blushes there of Dicey. Allows him to respawn, join back in as they control the game.
I guess, again, though, the economy is starting to swing in the way of the Seoul Dynasty. It's a rebuilding phase for them every single time. Chengdu wants to win a fight. They've had to expend an ultimate, and right now, they haven't built anything else. Vinheim's also ahead of Nisha by just a tiny margin. So when Seoul actually set up for this next fight, it might end up being in the OT, but The goal is to cap here. Even if it is an OT, they're building up towards a win condition. Smurf has popped Primal very early, though.
Oh, he has. Yeah, he's looking for a pick here on a leave it. Looks like he might just find it. Takes him dangerously low. The biotic field does come down, keeps him alive a little bit longer. Now Smurf needs to make his exit. He's got the bubble to cover himself. In the meantime, 3 people have gone down on the side of Chengdu Hunters. Nisha was too busy just peeling for Leaf, trying to keep him alive. That everybody else fell to the wayside and was forgotten. Cart now rolling up, getting ready to round the final corner and approach the throne. Sound barrier, nano boost, a blade, and nearly a visor online for the Seoul Dynasty. All the tools that they need. Nisha, though, needs to keep everybody alive. He cannot afford to miss by a second with this sound barrier. If anyone goes down, that very well could be the end of it here. And a blade now coming out for Profit. The barrier going to be used. It's getting up into Leave's face. Shoves him back in the spawn room. Dashes through, finds Nisha. Grab comes in from Daisy, but I think it might just be too late. Leave will still be good for 1, but Fitz with attack visor takes down the main tank. The bio nade will get Leave, and the cleanup is there. And after nearly getting full health by Chinmu's Mei, somehow, some way, with limited time in the bank, the Seoul Dynasty do push to the finish.
I just think it's good macro being shown by Seoul, you know, after moving through A, getting specific picks that were really good as well, and Chengdu just in this sunk cost fallacy, throwing more and more ultimates into the Wildfire and getting nothing out of it, completely ruining their B defense economy right there. Nothing to work through, huge snowball coming through from Seoul. You have to kind of re-watch that entire B phase again, where Seoul did not have any payload pushing impeded. It was just moving through freely. Seoul had all the space control. They only won 2 fights on B to cap the entire thing. C took a bit longer, but they were building up for win conditions. So, you know, I think the macro strategy, from what I could see in terms of where they were aiming towards the end there, bleed out the Chengdu ultimates, build up your own critical mass of ultimates, go for the one and done fight. Is it going to have to be an OT? It will be, but you're going to get the cap, and that's important.
All right, well, now let's see how they fare. Swapping sides and whether or not they can give the Chengdu Hunters just as much, or even close to as much of trouble as they received from them. There's no funny business here, despite how many issues it gave them. Prophet saying, you know what, I had plenty of time playing May last season. Didn't go so well for me, so I don't think I'm going to play it here in 2022 either, at least not yet.
And if you are going to play May, then you should ask yourself why you're not just playing Reaper instead. Even Jinmu answered that question.
What does my life become?
Because Jinmu at the end of the C defense was like, I might as well go Reaper. I'm like, good job. I'll give you a bit of a golf clap for that one. He's coming out the Reaper now. Reaper, Echo, plus Zarya. I dig it. Leave on the Echo, one of his best heroes historically. Pocketed as well by Nisha.
Currently a dangerous duo. Smurf pushing up, taken low. Bionade does not connect onto him though, so they can't try to go for the total kill with the beam. Just hunting around. Here comes the flank now. Fitz and Mayhem trying to pinch them from the back. Managed to make it happen. Smurf falls low. The beam coming through.
He's
narrowly
alive.
Misses him. He does manage to escape. He is alive. Creative has gone down. Mayhem now going to fall as well as he dove right in front of those sticky bombs, and that's enough to break through. The point is capped already, and it's over 5.5 minutes here for Chengdu Hunters.
Wow, good aggression being shown there again. Monk just heavily outpacing Creative. I don't know what it is about these early fights, man, but Monk is just doing an insane amount of damage and healing. Nearly has a nano that will allow them to very much snowball through B, and they're going to need to do that because Seoul snowballed B so effectively. Jinmu's already quite deep. They're looking for high ground control here.
Just trying to get this duplicate up. 15% away from that. So far, Fitz hasn't gotten too clean of a line of sight on him, so can't really try to threaten him out of the sky, nor onto Nisha. Just continue to play very intelligently here around these ramparts. Gets in on top of Creative. The Bionade comes in. That will make him survive the beam damage, but Jinmu collapses as well. Will get the Ana here in the end. Mayhem in a bit of a rough spot.
pushing.
Gonna have to take that low ground exit. Get his way out and back in with the rest of the team as they wait for Creative to rejoin.
Yeah, there's a big problem with this fight, though. They might be slowly winning it, and even now it's gone back even, right? But they haven't been pushing the payload at all, which means they're stuck to, at the start. They're back to where they began here. They spent ultimates, and they try to look for positioning. Fitz now coming through with the nanovice, just cleaning things up.
Yep, I mean, it seems like they weren't quite ready for him to just drop off the top row, but the Bionade comes out, manages to find 4. We'll get a singular kill off the back of that. Maybe could have been a little bit more, but Jinmu unable to profit from it too much, and now he's just going to get bullied into the respawn room again, it would seem. As, yeah, there you go. Have to go for the reset. So that's a minute and a half plus bled away now from the time bank, but still a hell of a lot to work with here for Chengdu. And we saw what you can do with very little time in Seoul's attack. So it's
They have time, they will have ultimates coming up online, but yeah, the payload positioning is just dreadful, sadly. It made no movements at all. Graviton Surge will be the important ultimate here for Daisy. Not going to be able to catch too much. Ideally, they get Smurf inside, maybe put a Bionade on top of him, and that would be a pretty decent ultimate. Smurf might even be delivering himself. That bubble's gone now, so an opening for Daisy to get this charge and go for play.
Doesn't have it. Was trying to completely cut off Chengdu Hunters as they were making their way into the castle. So it just takes a little bit of damage. There's Creative, nearly picked off again. Yeah, they fully swapped sides. They got a couple contesting here up top. Smurf now going to pop. That Primal Rage, the sound barrier has to be used just to keep him alive. He's still falling so very low, and Leave will get him in midair. Prophet as well going to fall as Monk will find a solo kill there onto the Tracer. Vinham going to get a little bit of revenge here, would seem. Doubles down, gets Leave as well. Bloodthirsty support's coming through, but Jinmu just says, screw it, I'll drop the Blossom. Takes out Creative, and Vinham says, well, that's my cue to leave. Goes ahead, jets out, but again, the cart in all of his time, not moving.
And Prophet's back to stall further. I mean, Vindame baiting out the sound barrier, Jinmu even pulling the trigger on that. Seems like a bit of overkill. They're so desperate just to make any sort of control of the payload. Look at me, another minute's gone, and they pushed like 10 meters at best. And now the rest of Seoul return with their own visor. Should be a nano visor as well. Fits with high ground positioning. This is a pretty good place for Seoul to be in currently.
Prophet getting to the back. Jinmu down to half HP. He's going to force one of these bubbles, and now they're just charging down the stairwell, and Fitz gets 3 with the Helix Rocket, the Pulse Bomb as well. Oh my goodness, everybody just gets absolutely nuked in the hallway.
And that's the thing, Chengdu, they're not able to set themselves up into a position where they can cleanly, you know, get any sort of hold towards the spawn. When I say spawn, I mean the kind of C point castle entry, you know, where a lot of teams would be. Once you get the payload up towards the bridge, you can start pushing up further. Force Fitz to maybe use the visor super early as well. The fact that they gave Fitz high ground control, man, Chengdu can't be doing that. They're even using sound barrier just to gain entry. Look at that, Soul disengage. That's not going to be a wasted sound barrier. This macro from Chengdu has just been so unclean today.
Yeah, I mean, they popped the sound barrier just to keep Monk alive. He nearly got picked, and they say, no, we need you in the fight, but they might lose him all the same, and they will. Prophet gets in on top after that Bionade connects. They get the kill, but Leave is trying to make up for it here. Comes up with 3 now with Attack Visor. Will get a 4th as it expires, so massive moves here from Leave. Knows that they're in a dire spot and needs to put the team on his back, and that is going to be good enough to get this cap here on beat at long last. But it's with much less time than you might have anticipated. Seoul Dynasty have been gumming up the works for them, really slowing their roll considerably. Now it's just 2.5 minutes to try to finish the map.
It's a big rebuilding phase though. Again, it costs a lot of ultimates. They once more use sound barrier to get to the castle. To be fair, it did get Leave positioning on top. Sleep now lands on top of Leave, and this is Seoul walking on in. They have the first ultimates to play through, Prophet with the pulse as well. Be looking for that this fight.
I mean, Smurf has just got everybody in the corner. He is juggling this beautifully for a little bit more there. Quite get Nisha, but Prophet does, and there is the team kill cleanup. Already 30 seconds of that time bank bled away, and it just takes the primal for it.
Grav coming up next will be countered by Vindame sound barrier. Maybe get some reasonable push happening with the Jinmu Reaper plus Bubbles just walking on up. The fact that Fitz is a flank here is pretty insane though. The Chengdu can maybe just push into castle and outpace this one, but they haven't spotted Fitz, and Fitz has arrived.
Oh, well, okay.
And he's gone.
Leave, he takes the Helix Rockets early, but then he just turns around and kills Fitz. Smurf has gone down, as his Prophet. Now Creative is dead as well, and they can finally start getting some distance on this car. They will be able to get it right just about to the final corner.
They played that one a little bit risky, you know? Seoul Dynasty wanted to make an aggressive move there. I don't even think it was trolling. I think it was a viable risk. It's just that Fitz, you know, it didn't end up getting that initial pick. And then they didn't want to throw in a bunch of ultimates into a losing fight, but they'll have the ultimates now. Chengdu have actually, off the back of winning that fight, built up a bunch of their own. So this is going to be a big fight now. Chengdu nearly on 5 ults, actually.
Jinmu very low, but still pushes the corner. Will find Creative yet again with that Death Blossom. Fitz will get Nisha in exchange as he pops the Attack Visor and comes up with 3 kills himself. He says, look, Leave, I can do this too.
Yeah, Nano Visor.
Punish Leave.
Good ultimate combo.
Yeah, Leave. Okay, Leave actually just moves up to the cart. He wants to get a reset in. Knows that he's not going to be able to exit, but he will hound him down. So needs to die quickly. Visor is available. They can nano it up. 4 ults about to be in the bank here at the side of Chengdu. Just a sound barrier for the side of Seoul.
Here's what needs to happen. Vindane can only use the sound barrier to counter either the nano visor or the grab and not both. That means Chengdu need to make sure they bait out the sound barrier and still have an ultimate remaining to get the final push in.
See if they can do just that. Profit going for a TP. Biodin goes into the back, manages to clip on the 2, but now the
overlap.
sound barrier come out. They are looking and focusing on keeping Leaf alive. He, however, is searching for a target. Takes Fitz low. Creative going to fall. Now Smurf eliminated. Clock is running down. It seems like it will be an OT finish if they can still get it across the board. Fitz, he can't jump down in time to try to contest it. Vindame can't get back. So we will just go ahead and reset a minute apiece in the time banks. See who can go the furthest.
That's rough, because if Seoul actually managed to get the touch, they had members coming back from spawn. They would have had a spawn advantage as well and maybe kind of overpowered a 5vx scenario. Fitz was still unchecked. I mean, no one could actually chase him. Seoul had some high ground control, so they had angles to work with. Just unfortunately, I'll put that one onto the Lucio there, because it definitely wasn't going to be Fitz's job to touch. But Vindame just needed to touch slightly, allow for the rest of the members to come back through, and it would have been fine. But maximum value for Vindame's sound barrier there ended up being used to quote-unquote block both the nano visor and grab. Obviously, we saw the nano visor damage still be more than enough to get through a couple of members. It's the final fight, though, in the OT. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. And, well, with Chengdu having expended all of their ult bank, coming into that final fight, had the touch happen and respawners came through, very possible that Seoul could have held that one. So we're going to go to an OT into a time back instead, where both teams capped an OT, so 1 minute apiece, with Chengdu defending first. And this time, no Jinmu Mei.
Yeah, I was going to say, considering how good it was the first time out, and they only need to buy a minute, do they just do it again? Seems like the answer is no.
3, 2, 1.
So we'll just go back and stick to some standard practices here with the Reaper and Echo. Profit on the Reaper as well as they start making their way forward.
What's going to be really good is Leave coming through onto the Echo straight away. So this should hopefully paired with the Jinmu, give them a lot to work through. Smurf going to go towards the Winston, and that, by the way, the swap, and he's still not quite convinced. Back to the Zarya. Seoul very undecided here. So 30 seconds remain. They spent their first 30 seconds, Ilios scouting and changing heroes, and now they have half the time remaining to get this push in.
Yeah, I mean, if they really wanted to put that much emphasis on scouting, I think you probably just send out the Sombra here, but they do not do so. Now the time is dwindling. They almost get that first tick coming through, as the point was uncontested from the side of Chengdu, but they do manage to get in on top of Jinmu. There's the first elimination. That is the first step, but can they take more? Nisha falling low. The bubble comes in from Daisy. He keeps him alive as he tries to play the point alone, but the tick will come through, so now they've got something tangible here in this OT. The question is, how much further can they go? Because there's no one nearby to contest this. Monk, he can't do anything, and yeah, the cap will just come in.
So, 30 seconds of swapping and scouting ends up working in the favor of Seoul Dynasty to at least be extremely sure what they want to play here, which is going to be the Smurf Zarya. They walk up, Smurf does damage, gets kills. They hunt down members. Monk can only look from the high ground in horror as the point gets capped away. Chengdu now sitting up on high ground. They need a moment to collapse, so Chengdu can't just stay on high ground and poke. They have to stop this payload progression, which means ideally about the next 5 meters, they need to make a move. Daisy's already dropped down, so here we go.
Yeah, Profit around the back. He's looking for Nisha. Takes him down to about half HP. Drops in. Heals do come across from Monk as they try to keep that Mercy afloat in the sky. Push for the pulse bomb comes down, and Leaf just dives on top of it by accident. Nano now going to be used. Throws that out to Daisy. Jinmu falling low. Will be sustained for now. Valkyrie pops, but shut down instantly. Smurf finds the kill on the Nisha, and the Tac Visor comes in from Fitz. Picks up 2 kills yet again, and this cart will continue to roll. I mean, you think about how quickly they were able to close the distance here last time out, Avril. They have no time now, but they're already gaining so much distance.
Yeah, it's a late kill in Monk as well, so the huge stagger coming on through. And you saw, by the way, Nisha popping Valkyrie, like you said, a bubble from Daisy to assist to maybe get the res, but Nisha still died instantly. They couldn't res Leave, so that killed him to Leave initially with the pulse bomb from Profit. So good, and now a potential second cap. They don't even need this. This is already enough distance. Everything from here is all bonus for Seoul.
One would think. Duplicate nearly there. Nisha, however, gone. Leaf going to come diving in. The duplicate now is online, but they need to contest this card. 122 meters left to go. They finally get the touch with the grab now. Going to be coming out from Smurf, just making sure that no one can come close, and if they do, they get pulled into the vortex and will be dealt with. It's a team kill coming through as they're going to break through the castle walls yet again.
Dude, this is just a repeat of what we saw in the initial time phase, right? With Seoul snowballing through both A and B. Well, this time it's a proper snowball through A. Last time took him a bit of extra time. With 1 minute, they're already on to see. We got a ton of ultimates online for the Chengdu Hunters. One sound barrier to block everything, though.
Prophet nearly with the pulse bomb, takes the recall out to safety, but now he's got the bomb online. Sound barrier is there for Vidname to try to counteract this grab. They get the lockdown there onto Smurf. Throw in the bio, can't get the kill, and it's going to be Prophet actually into the back lines. He gets the kill on the Nisha, and he doesn't even need to use the ult to do it. Now he has the stick on the Monk. The support's been dealt with. Prophet is just wreaking havoc in the back lines with the Chengdu Hunters. Daisy is left, finished off. Leaf is not going to be allowed to escape. Jinmu will not either. Prophet narrowly closes the gap, gets the elimination. Now the card is rounding the final corner. There's still attack visor here as well for Fitz. Could just cut them down the sides. There is nothing to work with here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. They just
not even going to touch.
Fight. Leave again in desperation. Tries to swap for the Sojourn, but no one gets there in time. They will get 6 points a minute to start. And the Dynasty, after taking over 30 seconds to assess and swap their comps, push all the way to the end of Eichenwald.
It's just insane snowballing coming through from the Seoul Dynasty. Good knowledge and pacing in terms of, okay, what kind of area control do we need? What do we need to do on this type of map? And what kind of economy do we need to play through? And you see a very similar thing where we get to see, and there's a very specific interaction and timing where Vidname has held the sound barrier long enough that if they need to snowball further on C, which they did, one sound barrier counted 3 ultimates from the Chengdu Hunters, which is kind of why I expected in regulation time. You know, I said earlier they had the 1 sound barrier and a bunch of ultimates for the Chengdu Hunters. This time around, it really just to stop everything. And Prophet went full sicko mode here as well. He's been full sicko mode the entire way through. We saw what he did on B. He got the initial kill onto Lee, which didn't end up getting rezzed. And Prophet did not slow down this entire way through. I mean, playing out of his mind for sure.
I looked away for a moment. But I didn't quite get the number, but I saw he went down to like, what, 3 HP there after the pulse bomb went off. So nearly gave his life for the play. Absolutely massive. And I mean, that is shades of playoff Prophet off the rip there. It's Leaf just playing with our hearts. We'll just go back over to the Echo, which I think most people cheering for Chengdu Hunters are going to breathe a sigh of relief there. See him go back over to this pick rather than Sojourn.
Just the one clear breath while still hyperventilating at the fact that they have to push 3 points in 1 minute. Leaf will go for a bit of a change here as well. Soldier, okay, want to make it a safe play. Don't want to risk the Echo into Fitz's Soldier, which has been absolutely dynamite so far. So, first 30 seconds gone, very similar to what we saw with Seoul. And Jinmu's dead.
Manages to dodge out of the Helix Rockets, getting Jinmu at the same time. Time recall. Takes himself out to safety. Daisy beaten and battered, has to pull back around to safety. He's down below half HP. Smurf just sitting up top of the walkway here, pumping out the damage. 8 seconds remaining, and they need a touch. It's going to have to be Nisha, you would suspect, trying to make it work.
Jinmu's low again.
Remaining. Is anybody going to be close? And Nisha narrowly gets there in time. Will force out OT, but they lose Jinmu en route over to the point here. Prophet just looking for a target. The Nano going to be used. Goes over onto Daisy. He will find one. Get the sleep dart in for just a moment. They're on to Smurf. They get the finishing blow. 100 energy here. Man, has to be respected. Fitz is legging it away, just trying to stay safe. But as he returns, takes out Leaf, takes out Monk. 1.5 ticks so far coming through, but the DPS duo are still alive. Fitz will find Jinmu yet again as soon as he comes back onto the point. Jinmu is just not getting to play in this overtime round. The visor comes through. He's looking for a target, sets up the kill onto Nisha. Daisy now falls, and that will be it. They will hold it in overtime, and the Seoul Dynasty look absolutely immaculate in overtime.
So much better on this Eichenwald. I would even say, during regulation there as well, just a much cleaner run through. And highlighting Fitz, I mean, how many hero plays did Fitz have at the end of the day on this Soldier? It looked like Chengdu. I mean, we'll talk about the overtime there. Jinmu, you're right, didn't get to play the game. Constant first deaths there. Leaf had a couple of good moments on the Soldier, but really, to me, Fitz 27 final blows on the Soldier. 22,500 damage over the course of that entire map. And that's out of, by the way, if you're wondering how many total final blows Seoul got versus Chengdu, 77. The entire team combined, 77 final blows. That's so many kills. Seoul Dynasty, what a map.
A very bloody affair here for both sides, but I mean, it's the Dynasty who are walking away, profiting from that win. They are now up 2-0. Chengdu Hunters need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to kick off their 2022 season up with 2 wins. We'll see if they can do that. We'll see if they can rally back. It's going to be Route 66 coming up next for our escort map. The Dynasty are poised to take this, which is, I think, something that after what we've seen from Dynasty thus far, what we saw from Chengdu Hunters yesterday is not what we had anticipated, but we'll see what happens. There's always the chance that something can slip through their fingers. We'll find out when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Route 66 is coming at you in just a few. And we are back and potentially going into what could be a final map of this series. Seoul Dynasty right now leading 2-0. Wild and crazy things occurring there on Eichenwald. I mean, reminiscent of what, Fusion versus Shanghai on King's Row, I believe it was, with that crazy OT push coming through. The overextension from Lee Jae-gon and whatnot. It was a bit questionable, I suppose, in the end here. But here we are. Seoul Dynasty, they have an incredible overtime run. They're on Eichenwald to make it all the way to the end of the map, and then they just deny even point A away from the Chengdu Hunters. Looked like for maybe a moment they were going to be able to break through, but Jinmu unable to play the game the entire time, just getting picked off time and time again as he re-arrives. Now we look to Route 66 to be the staging grounds for the start of a reverse sweep for the Chengdu Hunters if they want to win this series.
And a substitution coming in for the Chengdu Hunters, Gaga for Daisy. What I'm seeing here is that despite a lot of teams actually having, just for context, this is the Escort map, and if you look across the border where teams have been going towards strategy-wise for Escort, usually the off-tank player, either the Zarya or the Sigma, something like that. But we are going to be seeing Gaga coming back in, so I think they're losing confidence a little bit in the Zarya pick from Daisy. It's kind of getting crushed by Smurf a little bit. That's maybe one matchup I haven't touched on enough yet, but Smurf is outperforming Daisy for the most part in that sort of, not a 1v1, but a tank matchup, if you could say. Another big talking point has been the lack of Leave Tracer so far in the series. Prophet Tracer doing a ton of great things. Haven't seen Leave play that hero just yet.
Yeah, and we haven't seen it. It's going over to the Soldier 76. We've seen the Ashe. I mean, you know, compared to that series just yesterday for the Chengdu Hunters, Leave looking a lot more inconsistent, a lot more uncertain as far as what he wants to run. We've been seeing him kind of swapping back and forth, saying, no, actually, I will do this, rather than just, you know, sticking with something that is a bit more meta, that is a bit more proven. And even when he is playing the things like the Soldier 76, he's got these moments where he's finding an immense amount of value, but the team cohesion isn't really there to fully play off the back of those carry moments from Leave.
And this is where I have to kind of criticize the Chengdu composition hero pool situation. Again, it's not really Leave's problem because he's the most flexible player probably on both teams, but the issue comes down to Leave is now the hit scan player on this team. Officially, Jinmu is the flex DPS player on this team. Why that's a problem is Jinmu doesn't have a Tracer. Only now he's shown an Echo. Good, that's one hero ticked off the list that every flex DPS player should have. What's happening on every other team is that their flex DPS players are also the Tracer players. Look at Prophet. Clear example. Fitz is your hit scan player, he's going to be on the Soldier. So, your Soldier player and your Tracer player on Chengdu are the same person. We haven't seen Jinmu on Soldier. We don't know if he's good on Soldier. We have seen Jinmu on Tracer. It wasn't good. You don't want him to be playing your Tracer. So, sadly, we get back to the same argument that we've been talking about pre-season, that all the pundits have been talking about pre-season. If a Pruda was here, he'd be your Soldier player, Leave would be free to play the Tracer. And you're already seeing it in these opening compositions. Prophet Tracer fits Soldier. Chengdu simply cannot play that composition because Soldier and Tracer both belong to Leave, and Jinmu can't play those heroes.
I am muted at the moment. I hope I haven't been muted this entire time.
Have you? Oh, that would have been... Just me talking to nobody. Love that. Gaga actually coming through on a Zarya. And that, I think, says a lot about the kind of confidence for Chengdu Hunters, where they're like, yeah, we do actually want to play Zarya on this map. And usually Daisy would be playing the Zarya on this map, but instead, we're not feeling Daisy anymore. It's going to have to be Gaga. Gaga has the faith and trust of the whole team to carry on this pick. Smurf on the Winston to begin with. One of his classics.
Just going to be jumping away back up here onto Big Earl. Play around the back of the sign. Keep himself protected for the moment. As these arrows from Jinmu can be quite deadly, so needs to deny as much away from them as he possibly can. Big Bio goes out though, catches on to 3. Both supports going to fall. Gaga going to be taking a nap. The cleanup will come through. They hit that one ability. Creative sets it up, and everybody just jumps in to feast. So
straight back to
will
spawn.
Be able to escape.
And Smurf even, you know, going towards the spawn doors there as well. A little bit of extra damage. Gaga getting a reset here, can barely build up any energy. I mean, it's going to be pretty tough. Payload distance is pretty minuscule as well. Jinmu on one of his better heroes, so yeah, he's been on the Hangzhou for a while now, but really his best target is going to be Smurf, unless he can sort of dual Fitz long range.
Solo isn't finding too many connections, not too much damage. Oh, that could have been a really nice opening headshot there on a Prophet, but doesn't manage to make it happen. And instead of Prophet, I mean, he's just got people gliding right in front of his face. He comes up with 2 quick kills. Nisha into Jinmu. Now looking for a little bit more. Dash forward, gets Monk. And I mean, this is playoffs Prophet Tracer right here. In grows. Gorgeous play, gorgeous just maneuvering.
Gorgeous tracking, beautiful tracking even. At this point, I think Leaf should dump his 81% ult charge, go to the Tracer, Nisha go towards the Brig, because here's the problem. Prophet is no count, there's nothing to stop Prophet. You have the Hangzhou, Echo, Mercy. The only person that can do anything about Prophet is Monk on this Ana, and he's only one player to support. So Prophet is literally in Candyland. He's at Disneyland partying right now, because he's just free, he's unlocked.
Yep, into the back. I mean, he's antied. He doesn't care. That's not going to force him to just go ahead and auto-recall. He stays, gets the kill, follows up for another one off screen. He kills off Gaga. He even gets the kill, taking it away from Fitz. Gets Nisha. Prophet is just completely off the chain right now.
What is this? There are 9 final...
Somebody has to deal with him.
Soul has 14 final blows. Prophet has 9 of them. Prophet is outpacing everybody in just about every single metric so far. You can't deal with him because there's no counters on Chengdu whatsoever. No Tracer to contest Prophet, no Brig. Hangzhou doesn't do anything against a Tracer, so they're literally just getting rolled by Prophet on one hero right now, and Chengdu have no answer, or at least they have answers, but they're choosing not to use them.
I mean, you're basically just praying that he's going to jump in front of one of your arrows and get clipped in the skull, but that is not happening. I mean, he goes into the back, he finds Nisha, the Nano goes out on the Leaf, but Leaf can't do a damn thing. Jinmu is falling off the side of the map. Prophet's still there to get the kill. Of course he is. Prophet's everywhere.
There it is. There's the break. And now Leave.
Prophet is omnipotent on this map right now. He is the Alpha and the Omega. He is everywhere and nowhere all simultaneously.
If Chengdu cannot identify that that is the biggest problem right now for them to deal with, then call it 3-0. It's finished. It's done. At this point, it's looking like a full hold. 30 seconds left to Ilios, and there's nothing to work with for the Chengdu Hunters. Their further assault charge is 54% for lead.
I mean, Nisha's just getting dubbed. The bio goes out. It clips onto both of the supports, and Prophet is just taking away both of the kills yet again. The rallies there from Vinham just keeping everybody else topped up, and this is a hopeless affair. This is a cool mat situation, but somebody on the side of the Chengdu Hunters is screaming to Mandarin, please kill Prophet, please, and no one can do it.
No, not a single person. Nisha going to come back to maybe touch. Jim will get the first touch. Smurf has a primal. Prophet and Fitz will have ultimates one. Yeah, call it. It's done.
Leaves swapping back to the Sojourn again, just in desperation to try to get this touch, but there's the support. Gone off the rip. The dive is just too damn clean. The Seoul Dynasty, they say, you know what? We've had some rough matches so far. They got pushed to the brink into a Game 5 yesterday versus the Valiant, and seems like that woke them the hell up. This
crazy
is
crazy
the most lucid that they have looked so far.
Crazy that LA Valiant have had a closer game than Chengdu have versus Seoul. Just putting that out there into the world to put that one on the table for you to address however you like. It's a sad day for Chengdu, for sure. Not looking good at all. I mean,
I really almost just said, like, I almost just called the game right there. I forgot that we have to play another side. It feels like it's done.
Well, it's really just the other side is the coronation for Seoul, right? I mean, it's just they're on their way to get the crown on the forehead, or just on the head, really. Crown on the forehead would be interesting. Yeah. It's a formality. Really, it's 55 meters, it's a formality at this point. So, unless Jinmu goes back onto a Mei and does something crazy, which he probably shouldn't, because don't be fooled by the Mei semi-working like Reaper is still better in that same position. Yeah, I don't see it. And the hero pool problems are coming to, bite Chengdu in the behind, as I would have predicted. You could say, oh, this meta is good for Genji. Jinmu can play Genji. Genji's starting to be pushed out of the meta now, slowly but surely. I mean, you ask Choi, he'll tell you different, but everywhere else, you'll see that Genji is slowly being pushed out. Prophet is just farming on this Tracer. Seoul look like they're on another level today, even compared to their previous days. We all know about playoffs Prophet, but today we're getting regular season Prophet, and it's just as good.
And it's a terrifying prospect. They definitely looked highly exploitable in their first 2 series, dropping 1 to the Spark, getting taken to a map 5 by the Valiant, but this is a completely night and day polar shift from the side of the Seoul Dynasty. And one that is welcome by all means, but certainly not anticipated. Nice big ante does come down, flips on to 3, but unlike what we saw at the very beginning of the Dynasty's defense, the dive isn't there to capitalize. It will get Smurf off the back end of that though. Nisha finishing him with a whip shot, and Monk landing another Bionade will kill off Prophet. We buy some time for now. hell of a long road, though, if they want to win this map with a fuller hold.
And thank God for Monk, by the way, who has, I think, been the clear outstanding player for Chengdu today. The one player that I can confidently say is doing much better than his counterpart, or at least definitely better. Fitz is on the world's biggest flank as a soldier. Now, we saw him do this on Eichenwald, and he got hilariously shut down. This time he gets to run it back and maybe find some value. Who's his target gonna be? Probably a support player, I have to say.
And yep, it's gonna be Nisha. Helps set up the kill. Initial burst damage comes through from the Helix rockets. Now they have control of the gas station. Anti's out onto Gaga, and as the bubble expires, so will his life. He falls, and Fitz is just running away with it. Says, yep, I was hiding all along. They clean him up, they knock him down. And with plenty of time to spare, they will go ahead and slow creep up with the payload into the golden box of victory, completing an utterly dominant 3-0, at least in these last two maps. Seoul Dynasty starting things off looking very shaky on that Ilios, but man, they absolutely woke up.
Fitz, 2022 hide-and-seek champion on Route 66 nighttime. Call that one out there. I think part of the reason why they didn't look as strong on the Ilios is I'm going to chalk it up to poor composition building from the Seoul Dynasty. Yeah, I harp on comps a lot, but
sure.
I am the meta slave here, where, look, if you're playing stuff like Sombra and D.Va, it is just a poor read on the meta. That's not even my specific opinion. I talk to coaches plenty, and I get into those types of discussions about what's good in the meta, why it's good in the meta, and there's a general consensus, especially in NA, that heroes like Sombra and D.Va should just not be played. So if you're seeing Seoul bring that out, I mean, it's clear they are struggling on those types of maps where they're playing, in my opinion, wrong heroes. But then you get to the Eichenwald, Smurf is smurfing on the Zarya, you get to Route 66, Prophet's going dynamite, and Prophet was doing that on the other map as well. But yeah, it's just Seoul, once they get onto, I think, their comfortable and good heroes for the meta as well, they're on a different level.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our player of the match. I think this might catch a couple people off guard, but for one, I kind of welcome it. It's going to be Vindame picking it up there in the support role. And while he might not have had it as explosive of a final map as we saw from Prophet right there, he wasn't taking over the lobby. He did play extremely consistently and strong for the Seoul Dynasty to really help them get those initial 2 wins.
And I think as well, if you sort of paid attention to a couple of things I said earlier, especially on Eichenwald, there's a specific macro timing that Vindame always had. He had sound barriers up exactly when he needed to, got maximum value on these sound barriers time and time again, was able to be active in the kill feed, as we're seeing in some of these highlights here as well. The fact that he can just counter several ults from Chengdu at the same time in one move is probably, on one hand, on one side of the coin, potentially a mistake from Chengdu to overinvest, and on the other hand, Vindame just not being pressured to use sound barrier out of place, and being at the right place at the right time, and being a solid force for this team. A rookie that came in from O2 Blast that was on loan from Genji, who is the academy team of the Seoul Dynasty. So when all the O2 Blast rookies got shipped over to the San Francisco Shock, Genji and Seoul Dynasty said, not this one, he's ours.
Yeah, I mean, so far it seems like this is, at least over here in APAC, the year of the rookies. You know, everybody who's kind of making their big debuts over here is really starting to impress and perform for their respective squads. Fusion have their plethora of rookies who are looking like, you know, maybe even top of their roles. Vinheim here performing extremely well as well. So this could be the year of the rookie. I think that new Rookie of the Year award is going to be so very tightly contested. Everybody going to be vying for that honor. So we'll have to wait and see who gets it at the end of the year. But man, what a way for this series to go. Not at all what I had anticipated, but you know, still I think a breath of fresh air all the same, because we expect that Dynasty are going to be a competitive team this season in the region. The first 2 series that they played did not inspire that at all. This is a bigger return to form, a big return to kind of line up with our expectations coming into APAC 2022. But guys, we're going to go to a break. Avril and I will return in just a couple minutes and unpack a little bit more from this 3-0 at the hands of this Seoul Dynasty.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. Time to just break down a bit of the action that we just saw. There was a hell of a lot of it, but it was very much in the hands of the Seoul Dynasty in the end, especially that last map of Route 66. Question for you this time around, Avril, is what does this say about the power balance in the region? Can we read into this too much yet, or does this say quite a bit?
Put Chengdu right at the bottom, Seoul to the top. Seoul definitely recovered themselves a little bit. I think Chengdu was always a little bit in a weird place in the opening weekend because we'd only seen one game, right? I had someone else ask me, he's like, okay, well, how would you rank the 7 teams? And I left Chengdu out because I was like, I don't have enough data off of the 1-3-0 they got off of Guangzhou. If I was going to be really honest, I still think Guangzhou is struggling more because Chengdu and Guangzhou both look lost at certain times, but Chengdu at least have, in some ways, some of that star power and leave. Well, I think he's been probably a little bit quieter compared to last year, but then at the same time, Guangzhou have choice they want. It's hard to say. I think both teams are maybe being slightly miscoached at the moment, or there's maybe a bit of a gap in certain areas. I think Daisy got a bit exposed versus Smurf today, for example, and even when Gaga came in, it didn't really change that much, right? The needle didn't really move. Seoul definitely move up for me comfortably, though. I think just seeing everybody pop off like they should, Smurf in the second 2 maps really stick to his guns and say, okay, I'm going to play Winston, I'm going to play Zarya, no more of these other heroes. You know, we got rid of the Smurf tank roulette, which was really important to me in terms of the criticism that was laid on Smurf previously. Profit and Fitz playing their best hits. Vindane got player of the match for good reason, and Creative had a solid game. I think Monk had a better game than Creative, but Creative still had a very solid game, right?
Yeah, I very much agree with you. I was trying to, maybe bait out like a transitive property reference, go through the motions of like what this means, and like, the Guangzhou Charge now at the bottom, the Valiant's up here, yada yada yada. But I think this was very much a similar situation to the Dallas Fuel, losing that series to the Houston Outlaws, coming back in and just starting to take names left, right, and center. It seems like the Seoul Dynasty have righted the ship, at least for now. Whether or not it lasts for throughout the rest of this tournament cycle, we'll have to just wait and see, but we'll be watching with bated breath, much like we'll be watching our next series, our final one of the weekend to round out week 1 here in APAC. It's going to be the Hangzhou Spark going up against the LA Valiant, so say hello to Tezande in chat. I'm sure he's going to be there spamming his wings out. We will go into that action in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. All right, we are back, and we are ready to dive into our last series here for APAC of the week.
And the best
one. Oh boy,
one.
this could be an interesting one. Yeah. And now we've got Hangzhou Spark going up against the LA Valiant. Spark have been looking rather good as of late. So we'll see how they fare now against the Valiant, who's going to be flying pretty high, I think, off of that 5-map series versus Dynasty yesterday. Obviously, going to hurt to not be able to win that, but it's certainly a hell of a lot closer than they might have anticipated, and a lot of us were anticipating. So it's still a positive step forward for this team so far.
I think so. I think this is a really exciting place to be for LA Valiant, even though I'm also about to crush the LA Valiant fans' dreams in a way as well when I bring up some stats about them. But that was such a good showing versus Seoul. It was an insane show. Imagine if they won. If they actually beat Seoul, the conversation today would be so different, because Seoul just crushed Chengdu after losing to, if they hypothetically lost to Valiant. I mean, what does it even mean? It's just all crazy. But in my mind, spiritually, Valiant felt like they did actually beat Seoul. It didn't actually happen, but they played well enough that they could have.
Yeah, I mean, they took it to the brink. It was so close throughout that. It felt like, okay, you know, Seoul, they dropped their first series to the Spark. Spark looks really good. People are really high on the Spark this season, like Reinforce and whatnot. That's an excusable loss, more of one. But then they get into that series last night, and, you know, I have to make those tweets. I got to call people out and tell the fans, like, yeah, you're allowed to panic now, because this is not a good look. But we also kind of teed it up after their first series, even versus the Guangzhou Charge, who have been on struggle street a bit, that this is a team, this is a roster that looks like it has a lot more room for upward growth. Dia's been looking great on his return so far individually, and there's a hell of a lot more structure to this roster this season. And, you know, it seems like it's just a matter of time for that loss streak that they're currently on to end. Similar to, you know, 2019 coming into that with the Shanghai Dragons. It feels like it's just inevitable that they will finally get that win out of the way.
What was the stat we had yesterday? Yesterday, when they won 2 maps, and that includes the 1 map they got against Guangzhou in their opening game, they've already won, they being the Valiant, already won more maps than the entirety of the LA Valiant last year. In 2 matches, they have now more map wins than the full season of Valiant last year. That's an insane statistic. Here's another one. Unfortunately, the LA Valiant are on a loss streak, as you've said. Their loss streak is 20 matches that dates all the way back to the last time that Valiant won a game was 2020, September the 5th. So it has been 624 days since the LA Valiant franchise have won an Overwatch League match. No, the Winter Ball does not count. I'm talking only Overwatch League here. It's the same starting lineups, by the way, that we normally expect, except maybe Gushue in for Burner. Burner has been playing a lot of the maps so far, although Gushue and Burner have shared quite a bit. We saw a little bit of banter, by the way, that you guys can't see, but in the chat between Super Rich and Dia. Of course, they were a long-time duo together on Team CC with No Hill. Team CC is the bulk of the core of the LA Valiant now. Super Rich playing against many of his ex-compatriots, and Liga as well, who's on the bench for Hangzhou Spark, used to be on that team as well. So a lot of, you know, history between people on both of these teams here.
Yeah, very much so. I think we should be getting things kicked off here in just a moment, but I mean, these players on your screen right there, we're talking about Gushue, you know, starting, but somebody who I don't think we're going to be seeing really hit the bench at all is Alfie and Shy. This CPS duo is absolutely stunning so far. Alfie in particular, by the way, has caught a lot of people by surprise.
Sashin playing against his old team too.
The layers.
There's so many. Sashin playing against the Hangzhou Spark. He used to be on this team.
I completely forgot about Sashin
playing against the Hangzhou Spark. He used to be on this team as early as recent as last season. The layers are insane.
Even with all the prep that we do, we continue to just unfurl more and more little nuggets of information and layers here.
How about the Shy versus Dia matchup here? I mean, both Prodigal hit scan DPSs from China. Shy kind of took the limelight while Dia was away from the Overwatch League. Dia was basically Shy before Shy was there. They've both been playing way back before Overwatch League anyway. Shy was obviously just too young at the stage. And now Dia's come back for both the throne and the crown to be, you know, claiming top hit scan DPS in China, but Shy holds on to that one quite firmly for now. Dia's going to have to fight tooth and nail for it, I think. This is going to be an interesting battle between those two.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even though he will go over to the Echo from time to time, but I think we definitely have to have Leave in that conversation as well, at least as long as the Soldier 76 is remaining in the meta. But even with the Widowmaker, he has impressed, you know, both last season and maybe not so much in the series today, but yesterday. with that pick as well. So that's kind of the trifecta, I suppose, as long as it comes down to those Chinese DPS players in the hit scan positions. But yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Valiant, how much have they learned after that loss yesterday, that very close loss yesterday? Can they show, less than 24-hour improvement to find their first win here today? It's going to be a very tough one, as the Hangzhou Spark have been looking very, very hot as of late. But if they can get it done here, that is absolutely going to be a breath of relief for all of the fans that have been sticking by this team throughout all of the changes. It's going to be I think, such a weight lifted after having waited for so very long.
Yeah, there's a lot to be excited for, I think, for both teams going into the season. Obviously, a big improvement for the LA Valiant. We've already seen that. But the Hangzhou Spark as well, and we would talk plenty about it. We've heard Johnny's big rant and speech on it. And I love it because I think, he's right. It's true. Hangzhou Spark really are coming into their potential. I've heard this description in the past, which sounds like it could be an insult at first, but I swear it is a compliment. Hangzhou Spark are like the Washington Justice of the East. And in previous years, they'd be like, oh yeah, I get it. They both kind of tossed the spaghetti out with the bowl. But now both teams are kind of like, they're fighting up to the potential that they've always had, which is incredible to see. Hangzhou Spark no longer just being this team that ends up being average with insane talent. Now they're a team with insane talent that actually get the results they're supposed to be getting. So I think a team is going to be heartbroken here a little bit because Valiant's still looking for their first win. They're good enough that they nearly beat Seoul, who we've established now are actually a pretty good team. But Spark are also on a roll. They nearly beat the Shanghai Dragons. I mean, both teams just came off of 5-map series where they nearly beat the team that they were expected to lose against.
Yeah. Well, pressure certainly going to be mounted for them, though. Seems like we are ready to jump into things here, as we will kick things off on Lijiang Tower. Seeing, though, these guys have not played in quite some time. Week 11 of 2021. It was a 3-0 victory for the Hangzhou Spark. I think in their eyes, even with the roster changes on the side of the Valiant, even with the improvement that they have shown in these first 3 days of the season, anything shy of a 3-0 for themselves is going to feel like a disappointment, even if they get the win in the end. This is definitely a series where you want to come out and you want to dominate.
5, 4.
We'll see if you can, because there are big players and big stars on both sides here. There should be the Dia Soldier coming on through, the Psy Soldier as well. Unless Dia is staying on a sim? No, can't be. There we go. He comes out a little bit late, though. I have to acknowledge the late rollout. Alpha E starting on the Echo versus Becky's Genji.
Yep, not going to be seeing the Pharah again, but they get the ante down onto Alpha Yi, and he is quickly dealt with. A nice little opening kill there from Coldest. Super Rich just going to be zipping back, keeping everybody topped up. And Alpha Yi, there it is now, decides that he is going to shift off. Moves over to that Pharah, which was so utterly dominant just yesterday on this very map, on this very point. We'll see if he can replicate that again.
And respect to Alpha Yi as well for bringing it out twice. I think he's been the only player that is seriously looking at Pharah right now. No other team has been kind of eyeing this pick at all. Seems to be maybe looking for Dia. They'll get Dia. Brilliant first pick.
Yep, really nice little tracking there. Saw him wrapping around the backside of the sign. Manages to get that hit in. Takes down Dia, but now Langzhou comes with the kill, setting Irony off the side of the map. But there's the insta-hit onto Coldest, so they will trade out on the Anas. The extended skirmish continues here. Sasha now getting bullied, getting taken low, does get finished off. Alpha E pursuing quite far forward off the side of the map to try to get that kill. Flip still has not come through, though. It's going to be over 35% established for the side of the Valiant. It's going to be rezzed back into the fight. Flip now being sought after as the contest comes in. Langzhou trying to buy some time, but Alpha E is just a bit too accurate with these rockets.
And go to the sort of stage now as the boot back will confirm the kill to Dia. It's another 5v4, so more resetting, more waiting, more staggered deaths here. We're getting to the stage where ultimates become a factor. We have double support ultimates about to be online for the Spark. Alpha Yi, where we've seen this before, back in the dirty spot in spawn again. The Pharah spawn camping. It begins.
Yeah, I mean, it was so difficult for people to deal with just yesterday. We'll see if they can get around this with relative ease. Looks like they are not going to be playing over towards White Room, which is definitely a good move, something that the opposition was not doing yesterday. Becky with the blade, though, comes up with 2. Alpha E does take down Coldest. Now they lose Sashin. So a support and a tank down. The tank down, I should say. Becky dashing over to the side, does manage to grab that Mega Pack, keeps himself himself alive. The res comes in from Super Rich, enough space being bought that they can safely bring Irony back into the fight. Have to pull away though. Gushwei gets himself into a pretty rough position. Pinned in, down to 50 HP, but the cavalry has arrived and they manage to rescue their scientist. Gushwei stays in the fight. The point will remain held here by the side of the Hangzhou Spark.
Man's just keeping Dia busy while Shy sprints in for the kills. Surviving with 50 HP for Gushwei there as well. Alpha E just being a terror on the same angle again. I mean, it's filthy, isn't it? You can't even really do anything about it. You're hoping that maybe Coldest just lands a sleep, but here comes Dia.
Concussive did not find a kill. It's going to be 3 kills. Quickly picked up though as Becky finds 2 with the Tracer. Good look for him, and the flip will come through, and they can absolutely take the lead off this. Barrage at the ready. Alpha E hitting the ground there for just a moment. We were talking about it yesterday, that the Barrage is not necessarily what Alpha E is playing this pick for. It's not all about the ultimates. It's about the damage in between them.
And there's no good, like,
find some better
defense for this Barrage, because he's not playing with, Gushwei's not on a Zarya here, he's not going to get bubbled, so Barrage is going to be really tricky. He needs to find a Soul member, like a 1 or 2 members off to the side that he can easily Barrage without getting killed. And speaking of deaths, Super Rich going down to Dia, massive kill for the Valiant, and they have ults to play through as well, and they have the cap.
Yeah, and that strands Alpha E in a pretty rough spot here around the back. Taking some damage, needs to wait for that Mercy to come back into the fray or get some shots out from Irony to try to stay topped up. He does have the Mega Pack as well to play around, but that aside, the lead has been taken out by the side of the Valiant. Nano goes out on the Dia. Looking for a target, looking for some damage. Doesn't find too much. Super Rich, I think he just drifted off the side of the map. How did this happen? We'll have to wait and see if we get a replay of it. But now the grab is going to be invested. Goes out onto Gushwei. The Nano Boost is going to be used by Irony to try to keep him alive. The Barrage does come down. Alpha E finding that initial pick-off, but then he's got nowhere to go as he gets grounded. Langza gets on top of Shy, finds the elimination. Now it's 99% here on board for the LA Valiant. Primal Rage popped by Gushwei's trying to buy some space. Keep Super Rich protected as the res comes back in. Manages to do so successfully. They put the Pharah back into the fray. Sleep Dart goes through. Gushwei taking a beating, and they get right in on top of him. They take him down. Langza going to be traded out though. Attack visor now in from Shy. Alpha eliminated by Dia, who nearly has a visor of his own. He gets it online. He's going to pop it. He's looking for some targets, and everybody clears off the point. And there you go. Dia goes absolutely massive here in the back end. It is the Valiant taking this first round 100 to 76%.
Dude, something happened in the last 30 seconds of Lijiang Gardens there, where Super Rich was on a death timer. Respawn simulator, dies to Dia, somehow dies, just falls off the map, we have to assume, then dies to Dia again, and beyond that as well, it's not just Dia doing the damage. Becky changing to Tracer is a huge deal for the Valiant, because one way you can sort of work around the Pharah is to ignore the Pharah. Stop addressing the Pharah. Guess what? It's 5v5. If you want to play a pharmacy, you lose 1 support. There's only 3 people on the ground. Becky, as a Tracer up against 3 on the ground, has a much better time working and operating as a Tracer than you normally would have had they not had the pharmacy combo. So, brilliant move there. Now we move over towards Control Center. I was going to question, could Gushwei maybe bring out a Rhine? Not going to be the case. We are going to play some Reapers though. Dia versus Shy in the Reaper battle.
Becky here with the May. Get in up close, wall goes up, but it's not going to get the cutoff that he was looking for, but they still will find Super Rich just clipping him with that ante, and Irony stuck in the corner. Will end up falling. Shy now in a rough position, going to try to Wraith Walk out the back. We'll see how deep they pursue for him. Looks like not very deep at all. Cap not taken by either side, but now the Valiant will have control, will be able to snatch this up.
One of the few places I think, the May actually has a lot of value. You look at Control Center, brilliant place that you can put down the walls, so decent pick-off, especially when you have the Zarya and Reaper together. You can play just a straight-up brawl here. You pretend the Zarya's a Rhine and work the same sort of matchup. So see what Alpha you can get done on these flanks here.
Pushing around the back, but just widely ignoring him yet again. He's chipping away from behind, but they're just kind of getting tickled. They keep their focus forward on the rest of the team, and they come up with the eliminations. Very good look at Super Rich, going to be walled off, rotates around the right side, really utilizing that movement speed to make sure that he does get out to safety this time. But already a bit of a rough start here on the second round for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Pulse bomb thrown down, not going to find the stick. LBE now in a bit of a bad position, runs out of blink, doesn't have the recall, turns around, says look for Dia here. Health pack is not available, but the heals come through and they will keep him alive.
We'll see how the Blizzard gets used as well. I mean, if you have point control, which LA Valiant do, you can sort of just bait Hangzhou Charge, Hangzhou Spark rather in. Sorry for that one. I know the Charge fans, the Spark fans probably don't like when that happens, but hold this down. At least we'll be happy with that.
Do get the pick off. Dia falling low, managing to stay alive. Becky, though, going to be taken out. Not sure if he didn't have the ice block up or not, but either way, does get felled, and it's still a very strong initial volley here from the side of the Valiant as the flip does come through for the Spark. 74% established on the board. They have a sound barrier and a Death Blossom to work with to try to retake this.
Likely just be a bubble for Dia to walk on in, or rather to TP in with that Death Blossom. Shy's definitely got a much harder time here because he doesn't have the bubbles to work through. That's just going to be a compositional difference. With Gushroy on the Winston instead, sound barrier to engage, and look for Dia to Blossom now.
Blossom does go through. They get the push away there from Super Rich. Shy with the Death Blossom of his own does come up with a kill. It's Becky, though. They lose Alpha Yi and Irony at the same time, and then the Reaper falls. Dia comes up with yet another kill, so they get the extended wipe, and they are right back into control. The Valiant currently on pace to go ahead and get a 2-0 first map win.
And this dive from Hangzhou Spark is definitely struggling now to get any sort of positioning to find kills. The backline seems well protected. Session's bubbling has been good enough to keep everybody alive. Becky comes back onto a Tracer, likely just to get the speed in. It is final fight entry anyway, and Dia's just walking forward. Hangzhou can't even really touch right now.
Flip is starting to come through. They do have somebody contesting forward. Looks like it was Alpha Yi who does have the pulse bomb online. Breaking through, though. The ante goes out. Gushway goes down. Pulse bomb in. Not going to find the kill. Dia instantly turns around. Gets the elimination onto Alpha Yi, and the Valiant will take it extremely cleanly here on Control Center. 2-0 to win Lijiang Tower and kick off this series with a win.
Huge heroics coming out, especially on that first sub-map, right? You look back at Gardens, it was a pretty tough beginning, I'd say, for the LA Valiant. Alpha Yi controlling all the space on that fire, but once Super Rich started going down, once Becky swapped over towards the Tracer as well, and Dia was unleashed to just farm down players from range on that Soldier. Yeah, just a good, well-played map overall from the Valiant. And then you look over to Quill's Control Center, I think overall a better composition, leaning on the Zarya instead of the Winston to enable that Reaper.
Well, we'll see if that change-up comes through here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Maybe Bernard coming back in to enable him to, go up against Sajin, who has been looking like, even in the losses, a very strong Zarya player. We'll have to just wait and see before we get our answers. See where we go as well for that second map. That's going to be coming up in a bit here. We'll see if the Hangzhou Spark can tie things up on King's Row, or if the Valiant can take them to match point. We'll see what happens when we come back to the break, so don't go anywhere. It's already wild. Back, guys. It's time to continue our final series of the evening. The LA Valiant have kicked things off with a 2-0 win on Lijiang Tower. Now we set our sights on King's Row to see if they can string together 2 in a row and take this to match point. Hangzhou Spark, though, going to be hungry to turn around their fortunes here and try to pick up a map win for themselves. We do see that Bernard is going to be stepping in for Guangzhou.
And we'll be heading to King's Row as well, where the Zarya play is going to be pivotal, so that is the strategy for the Hangzhou Spark. I do have to comment, though, when we look back on that control center for Lijiang, I still question maybe whether Guangzhou should have just played the Ryan instead. He's played a little bit of Ryan in the past, not that APAC plays that much Ryan, but he's got in the back pocket. Winston and Zarya control center is just not it. So they're going to be benching Guangzhou for now, as they want to definitely be playing a bit more Zarya gameplay moving forward. Makes a lot of sense. No other changes across the board for anybody else. It's going to be pretty damn even. I'll be paying attention to what players are going to be starting out on compositionally, because Shy so far has been really favoring the Ashe on this map.
That he has been, especially on that initial defense and whatnot. We'll see if he's going to be coming out with that, as I do believe that we will have the Valiant attacking first. So we'll see what the defensive setup looks like here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as we do jump into this map. But, I mean, pressure got to be mounting here. Everybody looking a little bit off sorts. I mean, Alpha Yi, he swaps over the Pharah. It looks good initially, but then after that, didn't find too much value. Singular kill on the Sashin with the barrage, and then from there just wasn't able to find too much purchase. So we'll see what happens moving forward. And I was incorrect. It's going to be the Spark attacking first.
Okay, so Dia is going to start out on the Soldier on defense. He's not going to be doing any of the APAC special, the Ashe. He's probably one of the few players that, for a famous Chinese hit scan, not leaning towards the Ashe nearly as much as anybody else. He's sticking to his guns. He's been doing well in the Soldier. He's had quite a bit of a carry performance on the Soldier. Shy might even play the Widow seriously. He might... I assume it'll be a scouting Widow. It's definitely a scouting Hanzo. But there's a real chance that you stay on the Widow because you have a great matchup into both Dia and Becky, considering Becky's not even going to be pocketed. So, a lot to think about for Shy. And he's thought about it. He says we're gonna go Soldier. To be fair though, he hasn't actually spotted out Becky. So we'll see what happens.
And might still yet change it up a little bit here. Alpha Yi though, up into the skies with the Echo. It's been fairly consistent for him. Becky just hanging back around the corner, waiting for his moment to strike. Wants to dive in now. Beam comes out a little bit early though. Not going to find too much damage there, so has to cancel it. Pulls back to the opposite side of the point here to stay safe and denies some sightlines away from Shy. As Alpha Yi plays up here onto the high ground. Bionade going to go a bit too deep there from Coldest. Not going to find a target. As Alpha Yi just drifts back across here in front of the hotel. Gets tagged low, but has that pocket healing from Super Rich to keep him sustained at least for now.
Sash has been taking a bit of a beating in recent times as well. I believe the Bionade from Coldest has already been expended, but Lynx somehow just runs into Shy and gets that opening frag. That's first blood.
They caught him trying to go into the hotel. Looks like take him down now. Alpha Yi going to get picked off. Coldest making up for that whipped nade earlier. As Becky with the sticky bombs will go ahead, get Super Rich. It's taking a nap.
Big nade.
He doesn't really need to be a part of this here. It seems like they're going to be just fine to clean it up all on their lonesome. Bernard will find one as a parting gift, but not too great. Not going to help you get in onto the point. And already we have over a minute chewed off the time bank.
It's a lot of damage output from Shy so far. Dia trailing behind slightly. I mean, well, not more than slightly, actually. 49 versus 73. But despite the good fade away by a grenade from Irony, too many players already gone down, including double supports from the side of Spark. Now that we've reset, Shy finds himself on the high ground, and they've actually pushed Valiant quite far back. Dia's in a 1v1. He gets taken down.
He does. That's a good opening here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as they look to capitalize off it. Shy with attack visor will find Becky. Sasha strikes him down, making sure he can't find any more value from that ultimate. The grab comes in, but nade goes through. They do get the burst damage in on the Alpha Yi at the end, but they can't get rid of the rest of the members here on the side of Spark. Shy rejoins. The point cap will come through now. No real chance of trying to recontest here. They drain a decent amount of time off the time bank.
Yeah, it's been quite heavily contested, and more ultimates were going to come online for the LA Valiant, but they'll have to use that for the B defense as we look towards how much the potential for Hangzhou to get a snowball going, considering what 4 ultimates about to be on. I am going to see the LA Valiant probably throw everything into the mix here, and if you throw both your visor and your duplicate, maybe you can try and bait out more ultimates out of the Hangzhou Spark, then look for a better hold slightly further back onto B. But this opening archway, this opening bookshop should go the way of Hangzhou.
We'll have to see. Rally is nearly up here for Lengza. Could help them have a bit more staying power through these ults. Valkyrie going to be the first one that gets popped. Duplicate goes out. Becky copying Bernard. Right, it's another Zarya into the mix. Now 4 bubbles that they can try to utilize. Alpha E says, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Does exactly the same. Attack visor currently rolling here from Dia, but everybody's kind of playing around this. Not giving too much vision over to him, so he's not going to find any picks for it. Drop down from Alpha E's, trying to get this grab online. Just a little bit more percent to get it. Has it, throws it. Lengza now going to be caught as he pops out of that dupe. Will be able to find the kill. As they look for a little bit more, the extended team wipe will come through. It's only a minute and 20 bought there, but they now break through the archway, and this is considerably more difficult to defend now as the card gets closer to point B.
And LA Valiant haven't set up any win conditions here. They've actually overspent ultimates. They spent 3 to the Hangzhou Sparks 2. So Hangzhou get to walk out of that one. And Hangzhou even spent their Valkyrie early. So realistically speaking, it was just the duplicate. And then the duplicated Graviton Surge that made the difference. We have a bit of a comp swap here for the Valiant as they're pretty much gearing up for a C defense when you see the Reaper and the Lucio already coming out. Looking for the final hold onto B. And then if this fails, their comp will start to come online a little bit later on.
Nade will find Becky. Grab now going to be thrown in there by Bernard. Nano goes out. Shy going to pop the attack visor, and everybody that he looks at will die. Pushing through, finds 4. He's looking for the 5th. Can he get it? He absolutely can. There is the team kill going over to the Soldiers 76, and that will be point B snatched up. So saving face here with the time bank now as they storm their way to B. It's 3.5 minutes to attempt the finish.
And Shy's even too cool to emote after the 5k because he knows the game is still happening. He knows he has to dive on forward, look for some early positioning, get some opening poke damage as well, set up some control. Already on 33% towards his next ultimate. He's just used one. Free pushing so far as the Hangzhou Spark and the payload. We're still waiting to see what Valiant can do with getting these next ults online. Sashin is close to the grab, and as that's happening, they need to start establishing positioning for the grab.
Yeah, they're being contained so far back. They are just now getting ready to move up now that it's in the final corner to try to contest this cart. Graf being held here by Sasha, just playing around the back side of this cart, trying to keep himself protected, build up the energy steadily. So when he invests the grab, he's got a significant amount of damage to go off the back end of it, and he does. Becky dives in as well, doubles up with his teammate. Oh yeah, sleep in. Instant assassination there on to Shy to get the kills, and that is going to keep the Hangzhou Spark at bay for now.
Yeah, not flashy, just a couple of kills. Solo grab onto Sashin, what you expect in this meta when the Zarya versus Zarya is the only real relevant target to try and find a grab on. But it enables the LA Valiant to stabilize. Now they have payload control. Payload isn't quite out of hand just yet. So a good position for the LA Valiant to build up a good defense, especially with more ultimates coming online. Namely the Nano Visor, here it comes.
That does get popped. Shy nanoed up as well, but didn't have the visor and just didn't have enough survivability. Goes down instantly as Dia will be able to find 2 kills, looking for the 3rd. Helix Rocket's not going to connect. Super Rich is just trying to valk his way out to safety. Hits the floor and does narrowly manage to make it back into the spawn room, but is now going to be swamping off of that Mercy over onto the Brigida.
Mercy getting lower value, I think, over onto the C point, considering less skybox to abuse in terms of flying. You also really want to have some ability to defend yourself and defend your team up against this Becky Genji, who is about to blade on this next fight.
Oh. Okay, not necessarily the target that I was anticipating here. Alpha E, though, obviously going to be really well suited to pilot the Genji and the duplicate, but he's not finding too much right now as far as that
free push, though.
duplicate
Look at
ult
push.
charge is concerned, so he's not going to be able to find the blade. Becky, in the meantime, he's got his ready to go, but they zone him back. They push him away, make sure that he cannot find too much value, so the blade's going to have to be sheathed. Not much damage to be found for it.
LA Valiant over-respected the duplicate. Yeah, and now we're getting to the stage where, okay, double bind out of the supports, but his burnout with the grab catches one, but instantly sound barrier.
Yep, sound barrier comes through, only goes out onto Becky and Lengza though. So doesn't catch the rest of the team, but they're not under fire right now, so it seems like maybe that's not going to matter too much. But then again, Coldest does end up falling. Bionade connects onto two. They'll both get cleaned up. Super Rich, the only casualty right now as the cart is getting closer. Dia tries to contest it, and just moments before, just that tiny little sliver before Sashin was rolling in, they do manage to push it to the finish with time. So 39 seconds locked in here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Valiant now need to complete the map.
That was unironically the best zoning ultimate I've ever seen so far this season. And it was a duplicate. It wasn't no blade, nothing. It was Alpha Yi pops a duplicate on a Genji, and the LA Valiant scatter back to spawn. All that good positioning they had, contesting the payload, trying to control the peripheral spaces around the payload, like the backside, little tiny high ground, all that kind of stuff. They just all gave it up. They completely backed out, and you just see a 4-man push from Hangzhou Spark. Free distance, free push. Alpha Yi doesn't have to go, and yeah, sure, he's duplicated a Genji. He's looking for maybe a blade, but if he doesn't get it, it doesn't matter, because LA Valiant didn't do anything either. So Hangzhou Spark got everything out of that zoning ultimate. It was incredible, and then after that point, Valiant was just completely out of position, and Hangzhou Spark cleaned up with everything they still had in the bank afterwards. I mean, Grav still killed the player, despite the grab. Like I said, the sound barrier tried to counter, but it only caught like a couple of members. So, LA Valiant, it's a reasonable defense, but the last second there, the last final C hold, could have been a lot better. 39 seconds is the time bank.
It absolutely could have been, and it seems like not really keeping track of the remaining time on that duplicate, because by the time he gets the blade, it's just gonna expire, and he's gonna be pushed back into that Echo form. But they all just pull so far away, and they give up a ton of free space. It's free real estate. Handed over to the Hangzhou Spark. And now on the attack, though, the Valiant. See if they can make up for that minor blunder and establish a good time bank with a finish here on this map.
Can't overstate how important objective control is, and, well, you look at the Hangzhou Spark currently all over the point, not allowing Becky or anybody to walk up for that matter.
Gets the deflect down. Doesn't do much to Bernard, obviously. Still get that damage pushed through, but starting to get forced off the point a little bit more around the back end of the hotel. Everybody grouped together. Becky dashes forward. He pulls back the rest of the team, but as Alpha Yi dashes in, he will find Lengza. Gets Sashin's looking for a little bit more here as well. Jumps forward, trying to get D up. Just get a little bit of extra damage in onto them, but will not be able to find any further stagger kills, but that is still the first volley taken care of here by the hands of the Hangzhou Spark.
Posturing from the Spark was so clean as well. You could just see how aggressively they were holding up and looking for early poke damage. As soon as poke damage is confirmed, Alpha Yi swings and gets an initial kill, and they snowball that 5v4 into further 5v3 advantages, etc., with more kills on Alpha Yi, who's now at 64% alpha charge.
Becky making his way through hotel with Coldest. Deflect out. Alpha Yi tagged low. Still pushing forward pretty aggressively, though. To temper that aggression just a little bit. Bernard as well, now caught in a bad spot. Dia gets the headshot through, and Sashin will find Super Rich, and that is where it all comes tumbling down here on point A. 2 members left alive. They will have to pull back away. Alpha Yi in danger of falling, gets himself back into the window, and there he will remain. Becky just doing some squats. Make sure you work on that thigh strength. It's just exercise, guys. Don't worry about it. And now the cap will come through. So 4.5 minutes in the time bank here for the Valiant.
You know how it is, you want to Genji 1v1, got to do some squats to keep those legs going. But we do all of that before any ultimates came online, so LA Valiant get a cap with no ultimates expended. No one even had an ultimate. A very slow A phase here where, neither team could really build up properly. We had 2 neutral fights to get to this stage, but now it's going to be a bloodbath because pretty much all 10 ultimates are about to be online. And this could go, honestly, either way. The order of which they come through, the value they get, is going to be very important.
Okay, there's the blade. Super Rich. Shield raised, trying to stay alive. Coldest in the meantime does get taken down. Alpha Yi is in the back lines of the Valiant. Comes up with 2 kills. That's the supports now. Executed. A little bit of time bought and control of the archway will remain in their hands for now. Dash in, and Alfie gets a great stagger.
No time to do squats for Alpha Yi, unfortunately. Saw an opponent on the other end, so needed to back out. I'm sure the next 1v1 he'll think about that one. Sashin's down to 0 energy again, which is really unfortunate. So ends up being Nano Blade winning the fight for the Hangzhou Spark. Pretty efficient. Nano Visor on board for the side of the LA Valiant. Shy might be looking for something here as well with his own Visor. Opening grab.
Grab to Benar. Alpha Yi going to be antied there for the moment. Dia still playing off the flank, but now Becky has gone picked off again. It's not by Bernard, and Super Rich is getting in deep here with the rest of the team. We'll find Cold as they look for Langsa, and they will get him in the end with the shield bash. 3 minutes now left to go. Still struggling to try to break through this archway, but they still do have that combo plus the rally.
Yeah, it's kind of one ult traded right now for the side of the LA Valiant, but getting no distance. In fact, Payload's actually moving backwards, so 2 fights later with ultimates concerned. Nothing to be gained from the LA Valley. They don't really have a significant ult advantage. They have a single ult coming through. It's going to be a dry rally coming through first and foremost. Not even used to counter the grab yet either. Burnout still holding onto that.
Grabbing onto Sashin. Nano has to go onto him. Dia cut down. Alpha Yi not given the time of day whatsoever. Shy falls low. He's managed to pull back and stay alive. Super Rich, not the dry, just a little bit there by the rest of the Spark. Still holding firm though. As Bernard goes charging forward. High energy up. Bubbles aplenty, and they just go ahead and clap back. You gotta notice and point out that ever since that teabag came in from Becky, it's not been finding too much value. He might have pissed somebody off.
It's been getting difficult. I mean, Alpha Yi, he like the Hulk, he begins angry. That's the secret strategy there. But Irony's had 2 ultimates, so 3 fights have occurred. Irony had a Nano in that first fight in this B phase. Second fight, they rotated other ultimates like Super Rich's Rally, and then Irony had another Nano. It's been that slow for the LA Valley to get themselves any sort of value. And Dia popped the visor, but he died straight away. Now he's in a little bit of trouble again. Lengsa could go down here if they're not careful.
Bio has to be used. Sasha anti-it as well. Oh, Alpha Yi's just into the back line. Finds the 2-for-1 swipe with the blade. Gets both of the supports. Gets Dia, and I mean, yeah, Becky, he's got nowhere to go.
Just some
gonna do it? Nope. Nope. Alpha Yi's like, you know what? I don't need to do squats. I've already done my leg day exercises. I'm fine.
He's doing pull-ups, where you have to wall climb. You got to get the upper body strength there for the wall climbing for the Genji. Dia moving to the Ashe now, which couldn't really tell you what's going on here. Just lost faith in the soldier, really. I mean, are they waiting to poke out perhaps the Hangzhou Spark? Because at this point, it's been all Hangzhou Spark in this archway since that sort of 9 to 10 ultimate sort of range. About 40 seconds remaining. We had over 4 minutes originally, and this is just going poorly. Becky needs something good here.
Oh, he does. The grab does come through, and that's going to allow him to pick up 2 right in the last few seconds of that blade. So they've finally broken through this archway. Only 30 seconds remaining, though, and Bernard is going to be coming back in with a grab of his own to try and turn the tide, so there will be a final contest. Super Rich as well should have that rally online to try to match in with Lengza. So this could be a bit of a brawl at the end, but it's one that the Valiant need to win if they want to move up to match point.
They just don't really have a lot of time here. They'll be capping an OT, and then 1 minute 30 means they need a almost flawless push through C to attempt anything. They're surely not going to reach the 39 time bank that the Hangzhou Spark have. Have to survive up against this grab as well. Bernard's already looking for one.
Well, a finish would be a finish for them all the same. Would get that extra minute.
Shy
Becky goes in, cuts down Shy. That gets rid of the attack visor. Now he's in right behind Irony, trying to get that elimination, but the rally rolling from Super Rich is keeping him alive. The grab takes down Lengsa. Becky does fall. And they have Sashin pushed well away from the cart. There is nowhere and nothing for Dia to do, as he will get picked off, and that will be the end of it. The Hangzhou Spark, a little bit rough, but they managed to break down steadily that time bank that was established. It was 4.5 minutes after the .8 cap there for the Valiant. They drain it down with that archway hold, and then they stop him just shy of point B, and that ties us up now at 1-1.
Great performance coming through from Alpha Yi especially. Ends with a Dragon Blade efficiency of 3.0, so averages 3 Dragon Blade kills per ultimate. Just how good that is, and Becky only the 1 if you wanted a comparison. Yeah, I have to really look at the Los Angeles Valiant and what they did on B there. A lot to be desired because their pacing got entirely shut down at Hangzhou Spark, asserting dominance here and evening us up into the 1-1.
All right, well, Spark do fire back quite nicely. We'll see if they can continue with that pace or if the Valiant are going to be able to stabilize. You can tell that they are very much going to be hungry for it. It was a nice start to that map, at least on their push, but unfortunately not enough to move up to match point. We'll see if they can get it, though, in the next one as we set our sights on Dorado for Escort, so don't go anywhere. That's coming up in just a bit. All right, we are back, and we are tied up 1-1 right now. Just 2 maps into this final series of the week between the Hangzhou Spark and the LA Valiant. It looked like maybe the Valiant were going to be able to make a bit of a comeback there. It seemed like maybe they were going to be able to not deny that push there on King's Row, but Spark managed to make it to the end, and they hold him just in front of point B. So now we're all tied up. One of these teams looking to move up to match point as we now set our sights on Dorado.
And there will be substitutions coming on in. Guangzhou coming back in for Burner as we are moving to a map that does demand some sort of verticality. Eichenwald for Becky as well. I thought it might have been the first ever substitution for the Valiant.
That's right, we had Eichenwald yesterday.
Yeah, we did. We had him come in versus Seoul at one point. I can't remember which map it was, but it does mean double hit scan for the side of the LA Valiant. You could technically keep playing the Zarya here on Dorado if you want to. I mean, Dallas Fuel would, but Dallas will have Hanbin, but Guangzhou wants to come in. I believe Guangzhou actually hasn't won a map yet so far this season, so maybe he'll get his first one today.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if it's going to be, you know, maybe him trying his hand at the Zarya again, or just going back to the Winston. I think we can take a pretty rough guess as to what to anticipate there. But I'm also curious to see what Eichenwald is going to be piloting here for us to kick things off. We'll go ahead and jump in. Let's see who is going to be able to take a lead now in this series. Ever important for the side of the Valiant. Trying to get that first win on the board. Stop the loss streak that they've been suffering from for a considerable amount of time now. And again, they continue to show promise. We keep seeing these really good moments from everybody on this roster so far. Just a couple blunders there on King's Row from Becky. That started things off at least quite nicely.
So, looking back in history here, Eichenwald came in map number 5 versus Seoul yesterday, and that was New Queen Street. And Eichenwald basically played Reaper the entire time. I have to assume he's going to be doing a little bit more than that on a map like Dorado, because I mean, if you're just going to play Reaper, I mean, Dia could already do that for you. I'm sure Becky could do that for you. If you're going to bring in Eichenwald, you need to actually tap into his real hit scan pool, double hit scan. We were already seeing Ashe plus the Widowmaker here. It looks like they might be sticking onto it because they're the defending team as well. So this is real. This is their actual defensive composition. Sashin going over towards the Diva as well. Haven't enjoyed that so far, but we'll see how that works with the double hit scans. I mean, I definitely think for a map like Dorado, you want some high ground, low ground, so I appreciate it more than Zarya, at least for A. We'll have to see what the long-term implications of this pick mean, because I didn't enjoy it when Krong had it the other day.
Shy sussing out at least that early position of the Widowmaker. Was just staring there waiting to see if he was going to come around the corner. He does not. Zihan now repositioning. Shy is waiting for the jump shot. So come on, this is what all Widowmakers do. Why haven't I seen this guy yet? High ground
being taken out by Spark. Speaking of contesting set, there's been no contesting because the payload's already in the archway, and right now, the LA Valiant are kind of just waiting. Eichenwald's super far back. He's even just playing the back apartments as Hangzhou have vacated. Where are they going? Are they going right side? Kind of just chilling out.
Alfie.
Bing chilling.
Just eats the poison trap down to 16 HP. No problem. Waits for the healing to come through. It seems like play this out a little patiently. Jump over the top, Shy. On the hunt, trying to spot Eichenwald. Sees one for just a moment there. Dynamite gives him a bit of a jump scare as the shot does go whizzing past his ear. He's trying to reposition now, but in the meantime, the front line getting broken down. Guangzhou and Alfie both fall. Eichenwald so far only
took a shot from the
taken.
sniper there, but it was the wrong sniper.
Yeah, exactly. There's irony who manages to come up with that hit. Now the supports are gone, and oh boy. Okay, well, they concede a hell of a lot of space, but now they've got control of the high ground yet again. Super Rich going to be swapping over to the Lucio.
This has been a little bit confusing. I think, you know, we're obviously on Shy's POV, looking to see what he can do. Meanwhile, there is an actual fight happening where somehow Lengsa got a kill. So likely they just kind of brawled on the payload, right? They have to kind of assume that was the place to be. Irony looking at the Nano now. Nano Blade should be on the menu. Alpha U still 30% away. Not a good positioning and potentially map for Alpha U to exist on the Genji, because you want to be farming up your Blade, but who are you shooting here? You're up against 2 snipers, and that's not a good time as a Genji.
Oh, yep, just like that. Eichenwald finds the elimination. It's getting closer and closer to having that Dragon Blade available, but not sure if he's really going to be able to utilize it. Eichenwald comes up with some nice shots. 2 kills for him in the fight. Plus a bit of support, and now he's going to have that, I was going to say tac fights, the infrasight. Used to too much Soldier 76 would seem. He's going to have the infrasight available. Shy's already been having difficulty trying to find him. Now he's going to be spotted just through the walls.
Shy has to kind of 1v2 the sniper battle, unless we include Irony into the conversation, which, you know, again, he did have that one shot onto Eichenwald just before. The infrasight will make a big difference. Eichenwald's waiting for the timing of when he believes Hangzhou will start to make moves. So about now would be a good time to pop the infra side, actually. And Dia is still doing some reasonable damage on the side, so he'll be dropping into the Bob this fight.
60 seconds remaining.
All right, starting to make their way forward. Dive into the back there from Gushwei. Discord Orb goes out onto him. Sashin, for the moment, going to be antied out. Albi tries to push forward, instantly gets tagged down. Self-destruct gets forced, goes out over into the Bazaar, and that is Irony. Absolutely blown up. Super Rich will find one, though. Dia taken down, but Langza answers back, finds the enemy Lucio. That's the supports out of the fight here for the side of the Spark. It's 35 seconds remaining, and the cart has not made it past the distance that was conceded to them by the Valiant.
However, Hangzhou have more members now because of the trades and how they have happened. Eichenwald even goes to the trades because they know it's the last fight, right? So you got to get back to this point in time. Eichenwald waited so long to pop the Infra. He actually waited until Shy popped it to pop his own, which I'm not too sure. You could have put a lot more pressure by just going earlier. Bob's still available, so that's got to be the contest.
Oh, yeah, well, they actually just sent Bob well into the back alley. They put him completely away from the cart, so he's not going to be contesting it for the moment. That means that it's going to have to be on Sasha to play forward, and as he does, he's going to be demeched and finished off. The Baby Diva gone to the Bionade. Rally rolling there from Langza, just giving that extra bit of HP over to a couple members on his team, but OT starting to bleed away. Sasha going to be looking to return now, swaps to the Doomfist in desperation as the Nano gets invested onto Alpha. He's looking for a target. They get in on top of Coldest. They find that kill. Deflection going to be popped. Alpha still has some shielding here to try to stay alive.
Payload
moves up onto the high ground. Payload still being contested here. Sasha goes diving in. He's looking for the Widowmaker, but now needs to play the card itself. He does not. The payload makes it into point. And it's 2.5 minutes added to the time bank now for the side of the Hangzhou Spark.
And all it takes is, one fight that doesn't even go Hangzhou's way, but they make even trades, and even trades favoring the attacker here. The defensive side has to take longer to respawn M. That just gives Hangzhou so much to work with, and they were able to snowball that effectively. Force Ashen off the Diva for just a wee while onto the Doomfist. If you're asking why he's not just on a Doomfist anyway, it's because, well, first of all, I think Doomfist has been kind of exposed in the meta, but also, Doomfist is very offensive, whereas I think LA Valiant want to be a little bit more defensive here with the Diva, and because Ashen doesn't play Winston, the Diva is just a poor-man's Winston.
Yeah, given that initial pullback and how much space they were allowing over to the side of the Spark, I think it's just very correct to say that they're playing this a little bit more passively. So the Diva does lend itself to that. You pop in the deflect, trying to get that kill there on a Cole is unable to find it, but got the initial pick on the Dia. Cart now advancing past the church, getting ready to come up the final ramp here in front of point B.
It's been a lot of unimpeded push for sure. And Alpha is nearly onto another blade, so Nano Blade coming on in. Good damage from Dia. There's a second bomb being earned. This one hopefully will land on the actual payload. But it seems like Hangzhou Spark have backed off for now.
Shy, bit of a rough spot. Yeah, doesn't get enough healing there to try to keep him alive. Dia eventually able to confirm the kill. Bob still at the ready, and it's 3 members now contained inside of the bag.
Oh, the blade's gone.
Trying to push onto the high ground, and the blade is absolutely lost. Dead on arrival. Easy Han says, thank you very much for that. Nade down from Coldest keeps everybody topped up. Gushue in a rough spot, leaps to the high ground. He does have a primal available, but it's not the right time to use it. That being said, he's running out of opportunities because, yet again, it's only 40 seconds remaining on the clock now.
I'll be real, man. Like, we've heard the whisperings of, maybe could we get a double hit scan sort of meta. I remember when we first saw Overwatch 2, and it's like, well, if there's one less tank, double hit scan should surely be the play. It's taken this long to really see anything like that. Ash and Soldier together, beaming down targets from long range. You see how hard it has been for Gushue. He does have a primal to play through now, as you've mentioned. Got to make this work. 20 seconds remaining. 5 ultimates on board for the LA Valiant. Surely they hold.
I mean, you would think it would be catastrophic were they to lose it here. Easy Han now going to be dropping down. Nano Visor at the ready. He's looking for a target. Has to break through that initial shield, but now gets in behind Irony. The pushback there from the whip is going to be good. Denies him sightlines onto Irony, so they keep the Ana in the fight for a little bit longer. The rally now going to be rolling, but Alpha Yi is dead yet again. Gushue falling lower and lower. The primal rage now expired. Still with a sliver of HP as the supports will all fall. It's headshots abound here for the DPS on the side of the Valiant. And the cart will be held here in front of point B.
Listen, we've all heard the meme of No Hill spending 12 hours thinking of the composition. Is this the one? Is this what he thought of? Because, I mean, this is kind of... It shouldn't be that big brain, but it kind of is at the same time. Play Dorado, brilliant sniper map, do the double hit scan. He's playing around his kind of weaknesses on the roster as well, because, only one tank on the team. It's an off-tank player. Not going to have many of the actual main tank picks available, so if you can't play the Winston, I guess you have to play the Diva here. Like I said, the poor man's Winston. And now Los Angeles Valiant, with that, Here's the bone I will throw Sash on the Diva. You can efficiently help your hit scans outplay Shy that much more by having the Matrix defensively to just pocket Dia and Easyhunt in those battles, right? So they got that going for them. But what I'm not pleased with so far is for the Hangzhou Spark, you kind of have to find ways to speed up your gameplay to outpace the hit scans and land on those backlines. I actually wouldn't mind them going for a straight Doomfist here. That would seem like a pretty strong pick to me. I don't know. I know that Gushue has played it, but maybe they didn't think of it at the time. But if you think about LA Valiant playing double hit scan plus Diva, a Doom actually has a great matchup into that, in my opinion.
We'll see if they land on it at any given point here, or it'll just be much more of the same moving forward.
4, 3,
Easy Han, surely not.
1. Attackers incoming.
He's gonna at least send a nade out, and then I'll swap over to the Widowmaker, see if he can find some picks. I mean, hey, you can hear that tick, so it actually can give you a little bit of a reveal if you get in the right spot.
What is that? Just like a bad recon arrow? Yeah, bad Sonic?
Yeah, pretty much. But again, it gives some damage, so it's better than a Sonic arrow.
Some damage
Pop
that
up at the
doesn't
top,
charge your
LP.
ultimate. Got it. As he swaps heroes.
Yeah. Well, back to the Widow v Widow. This time Shy going to have those defensive sight lines to play around. He's having a really difficult time trying to figure out where Easy Han was at on his own attack, so we'll see how he fares this time.
Alpha Yi must be hating life.
Tagged
Just
low.
going up against double hit scans plus Coldest now on his Zen. He's been discorded. Alpha Yi on an Echo versus this is a total nightmare. And the Zen does a lot in this comp as well, considering you don't have to worry about really being flanked. There's no Tracer. Alpha Yi maybe should consider a Tracer. I'll put that out to him.
Well, for now, still sticking through with it. He's doing a good amount of damage, building up towards that duplicate here rather quickly. 60% on the board as, well, there's the break on Assassin's Mech, and the elimination on the Baby Diva as well to boot. Dia now in a bit of a rough spot. Is trying to trade this kill out. Can't do so, but Super Rich doesn't make it to the opposite side of the cart. He dies, and then Easy Han comes in for the alley-oop. And there you go. That is the Sky Duo taken down. Shy low HP pulls back over to the mini-pack. Gushue has the nano boost right now. Just charging through the flank. Has to get in on top of this Diva, or at least on top of this Dia. Getting a bit more damage through. Primal Rage held. Now going to be popped. Pushes him into the fountain. Is looking for a little bit more. Will get the elimination in the end. Comes well into the back lines. Gets a smack there onto Easy Han, but realizes that he's not going to be able to stay that long. Cannot get the kill. Goes back to safety.
Also doesn't, isn't totally aware of where the rest of the LA Valiant are, so you don't want to be caught out there with no Primal as it runs out just for one kill. So they'll hold for now as they get down the important members. Notably Dia's gone, no Bob just yet as well. Transcendence available, which I think you can just pretty much just tempo Transcendence, right? Because there's nothing really to counter here, so you just want to use it like a tempo beat. Rush in with it if you can.
No one can hide from my sight.
So a little bit ahead of his Easy Han here. Knows where he is, but wants to just try to power through this mech for now. Charge into the back, takes him down to about half HP, but they will get the break. That's going to force the self-destruct to just pull away from that one. Jumps up into the air. This time the self-destruct not going to find a kill. It's tagged as he leaps up here onto the high ground, but Shy still finds a nice little pick off there onto Lengsa, and with Dia going down, this is even more time bought. Cold is dead on the back end here. Still a good amount of ultimates, nearly 4 amassed here for the side of the LA Valiant, but they might need to utilize multiple of these to try just to break through into point A.
It's a lot of time loss, right? We're down to below 1 minute now, which means this fight, to me, kind of has to work, because this is the one that Valiant will be investing all their ultimates into. You also have Infrasight in a position where Shy does not, so Easy Han needs to basically use this, I'd say, within the next 5 seconds to push. There it is, even earlier than that. And if they lose this fight, they'll have no ultimates, so yeah, they have to win this.
Okay, now the rally's going. Just trying to get Coldest in with some of that extra HP. Alpha E goes for the dupe. Takes the Diva. Gonna nicely place self-destruct. It could be massive, but Easy Han, that's also a huge pick-off. Shy goes down. Alpha E not gonna get a chance to use the dupe ult.
Primal
getting knocked out of it is Gushue. He's got a couple people contained here in the side room with the Primal Rage rolling, but can he get the kills? Focus Fire's coming through, and they absolutely annihilate him with the help of that Discord Orb. Alpha E floating around on the flank is just going to have to try to pull out of here, and he goes off the side of the map. That will be point A locked in here for the side of the Valiants. The victory very much still in the cards. 2.5 minutes now just to get a little bit shy of point B.
And I think in any other circumstance, Primal Rage, especially in the hands of Gushue, would get a multi-frag there, but you have Lengths are coldest, pumping heals into each other. Inspire healing in particular is just going to be obnoxious to play against as a Winston. So they contain it. They have the 4 ultimates they played through, used all of them. The only ultimate they have left is now Sash and Steva Bomb, which see how that one gets used. We're not really in a Diva meta, so it's hard to read exactly how that one's going to be offensively used. Maybe it's just defensively, you know, you can just throw that one up when Alpha wants to go for a play as well. But focusing on the payload for now, dipping and diving between a little bit of high ground, Sash just keeping the Hangzhou Spark honest.
Sash just denying as much damage as he can from the enemy Widow. Shy receiving some dynamite. It's a little bit of topping up there. It seems like he will get it. Rich just making sure that he is right back into the fight, but the card is still advancing, and they need to contest this soon. It is so darn close, and they have that self-destruct to just try to buy some space to get that final cap through. They're just a couple meters away now. As he continues to roll up, Shy peeks the corner, finds Link, it takes him down, but Sashin rolls up into the church. Barrels him over. Gets the kill, alleviates some pressure. Now Super Rich is gone. Dia has the headshot. Irony is out of the fight. It's all on Gushwei and Alpha Yi, and they have no HP to speak of. Alpha Yi around the back will get one, but he cannot touch the cart. The Valiant make it happen. They move up now to match point 2-1.
My goodness, we've seen it before. The LA Valiant fans are in the YouTube chat right now. You've seen this before yesterday as well. You were 2-1 up against the Seoul Dynasty, and then the next 2 maps didn't go your way. Now we get to run back
you just
the
have
same
to throw
situation.
that out there, don't you?
But I have to be honest, we're running it back. No, I'm putting a positive spin on it, Ilios, because what I'm about to say is you get to redeem yourself from yesterday. You get to redeem that situation. You get the 2-1, but can you actually get the win now with the run it back? I mean, a brilliant Dorado, honestly, a great strat. Credit to No Hill, really is No Hill season. Double hit scan on that map versus Gushwei Winston. Shy 1 versus 2, can't get anything done. Great matchup. I mean, applaud the coaching staff of No Hill and Co for coming up with that one for that map.
Well, here we go. 2-1 the lead for the side of the Valiant. Hangzhou Spark now needing to win on our next map, Colosseo, to push us into a Game 5. If they want to walk away victorious, if they do not want to be the team that gives the Valiant their first win in so very long. And this has throes of, 2019 Shanghai, every team not wanting to be the one that offers up that first victory. Spark are in that position right now. We'll see if they can dig deep enough to come back in for this next map and take us to a Game 5. Either way, I'm certainly excited to see it whichever way it goes. Whether it's done, whether we continue onward, I'm all aboard the crazy train. Let's go ahead and throw to a break, and when we come back, we will have Colosseo. And we are back and going deeper into this last series of the week. The LA Valiant currently in the lead, 2-1. They get the victory on Dorado. They stop Hangzhou from pushing, and then they exceed that payload itself. Now we turn our sights over to Colosseo to see how they're going to be faring on push. But, I mean, they're just so very close right now. You can feel that tension in the air. It is palpable.
Yeah, I mean, we get off of King's Road, starting to feel like, wow, Hangzhou Spark are definitely getting the edge over Valiant. Maybe Li Jung was just a bit unlucky. Commented about the weirdness of the comp choices coming through on the control center, but we look at Dorado and it's completely flipped the other way around. LA Valiant do a great job of defending B in particular, and A actually, to be honest with you. Double hit scans proving to be a nightmare for both Alpha Yi and also Shy. But as we head into Colosseo, Seth, we have 2 substitutions coming on in. Burner coming back for the Zarya gameplay here, and Becky coming in for likely the Genji.
Well, we'll have to see if that's what they pick up, but seems fairly straightforward, at least in our minds, but we'll have to wait and see. Today has been, I think, anything but straightforward, at least in these last 2 series that we have had. Things have been very much up and down, back and forth. Everything moving in all directions. Now we go to Colosseo to see if the Valiant can get this 3-1 win. They had that 1-3 loss at the hands of the Charge in their opening series. Or if this does end up going the distance and the Valiant end up playing back-to-back Game 5s.
And the pressure will be on, right? Because, that sort of monkey on your shoulder, that thought in your head, in the back of your mind, it's like, we nearly had it versus Seoul. I mean, it goes both ways, doesn't it? Because it can motivate you, like, we're not losing this time. We are definitely going to get that map 5 if we go there. Or even now, we're at match point, we're not losing map 4 this time. Or, that pressure can definitely crumble you as well. We've seen the LA Gladiators lose twice in a row now. 2 reverse sweeps in a row after being up 2-0. So, your mental capability to stay in the game and actually close it out. I mean, sometimes winning that 3rd map after getting 2, that can be the hardest thing to do. So, LA Valiant, where are your mentals at?
Well, we shall see. So Becky coming back in for the Reaper. Dia there on the Soldier 76, just going to have mirrored compositions on both sides. So everybody gets ready to collide here by the fountain. Timer will start. The bot unlocks in 8 seconds. Dia gets a nice little early damage in. Shy not too far behind, though.
Yeah, both looking for fountain control as well on that flank. You see there's just both the soldiers kind of trickling in damage as the main chunk of the fight will now occur. Alpha Yi already forced to shift, which is not ideal.
Super Rich is dead. Good opening kill here. On the side of the Valiant, the bot is now unlocked. Alpha Yi as well, just melted down. Everybody focus firing the Reaper. As that Red Walk is gone, the bubble's not going to last long enough, it would seem here, as Bernard will also be hounded down. They are pursuing so far forward, already over towards the 2nd checkpoint, just looking for these additional staggers. The bot, in the meantime, being brought forward by, you would suspect, Coldest. Irony as well, now going to get caught. He gets dropped. Becky continuing to play up. Wraith walks around the corner. Super Rich is dead, and I mean, this is just an extended one fight. This is
they've ignored the payload. They've ignored the payload. They are going to get a ton of kills. But somebody's got to get the push. Because you have to convert this. Here's what I will say. You are building up your economy. So with chasing that hard, you are at least building up your economy. I would have probably preferred if Lynx had maybe ran back for the payload, because at this point, Hangzhou are going to group up. The good news is Dia has high ground control, except the Nano now, waiting for the visor.
Dia is still very close to having one of his own, and Shy kills himself off with the Helix rockets. Sassen did similarly, it would seem, though, with right-clicking unless he went off the side of the map. Didn't quite catch that one. Either way, a bit awkward from those 2 players, but the bot now being shifted back the opposite way, ushered here by Bernard.
And what's awkward is that Dia had the control. It felt like he had more damage, but Shy actually found the visor first, so Dia's there like, I'm 1% off. I've got a nano, but I can't do too much with this just yet. Shy now looking for a big boy flank. Completely unspotted. He's gone all the way around.
Well, that he is, but now he might have overstepped. Yes, he has. Dia collapses in with the help of Lynx up. Displace him, make sure that he cannot get out to safety. Sasha, in his dying breath, throws that grab, and Becky there for the alley-oop, manages to find 2 kills, is looking for a little bit more. Wraith walks instantly cancels it and gets the kill onto Bernard. Just like that, the bot gonna start shifting back the opposite way. Becky just, you can see there, Clay Pigeon shooting as Irony goes flying by. They yell pull, he gets the shot. It's gorgeous. Now the bot is moving.
And the crowd golf claps that one, including me. Session's still coming back from the spawn, as you can see, so can't afford to push the payload, the push bot too far here, and that's kind of the, one of the things about push, right? Because you do have to make sure you're properly grouped up. Once you go into enemy territory, the spawns are no longer in your control. It is a lot of ultimates online for the LA Valiant, and some more ultimates coming online soon for the Hangzhou Spark.
Becky forcing them off the high ground here as the grab comes in from Bernard. They will be able to get Sasha, but now Dia has that tack visor, and he's got the sound barrier shielding, but they managed to get in on top of him. Alpha Yi and Shy both coming up with the elimination as Bernard puts 2 more into the grave. Bot going to start shifting forward. It's not that far apart now, just 16.5 meters to go to tie this up.
Lexa maybe had a beat a half second to 1 second too late there in order to save Sashin. So, really unfortunate as we...
Support still being ushered over.
I mean, slowly getting there, isn't it? Double Death Blossoms online. Nano Boost very important for Irony. And Byronade's been used by Coldest.
Oh, well, okay. Death Blossom into the back. Becky finds Irony, takes him down. Can't react fast enough with the sleep to try to get that shut down. Super Rich now. Just going to have to funnel right into the shotgun blasts. Does fall. Shy now just looking like he's going to be sprinting away. Trying to survive. Will make it back out to safety. They can recontest before this bot retakes the lead. It's a plethora of ultimates utilized here from the side of the Spark.
I mean, Spark have to use his ultimates just to get control of the payload, let alone get any distance on it. To be fair, they have 2 meters in the lead, so it's enough to work with, but it's nothing to write home about just yet. Nano should be coming through from Coldest on this fight for sure. Anytime now.
So Nano onto Alpha Yi, pushing forward. Anti out onto 2. Bubbles come through. They cleanse Becky, and he goes right back into the fray. Takes down Alpha Yi. Bernard, however, is quick. Trade that back into their favor, but Sasha now finds Giants and DPS-less comp right now to the side of the Hangzhou Spark as they wait for them to rejoin. Bot going to be advancing back forward over towards the Spark side of the map as Dia is just starting to rip people to shreds. Rich finds Coldest, but as the bubble expires, Bernard will fall. The bot not sure which way to go, but they will finally start shoving it back over towards the Spark side of the map again.
It's too hard for Valiant to get distance though, because look at the spawns. Bernard's already back in. Sasha look for the solo grab and a Shy. It's effective. They'll actually get a nice 4v4 situation now. I say 4v4 because Irony is still running back currently, not quite with the team just yet. And they have capped over. Can they get the checkpoint though? 5-ish meters away. Yeah, they look like they have it. There it is.
They've got it. And it's just conceded there from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Trying to poke and prod. Wait for the right moment to try to strike. Here comes the attack visor though. Anti goes out, Dia down 29 HP, pulls back around the corner, but Alpha Yi comes dancing in on their heads. Finds Lings as well with the Death Blossom, starts shifting the bot immediately. As the rest of the team here on the side of the Valiant is trying to stabilize, but Alpha Yi says absolutely not. We'll get the cleanup there onto, I believe, 4. As the bot starts shifting back, and it still is a closable distance.
I feel like we've seen this before, right? We've seen the 67 point, whatever coming through, and it was nearly a draw in that last game we had. It's that one checkpoint that really makes all the difference here. Becky teleporting to, I believe, the high ground there, as this will have to be an expensive one for the Hangzhou Spark. Ultimate's coming online, and plenty will have to be used.
Bubbles go down. Alpha Yi taken low. Just the Wraith walk as the Death Blossom is nearly there for Becky. Nano Boost going to go in, though. And that's the grab thrown in. Sound barrier comes down from Langza just to try to keep everybody alive now. Super Rich going to be matching with one of his own. Alpha Yi, however, still continues to push forward. Finds Becky. Coldest survives her a little bit longer there, but Alpha Yi will come up with the second kill. Bot still just being contested here for the moment, but as they clear this out, as Sasha goes down to one of his own right clicks, it will continue to advance forward. They're now looking for the checkpoint. They're now looking for that forward spawn, and they find Langza at the very end of the fight for a great stagger.
And this is, like you said, staggering is really important here because now LA Valiant aren't going to get anybody together. This will be a checkpoint found. In fact, it should actually be the Hangzhou Spark taking the lead. And with less than a minute to go, I mean, you do not want to be the team stuck in OT. And the team that gets stuck in the OT is the one that's going to have the worst amount of distance here. Shy keeps them away, but can they actually cap? Because LA Valiant have arrived. It's a huge name.
Sasha's dead. Yeah, the nade goes out onto 2. Becky tries to pull the trigger on that Death Blossom, but he just delivers himself unto death. Like I said, trying to delay as much as possible, but also get a little bit of a reset in, because there's now 30 seconds remaining. Rich finding that final kill of the fight. Bot coming up, looks to be the final ramp here, As the
This is
distance
looking like
is
map
now
5.
very much growing in favor of the Spark.
Yeah, this is too much distance, 90 plus already. I mean, consider that LA Valiant, once the OT hits, has to push all of this distance back, because we're nearly at 100 meters. That's insurmountable. This is really rough. And by the way, Alpha Yi has a flanking angle. He's coming down.
He does, and he has the nano boost thrown into him as well. They try to push him away, but he still gets on top of Coldness. He gets Sasha, and he gets Becky. He gets just about damn near everyone. A team kill at the very end. The Hangzhou Spark will be taking us to that final map. So very close. Woo. Valiant with the lead for the longest time, but one big fight, one big push. They make it insurmountable. They do not surrender control of that bot again. Hangzhou Spark persevering to the very end, and now you really have to start worrying. You kind of teed it up here, Avril. You said they have the opportunity to redeem themselves, but now the question very much has become, is this history repeating itself just a day later?
It's two maps that they can redeem themselves on, right? It's this map 4 and it's the map 5. Dia's looking maybe a little bit worried about this, and this is, we got to calm the nerves down. They're so close once again, but LA Valiant, if you want your very first win in 2 seasons, they're surely being made to work hard for it. They are really made to bleed as much as possible just to get the first ever match win. Another map 5 in 2 days.
Well, it all comes down to this. Will it finally happen? Will the loss streak be broken? Or will the Hangzhou Spark stamp out that hope and push it off to another week, another day for the Valiant and their fans? We're going to find out, because when we come back, we're going back into control. We have Oasis to close out this series, so do not go anywhere. And here we go. Another Game 5, this time between the LA Valiant and the Hangzhou Spark. Tragedy could strike again, about 24 hours apart if the Valiant drop the ball here. Hangzhou Spark, though, rallying back after it looked like they were down and out after that Dorado, but they come back on Colosseo. Now it all comes down to this last map of Oasis to see who is going to be walking away victorious.
And while the exact, order the maps won is not quite the same, I do have to bring up that the Hangzhou Spark yesterday as well lost their 5-map series versus the Shanghai Dragons. They went to the final map,
Very true.
and they couldn't quite clutch it together. So both teams looking for redemption on a map 5. Both teams fresh off a map 5 loss from just yesterday's game. So somebody is going to get heartbroken here. Somebody is going to repeat yesterday's disaster, but one team will be redeemed.
Well, we'll see who it's going to be. I mean, kind of talked about at the beginning of the day, that map 5 set there from the side of the Hangzhou Spark against the Shanghai Dragons. Coming into this, like I said, I think anything other than a 3-0 for themselves is still going to feel like a disappointment. So even if they get this map 5 win, yeah, there'll be a sigh of relief, but there's also going to be a sense of, okay, we need to really hunker down for, practice going into week 2, because that's all you've got. You've got that, and then the tournament begins. We have this condensed schedule. You don't have that much time to really correct mistakes and whatnot.
Yeah, I partially agree with that, but the part that I'm not too sure about is that, you would have to be undervaluing and underestimating the LA Valiant quite a lot to be Hangzhou have to stomp Valiant. I just think we're not looking at the same Valiant anymore. I think Valiant, based on their performance yesterday versus Seoul, how they're playing against Hangzhou now, who we've established is actually quite a good team in the Eastern Division. Valiant are no slouches. I think Valiant are a solid mid-table team that I have above teams like Chengdu and Guangzhou right now. I think Valiant in a position where they should be getting a win, but can they get it now? Is it going to be today, or are they going to have to wait longer? But they're a team that inevitably, I think even this stage, are bound to get a W somewhere, because you have to play up against every other team. Remember, in APAC, because there's only 7 teams, you play full round robin. There's no strength to schedule discussions. You're going to play everybody. Eventually, Valiant are going to find a win, right? Surely.
Well, let's see if it's going to happen right here, right now, or if they're going to have to wait a little bit longer for it. I do agree. They have looked so much better. I mean, we had that call out from the very first day when they lost to the Guangzhou Charge, where the only map win they were able to get was when Guangzhou forgot to step on the cart on Route 66. They still looked better
among other problems.
that moment.
Among other problems on that
yes,
map, but yeah.
among other issues. But they still, even in that moment, were able to look good and look much more improved compared to last season. So, I'm right there with you that this does look to be a much improved team. This does look like a roster that, by the end of our first tournament, absolutely could be resting higher than the Guangzhou Charge. We just kind of have to wait and see how things play out, but it can all start right here. That narrative can really begin if they can get this win.
And it's just, the sad part is, even if they lose, you're still in the conversation of they're still a good team because they've run into map 5s versus 2 of the, I would say, probably top-ish teams in APAC by now. And they've had the match point twice as well, which is where the real heartbreak comes in, because you've been at match point, but it's just been so hard to close out. Let's get into map, the final one of the day, the final one at week 1, by the way, as well. Hangzhou versus the LA Valiant. And it's going to be City Center. What do we have rolling out? Pretty much equal compositions. Becky on a Tracer.
Well, Alpha Yi feeling good after his performance there on Colosseo with the Reaper. Shy takes a fat chunk of damage there right off the rip, but will get topped up. No pick to be found as Becky tries to make his way around the backside, playing along the street, and he gets sent out into traffic by Super Rich. What a way to kick it off. It's been a while since I've seen that kind of a kill come through. Shy will find Lengza at the same time. Point now unlocked. Spark can go ahead and take this for themselves.
I feel like I just got punched through my monitor. That was crazy. Just the whiplash of seeing Becky's ragdoll fly off as a car came in from the left side. Dang, dude, that was rough. Hangzhou, brilliant start for them, though. They'll be enjoying that one. No one really running away with ultimates just yet. Both of our Ana players are at least ahead. But another kill into LA Valiant means you'll just have to back up and reset once more.
Yeah, they're chasing forward. They're finding a kill here onto Dia. Looks like Becky is trying to make his way out of here. They will actually get the sleep dart in. Coldest will pick up that kill there on a Shy, but Alfie claims the other two. This is why he comes back out with the Reaper.
Stagger.
It is his favorite character.
I'd say his favorite character is probably Genji, but he'll settle for the Reaper today on this particular map.
Yeah, I'm just going with this crappy meme, you know?
Okay, I saw what you did there. I will say the Valiant there, losing the extra members after dropping Lengsa. They had a full team wipe. That's obviously not what you want here. Alpha Yi hiding.
Alpha Yi's in a bush. He's hiding on bush. Okay, he doesn't get anything really for it.
I got that reference. I got that reference.
Thank you. He does make it out of there safely. Drops back down right up into Becky's face. A couple quick blasts, chunks him down low. Irony in the meantime, gonna find Dia. Anabus gets invested. Becky, empowered, pushing forward, looking for Bernard. Back around the corner though. Needs some help desperately. Bubbles offered up by Sasha, takes the Wraith Walk over to the side, goes back over towards the street side of the map. And watching Super Rich's performance, they play on this side of the map. Can he get another environmental kill? Looks like the answer is gonna be not yet.
I mean, everything's in the favor of the Hangzhou Spark. In fact, they actually stole this one out. This is really good. They can play this one super slowly. They have a huge ult advantage. LA Valiant have nothing. We get to the 90% mark. It turns to the final fight. You blow these ultimates like the grab and you win.
Yep, they slap it down. Becky gonna find Bernard. As the attack visor does come in from Dia, now gonna be matched by Shy. Turns around, Alpha Yi drops in the Death Blossom, and nobody's able to touch the point there to even force out overtime. It's 100-0 to kick off this 5th and final map. Not what you're wanting to see if you're cheering for this Valiant win. Still have opportunities though. Have to come back and win here on this next round. Looks like we're heading into Garden, I believe. Gardens.
I mean, it was a 0 to 100, dude. That's really rough. It starts with Super Rich sending Becky straight to traffic, and, you know, the rest of the round was more of the same, to be honest with you. I have to go back to that major stagger around the 30-40% mark where Lengsa died and the rest of the Valiant just fell over. Like, they needed to back out, but maybe they got caught. It seemed like they were still committing. I'm not too sure, but they have to go through the long way now. If they are going to win this map of the series, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep on Oasis, starting with Gardens. And we still have University go through. So Hangzhou Spark, match point confirmed. 1 round away from securing the series.
Ooh, Dia. Okay, well, he is just going to get out-dueled there. Shy cutting him down. Here comes Super Rich from the flank, looking to displace him off the high ground. Not going to be able to get the boop, though. So does not deny that away, but now tries to lock off Coldest, sends him back down the stairwell. Landing here, it seems like Spark have established their dominance here on the high ground. The point cap now getting ready to come through as Shy finds Coldest with the Helix Rocket. Sasson antied out there for the moment, hovering down around half HP. Cap will come in, the rest of the Valiant will be able to pull back and keep their lives, but it's already a little bit of a rocky start. I mean, look at the discrepancy here between Shy and Dia.
Well, Dia dies straight away, right, to Shy, where Shy just then goes on a rampage, he gets a ton of damage. Not a rampage of kills, just a rampage of damage to charge things up, and this is where the snowball begins. You have that initial 5v4, it's the same thing that happened on City Center, and it continues going. Shy, when he gets his visor, it's gonna be rough for the side of the LA Valley unless they can shut it down, but they lose another player early.
Lengsa is desperately trying to get them off this high ground, gives his life for the attempt, but fortunately it doesn't really materialize into much of anything. Dia with some nice Helix Rockets did finally displace Shy. Will be returning just 7% away from that tack visor. Coldest in the meantime sends out the nano boost in his dying breath over on Assassin, who, while he does have high energy, is not really able to find too many targets. It's a little bit of damage there on a Super Rich, but he gets focused up. Irony dove on, just get killed by Becky. Positive step here. Can they continue to break through? Irony getting ready to respawn. The attack visor now comes out from Shy. It's 100 energy there for Bernard, who's still holding on to the grab. Sasha taken down, the bubbles eliminated. Shy finds Dia in the end. As the Helix Rockets connect onto Becky as well, just forcing his position back. The point still occupied by the Spark. 70% about to be on the board.
I mean, LA Valiant just can't get enough members to actually win this one. Spark don't even spend ultimates, and they still have point control. Now they have still got 3 ultimates online, plus the beat on the way as well. Shy kills Becky. It's going wrong for the Valiant. They just can't quite get enough kills to cap.
It is all tumbling down right now. The grab, the Death Blossom, that combination is about to be available. Lengsa with the Sound Barrier as well can beef them up, but even if they get the flip, it's still going to be at 99% here for the side of the Spark. They will have to hold that the whole way up to 100 if they want to take this to University. Alpha E dropping down, waiting again, playing around the foliage. Cuts around the corner, moves up, Sound Barrier goes down, grab comes in, Alpha E caught up in it, but has the Sound Barrier shields to help keep him alive as well as the Nano Boost. Dia now popping the tack visor. Becky going to be taking a nap. Coldest shuts down Shy. Gets one out of the way, but Alfie comes swooping down from above, finds Dia. Sasha and Coldest are dead, and the OT is bleeding away. There is not a damn thing that Becky can do in the world. And while it all builds up to this miraculous Game 5, where maybe the Valiant can finally get the win, finally break the loss streak, unfortunately, ends with a whimper, not a roar. The Hangzhou Spark will take this 3-2. They are the ones finding redemption for their Game 5 failings yesterday. They are the ones who will continue adding wins to the board for themselves. For the Valiant, it's a positive step. It's still a continuously better look for them game over game, but it's not the win that they so badly want.
Yeah, for Hangzhou Spark as well, you know, you're probably coming to the series, you're expecting them to be the stronger team, you're expecting them to win the series, but man, did they have to work for this one. It was also a rough ride. You go back to Dorado, not really close. It was a tough one for them, even on Colosseo at many points. You know, until we got to the final push, it was pretty neck and neck. So Hangzhou Spark had to really work for this victory today. It does establish themselves firmly as a top team in this region. I mean, I got Hangzhou Spark right at the top here. I'm sure John will be very pleased with this result, even though the Valiant made it super close. But like I said, even with Valiant losing, you still have to give credence to the fact that they're a team that are deserving of a win, absolutely. But they're a team that are pushing the very top teams in APAC to the distance. And a 2-1 lead that they still just can't quite secure. One day they'll get it, but it's not today.
Yeah, it does feel like it's that inevitability right now here in this season. You know, Shanghai Dragons, they came back in for 2019, lost those initial couple series before they were able to get that victory under their belts. So it should just be a matter of time. So hold out a little bit longer there, Valiant fans. Tay-Zonde, it should happen this year. This team does look significantly better.
Between now and December 31st, yeah.
Enough about that. Let's move on to our player of the match for the Hangzhou Spark. Let's celebrate the winners here. Now, 3-2 in this win. It's Alpha E picking it up here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. This guy was just pretty great the whole way through, especially in those last few maps, shifting over to the Reaper, just finding an immense amount of impact.
And I'm seeing comments across the board like, man, who is Alpha Yi? I've never heard of this guy before. How have I never seen him play? Well, now you know him.
Because you haven't been paying attention.
Exactly, paying more attention, but now that I've got your attention, now that Alpha Yi's got your attention, my man is shredding on pretty much all the heroes that he's played across the board, even on the Reaper coming on through heroics towards the end that we saw on Oasis there. Smiles, I mean, he knew he really pulled the team through. I mean, there's so many moments in today's game where usually Shy would be your hero player, he'd be your hard carry, right? Shy was, I think, under a lot of pressure fighting up against Dia. But then you look at Alpha Yi, he was holding the mantle high. He was the one really pulling his team across the board when Shy wasn't able to do so. And that's something that I felt was missing from the Hangzhou Spark last year. And now Shy gets a DPS duo, I think, worthy of the team, worthy of being next to Shy and his talents that he brought to the franchise the previous years. And so with that combination, Spark are just looking on fire. That and the fact that I think Burner has just been playing phenomenally this year compared to last year as well. Alpha Yi, totally deserved. Player of the match, well done.
Yeah, I mean, Bernard's been having another great year, but I was talking about this, yesterday, I think, with Alpha Yi and how vindicating this is for myself, because if you haven't been paying attention, this is a guy who has been competing since 2018 in Contenders Korea, since the Overwatch League kicked off. He was on a team called Seven. He didn't look that great. They didn't really achieve much when he was playing in Contenders, but the man has been on the grind for the longest time, and it's got to feel so damn good to get on this lineup, to be surrounded by players who are all performing at a very high level right now in the APAC region, and to suddenly just be thrust into the conversation as a very strong candidate for Rookie of the Year. If he can continue to maintain this level of play the whole way throughout, I think he's definitely very much a part of that conversation. Obviously still has some tough people to try to break out away from. Fusion's right there with him with a couple of their own rookies, but yeah, what a start to the season for him. It's good to see that he is starting to become a bit of a household name now in the Overwatch League community.
And yeah, he's played, just looking through some of his previous roster, he's played with people like Fielder, who everyone knows, super famous Fielder, Edison, who's making waves on the Dallas Field roster now as well, Django, who had a great performance last year. So all of these people, all these ex-teammates of Alpha Yi that have made it into the Overwatch League, and Alpha Yi's been there the entire time. That's why I said, despite being a rookie, Guy, to me, is actually a bit of a veteran because he's been hanging around the scene for the longest time, just never got the shot. But Billy saw his potential, put him on their academy team, Billy Gaming. They won stuff in China. They were one of the top teams next to Chaser, and deservedly so. He gets to call up to the actual Hangzhou Spark roster, and my guy is just farming kids out there. One of the best players that we have in this region so far.
Yeah, I double-checked it because I was like, I think I actually misspoke. It wasn't on 7. He was on GC Busan Wave as well as Meta Athena back in the day. So there you go. My bad on the 7 call out there, but all the same, man's been on the grind. That's the end point. He's up for Rookie of the Year at the moment. We're only a couple weeks into the season, of course, but like I said, if he can continue to ride this out, it's going to be absolutely wonderful. But guys, there you go. We've got the first week of APAC out of the way. It has been a long time coming. We have been waiting with bated breath, chomping at the bit for weeks and weeks, watching North America play at these off hours for myself and Avril. We're like, man, can't we just get back in there? Can we just cast some damn games? We're finally able to do it, and it feels great to be back. So thank you for tuning in here to our APAC games. Thank you to all of our wonderful production who've been side by side with us, working on off hours from North America to make this broadcast happen. We'll be back next week for more APAC action. So make sure you tune into that, because again, this is the best region. This is where the champions are made. So you definitely want to tune in. From myself and Avril, thank you for tuning in tonight. We love you. Good night.